Hey you, hear me out for a moment. No privacy solution, including a VPN, will completely secure your privacy. Secure browsers aren't all that secure, and Tor can't really safeguard your privacy by itself. The internet is not yet prepared for quantum. Zero-click exploits are game changers. Adversarial AI is no longer a concept, and AI against AI is the future. Data protection regulations have loopholes. Nations are hacking into other nations on a daily basis, and they have a very little to hide about it. Countries compete with one another to control the internet, and to excel in this race, intelligence operations are a need. Signal intelligence has begun to surpass human intelligence gathering methods. Advanced malwares cannot be stopped, and ignorance is no defense. No antivirus can stop persistent attackers from breaking into their targets. The defenses that will last are the ones that are collaborative and resilient. Currently, as we speak, there are cyber wars happening all around the world, but we can't see them due to their non-kinetic nature of conduct. Consider actual badass hackers for a moment. They are so strong that even the world's superpowers seek their assistance. The answer to all those questions are concealed in this course. Hello, my name is Nikhil Srivastav, and I'm the founder of Pivot Security. I'm a certified red teamer and an offensive security certified professional. So with this course, let me introduce you to the world of cyber warfare like no one else did before. The main objective of this course is to provide you with a mindset that will stay for a longer time. And as they say, mindset is what separates the best from the rest. In this course, I'll provide you with a solid foundation of understanding cyber war, how it is changing the world, and how it is conducted in the real world with a lot of practical demonstrations. So with that, let's start our journey into the world of cyber warfare. This course is intended for individuals with knowledge of cybersecurity, ranging from beginners to expert. Beginners, such as students, cybersecurity enthusiasts who are interested in learning about cyberspace, offensive hacking, and warfare in general. Or individuals who want to understand the role of geopolitics, espionage, surveillance, disruption, sanctions, and law in cyber warfare. This course will also benefit cybersecurity professionals such as red and blue team members. Red teamers will like the portion in which we are going to examine the adversary simulation containing initial attack vectors, malware signs, and recent security bypasses using the next generation offensive technologies. Blue teamers will gain insights of threat actors on how they operate, whether antivirus and next-gen protection solutions are good enough to prevent those attacks, how well funded are their attacks, how can we stop those attacks, why finding out the origin of an attack plays a significant role while uncovering the motivations and outcome of the hack, and answers to many similar questions. The answer to previous questions can be a game changer in understanding the proper dynamics of the attack, which is certainly the most crucial thing to accomplish when dealing with such sophisticated hacks. So you must be having a lot of questions by now. To answer those, without further ado, let's dive into the world of cyber warfare and try to understand the complexities of this newer generation of warfare. So let's look at our course roadmap. I have split this course into 4 easy to understand parts. In part 1, we will talk about cyber fundamentals to establish a foundation for our audience to become comfortable with common terminologies which we will be using throughout this course. We will start by defining cyber and cyber warfare. Then we will define the CIA triad and try to look at different types of hacker before we move on to the section where we discuss the kinetic and non-kinetic aspects of war. We will also look at offensive cyber operations and capabilities of various nations to understand how offensive craft and malwares have evolved throughout these years. Finally, we will discuss the capabilities of sophisticated attackers, which will help us understand the threat actors in a much different and detailed way. In part 2, we are going to discuss cyber operations and their misadventures. This particular section is really important. In this section, we are going to think exactly like a threat actor conducting a cyber operation. We just don't stop there. We will try to build up scenarios where we can hack into advanced facility and try to expose tools, techniques, and procedures required by threat actors for conducting offensive warfare. We will address some practical concerns that a threat actor may have while conducting an operation against a target nation and its infrastructure, such as what the operational goal should be, the industry we should target, the operation's execution and exit plan, what defenses we must bypass, the time duration and the budget of an operation, and many more similar questions. We are going to unshadow notably worse things that can happen to a threat actor or a group, that is, disruption of their infrastructure and the anonymization of their virtual identity. Since anonymity plays an important role in masking real identity of threat actors, we are going to look at technologies which help them mask their digital identities, like Tor and VPN. We are going to discuss about the pros and cons of Tor, its open source alternatives like I2P, and we are also going to check effectiveness of paid softwares like VPN and proxies. Further in this course, we are going to discuss important concepts like operational security by giving particular emphasis on topics like operational disaster. Further, we are going to study roughly 5 cases of operational mistakes committed by hackers that cost them their life. I am going to share great insights about ransomware groups like DarkSide, REvil, and Conti in much detail, revealing how do they operate, how much money did they make, how do they launder money, and we will be also covering lots of exciting operational stuff. So this part 2 aims to give our audience a wholesome view of how a cybercriminal thinks and acts. You will see what are the challenges they face while executing an operation at various stages of cyber kill chain. Along with that, we will be discussing various operational complexities that these sophisticated attackers face while conducting an operation. This is part 3 of our course, Newest Defense and Next Generation of Offensive Technologies. In this section, we will learn why reviewing our organization's security posture should not be limited to vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. We will discuss why red teaming is a better option for the companies and why we should plan offensively for better defense. We will go over the flaws with extreme defenses and why it is still unreliable. We will explore the concept of cyber resilience, in which a company's primary focus is to resume operations after an attack or while one is going on, rather than to only concentrate on prevention of an attack. Then we will look at next generation defensive solutions such as EDR, which stands for Endpoint Detection and Response. We will also learn about developments around defensive technologies such as threat intelligence product, zero knowledge concept, quantum and NSA safe protocols, as well as various cybersecurity developments. Antiviruses are no longer adequate, and you will see how to bypass them through various techniques discussed in this course. We will discuss why next generation defensive technologies are needed to overcome the limitation of antivirus solutions. So finally, we will talk about the next generation of offensive technologies and tools that are available and widely utilized by threat actors in this domain. We will talk about C3, which is custom command and control, exploits, and innovative evasion techniques that have been widely utilized by threat actors while conducting their operations. In part 4, we will discuss the practical simulation of a sophisticated attack. We will begin this attack in a lab environment by conducting a phishing campaign. After that, we will drop the first stage malware, which will assist us in gaining access to the target infrastructure. We will then perform post-exploitations such as UAC bypass, privilege escalation, and lateral movement. Finally, we will go for the execution of attacker's ultimate attack inside the organization. We will also demonstrate how to cope with defenses and what technologies we have used in order to evade them. At last, we will talk about the blue side on how our attack could have been detected and prevented. This kind of simulation is not seen much on the internet, and the goal of this is to teach our students about how a practical attack, a simulation of real-world sophisticated hack, happens and how we can prevent it at various stages. This was all about the course roadmap, and now let's quickly start part 1 of this course, Cyber Fundamentals of Warfare. Since the beginning of war, there has always been a race between offense and defense. Both are two sides of the same coin. With better offense, one can cause greater damage to the opponent, while better defense allows you to survive a massive attack. Any state or adversary with a well-balanced mix of both has advantage over the other. Over the years, war took various forms. and now it is majorly divided into two subcategories: kinetic and non-kinetic wars. Our focus for this course is to understand cyber war, which comes under the non-kinetic form of war. Talking about them, cyber war is still going on across various virtual borders as we speak. The difference is that we don't see it until it causes a significant impact already. In fact, these wars are more devastating because we often don't know who we are fighting against, what their motivations are, and how to even stop them. To understand cyber war, we need to understand cyber first. So let's start by going through very basic understanding of cyber hackers, cyber operations, and various other fundamentals which will help us understand this course in a much better way. What exactly do we mean when we say cyber? According to Wikipedia, the term cyber refers to everything that has to do with, is related to, or involve computers or computer networks, such as the internet. Simply put, everything involving a bunch of computer networks, we call it cyber. Now let's define cybersecurity. Computers communicate with one another using set of protocols defined by RFCs. RFCs contain protocol implementations, and since protocols are essentially set of rules, there is a fair chance that they might have some problems. If those flaws allow someone to exploit the procedures for unethical gains, active communication is put at risk. As a result, there is a need of continuous measures to monitor and mitigate the risk posed by cyber threats. The set of measures that ensure safer cyber interaction by protecting computer systems and network from cyber threats, we call it cybersecurity. I hope you have now understood what is the meaning of cyber and cybersecurity. Now let's move on to our next topic, the CIA triad. When it comes to cybersecurity, the three most critical pillars on which we build cybersecurity solutions and do threat assessments are confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Here, confidentiality simply means that only those who have been given permission to access certain data, objects, or resources will be able to do so. The I in CIA stands for integrity, which refers to the protection of data from unauthorized manipulation in order to ensure that the information we are obtaining is accurate and reliable. Availability, on the other hand, means that authorized users will have access to systems and resources whenever they need them. Any unfavorable event that has a potential to harm the CIA triad is referred to be a cyber threat. Malware-based cyber attack, denial of service attack, flood, earthquake are some examples of cyber threats. Now let's move on to the next section of this part where we discuss hackers and their type. A hacker is someone who is keen to unfold the technology or the science underneath. According to me, Nikola Tesla, who discovered AC motor and did various other groundbreaking inventions, is one of the greatest hackers this world has ever seen. Specific to cyber, hackers are individuals who discover and exploit vulnerabilities in cyber technologies, products, or protocols. Now let's discuss what are the various types of hackers. Let's start with white hat. White hat hackers are professionals with expertise in cybersecurity who help businesses to keep a good cyber hygiene in the continuous war against cyber threats. These are good guys who help organizations secure from continuous evolving threats and keep bad actors far away from their organization. Next comes the black hat. Black hat hackers launch cyber operations in order to gain access to systems to which they are not allowed. Their aim often includes stealing of data for conducting espionage or to harm systems by launching advanced attacks like ransomware. Their motivations of hack include financial gains or causing disruption. So basically you can say white hat hackers are good guys whereas black hat are considered the bad ones. Grey hat. A grey hat hacker is a computer hacker or security expert who may occasionally break laws or ethical norms but does not usually have a malicious intent of a black hat hacker. That is to say, they normally aren't looking for money or trying to cause disruption with their hacks. Kiddies, also famously known as script kiddies. They are inexperienced hackers who lack the same degree of competence and expertise as more experienced hackers in this field. Most of us have begun our journey as kiddies, not knowing exactly what the code was doing, yet managing to execute it to see what would happen next. Hackers should know the smell of their arsenal. These hackers may have had some success in their operations, but they hugely lack with their offensive skills. Now let's discuss our last and most advanced form of hackers known as advanced persistent threat. An advanced persistent threat is a stealthy threat actor, usually a nation-state hacker appointed by country's government to obtain access to another country's computer system. Although that's not the case always. Advanced persistent threat actors can be nation-state, as we have discussed. They can also be organized cybercriminals, corporate espionage hackers, or cyber terrorists. These hackers are of particular interest to us. Our discussion of cyber war is going to revolve around APTs and how their cyber expertise is utilized to conduct cyber operations on other countries. Talking about cyber war, I see them as headless, non-kinetic war because they don't require a physical presence to take place. The dynamics, motive, and origination is also very different from what we have seen in conventional war. Even though cyber war is carried out in a very different manner, it wouldn't be wrong to say that it produces impact just like an actual war. Although human intelligence is still the most successful method of gathering intelligence, however, recent technological advancements in cyber war capabilities have also shown significant advantage in espionage domain. Since we are discussing about non-kinetic wars, it makes enough sense to understand how it differs from a conventional form of war and why nations are adopting this silent form of war over others. In comparison to conventional weapons, cyber weapons are simple to create, deploy, track, and destroy. Cyber wars are very simple to execute, requires far few financial resources, and are capable of bringing any critical infrastructure down. Cyber wars are stealth wars that can be a great vector for surprise attack the adversary. A persistent attack takes a longer time to discover, leaves adversary with very little time to respond, defend, and mitigate properly. Finally, most significant differentiator would be most cyber attacks involve no physical intrusion, yet hackers are able to achieve their goal more efficiently. This can be seen from a surge in recent attack trends where APTs were found attacking nuclear facilities, launching COVID theme based attacks on government targets, and conducting alarming operations like Colonial Pipeline hack, Florida Pipeline hack, putting millions of lives at risk. You must have got the idea of why nations are adopting this silent form of war over the various other kinetic alternatives. Since we now have an understanding of cyber war, let's go through the building blocks of their operation. There are 8 important factors that are required for conducting a cyber operation. Aim. Firstly, adversary defines the aim for launching an operation. The clearer the aim, the efficient the team would be to achieve the desired outcome. Then comes target for the attack. Adversary then decide which infrastructure to target that complies with their defined goal. Next is time and money. Here adversary estimates how much time and cost is required for a successful execution of an operation. Then comes the most important factor, that is TTP, which stands for tools, techniques and procedures. Here adversary decide what are the set of offensive tools, techniques and procedures which are required for successful penetration inside the target organization. Then comes operational security, which basically is how adversary is hiding their attributions and existence in order to perform operations as covertly as possible. Then comes the execution. Here, adversary defines set of conditions which decide for the behavior of an implant posted inside target infrastructure. While defining set of conditions, you basically tell your malware certain criteria like whom to target and whom not to, when and how to launch, the last stage of an attack, etc. At last, adversary define exit conditions at which the attack needs to be stopped. Basically set of instructions that malware will follow once the aim is accomplished and it's time to exit the infrastructure. For example, if it is a Viper malware, exit would mean to permanently delete all the files and then self-delete the malware from the disk to keep forensics away from examining the malware. So far, we have learned about cyber war, including warfare and their operations, among various other driving factors that motivate nations to see cyber war as a real emerging threat. Now, we will move on to a new topic, offensive cyber operations and their capabilities. With developments in technology and computation, countries like Russia, United States, China saw an increase in advanced, well-organized and covert attacks. Countries like US have seen the impact of cyber war and its potential losses. So they worked really well on their defensive capabilities, which include securing internal infrastructure, applying standard code hygiene for their in-house and source products, organizing trainings for the use of cutting-edge defenses, along with some major changes in their policy framework. Almost all countries who have seen cyber war lately have shown their concern to act quickly by improving their offensive capabilities. Some nations improved their policies, which helped them share data with critical sectors easily, while some tried to regulate the use of offensive capabilities, while others trained their cyber warriors for conducting more sophisticated attacks as a retaliation of previous hacks for proving their offensive cyber dominance. In the upcoming slide, we will attempt to determine how well offensive capabilities of nations are. By the way, this analysis is based on publicly reported incidents and should not be considered as a comparison of any nation's offensive cyber capability. This is enough for the introduction of this part, so see you in the next segment where you will find a lot of amazing stuff waiting for you. The first country which we are going to assess in this segment is Iran. Iran has a well-known offensive cyber war history, particularly with Israel and United States of America. Things began to take shape in 2010 when some experts claimed that soft, cultural, and media wars were primarily used as a tool for executing psychological operations against the Islamic Republic. The goal of the operation was to destabilize the administration of Islamic Republic and its culture through social media. Social media, according to Iran, are elements of cyber warfare that spreads disinformation and deception by conducting nationwide psychological operations. As a result, pro-government Iranians have made steps to combat subversion of political, religious, economic, and cultural beliefs that could lead to the destabilization. This was the gist of Iranian defensive cyber war strategy, and it was this time that Iran began to act offensively against its opponents. To acquire an overall understanding of Iran's offensive cyber capability, it is necessary to understand how groups like APT-35 gain access to adversary infrastructure by exploiting well-known vulnerabilities or using social engineering operations. When it comes to cyber attack, Iranian state-sponsored APTs are well known to use advanced social engineering attacks to carry out cyber operations. Operators are well versed with adversaries' society and culture, which they utilize to carry out advanced multi-stage social engineering attacks. For example, if target does not respond to some initial campaigns, more advanced and luring social engineering operations are repeated using various fake personas such as news reporters, defense contractors, recruiters, and so on. The aim of their cyber operations include espionage, disruption, and occasionally financial gains. Now let's talk about the Log4j vulnerability. We are discussing this vulnerability to help you understand how threat groups like APT-35 are using publicly available exploits to conduct operations against adversary nations. You will watch a simulation in which I will try to exploit the Log4j vulnerability and gain unauthorized access to a web server as part of obtaining an initial foothold on critical infrastructure. Next, we will be discussing how Iranian APTs like APT-35 or the Black Shadow group make use of similar vulnerabilities to cause espionage and disruption against nations like Israel and United States. So in this particular demonstration, we are going to discuss how most APTs would attempt to determine whether a new vulnerability should be exploited in their ongoing or upcoming operations once they are released in the public. Whether it is Log4 shell exploit, zero logon, or even eternal blue, APTs frequently employ these vulnerabilities with a high CVSS into their operations. Therefore, what we can anticipate from an APT is to exploit the vulnerability during a period when the vendor is either unaware of its existence or if they are aware that the patches has not been yet widely implemented throughout the globe. Because leveraging such vulnerabilities that are already patched and several detections are in place as well, using such exploits might result in their operation being discovered and halted. Due to these limitations, identifying and utilizing a publicly reported vulnerability must be done strategically to prevent the operational failures for threat actors. So let's pretend that Log4 shell exploit has been recently released on the internet and APT69 is actually evaluating how effectively they could exploit this vulnerability and use its potential in their own operations. There are a few deciding considerations to whether choose an exploit or not in operations depends upon certain factors, and these includes the background of the vulnerability, criticality of the vulnerability, dependency on the buggy code, real-world exploitability of the vulnerability, and the mitigation of this vulnerability. Once all these factors are well versed, the attacker then go for sniping the targets. Each of these elements will be discussed so that when we jump into our demonstration section, you will understand exactly what we are actually doing. So let's discuss the first factor, which is the background of the vulnerability. It is essential to understand how and when a vulnerability was found, along with how it can be exploited, as well as its entire background, in order to know how to use it in real world. Well, specific to Log4j, it can be said that it is a Java-based open source library that is a component of Apache's logging services. It enables Java application to record certain of their operations so that their business logic may be understood and made easier to utilize in future business goals. Let's take an example where a web application that authorizes money transfer is hosted on a Java web server. So what if for some reason money was taken out from a user's account but was unable to be transferred to the recipient? In that scenario, a rollback operation would need to be started in order to return the money to its former destination. As a result, logging information has become essential in such business logics. For this need, Log4j has been assisting the world for about 20 years now and making difficult logging issues simple for us. So this is why Log4j is widely utilized and adopted into various Java-based web applications. Let us now explore this library's function to identify the actual weakness that led to the introduction of vulnerability that may allow hackers to completely compromise any vulnerable server. Log4j simply has a parser that reads the log entries, and while doing so, it tries to add more logic to the log that can ultimately improve the data holistically. This is precisely where the weakness exists. The Log4j parser would parse this and would automatically transform it to proper Java version. Log4j does this because of its string substitution on expressions of the type prefix colon name. So, can there be any potential that hackers could exploit code remotely if they are able to utilize this weakness by polluting log files with such malicious entries? Before we can comprehend how the attacker could actually take advantage of this weakness, let's first become familiar with JNDI. JNDI, or Java Naming and Directory Interface, is a directory lookup service that aids Java programs in finding their data or resources in a particular location. JNDI expects a final output in the form of a Java object that can be immediately consumed by the Java application during runtime. There are several interfaces which help JNDI in retrieving the information. The first and the widely used protocol is a lightweight directory access protocol, which obtains object data as a URL from a server, which could be a local server or one located anywhere on the internet. The other protocols that support JNDI for retrieving information includes LDAP-S, which is a secure variation of LDAP, Java Remote Method Invocation, the domain name service, and a couple of other protocols. So it is well understood that Java Naming and Directory Interface gives application the ability to call and include remote objects. This exact functionality could be exploited to take advantage of Log4j parsing vulnerability. Now that the vulnerabilities history has been covered, let's move on to the next deciding aspect, the impact of the vulnerability. This factor essentially indicates if a vulnerability is highly important in terms of the magnitude of damage that would result from a successful exploitation. A threat actor may be less interested in a vulnerability that results in an exposure of internal information. However, for Log4j, the hackers were aware that this exploit is most effective for their operational needs. And this conclusion was majorly because of the CVS score, which was a perfect 10 on 10. Which means that the attacker would be able to remotely inject codes inside those vulnerable servers and applications and could take full control of their systems. So based upon our discussion so far, APT69 now understands the severity of this vulnerability, which is a good start for them. The next point of consideration is the dependency on the buggy code. This simply demonstrates how frequently the specific buggy code has been used in other programs. For instance, if an audio library is utilized by multiple programs, discovering a vulnerability in its core component would impact the applications that are inheriting this library directly or indirectly. When it comes to Log4j logging library, this library is being used either directly or indirectly to implement logging functionality in variety of servers and products. The next factor which we are going to discuss is the real-world exploitability of the vulnerability. This is a significant factor since it indicates how effectively and simply we may utilize this attack to target a particular adversary. For instance, suppose there is a vulnerability in a specific PDF reader that allows remote code execution. What if the adversary simply does not use that PDF reader and instead relies on another PDF reader that is far more common and popular in that demography? So in such circumstances, it would not be possible to exploit such a vulnerability in real world. Due to such valid reasons, attackers must ensure that the vulnerable application they have chosen to exploit must be used by their adversaries or targets. So in case of Log4j, since the library was widely used in numerous countries in numerous projects, it is definitely possible to take advantage of Log4Shell vulnerability. And it comes as a no surprise that this is exactly what happened with Log4j. The next point to consider is the mitigation of the vulnerability. Threat actors evaluate mitigation with skepticism and base their decision on two factors. The first is how simple or challenging it is to apply patches for such a vulnerability. If the flaw is simple to fix and widespread automatic fixes are available, the exploit may soon stop working. To tackle such a situation, they must go for a mass targeting strategy and attempt to attack a number of targets before those targets are immune from those vulnerabilities. The second factor is, if the mitigation is implemented, is there a chance that the patch will include a flaw in its own self which could allow threat actors to carry out their operations and breach new targets? While you may be able to patch your own code that uses vulnerable Log4j library, other vendors or manufacturers will still need to push their own security updates downstream. If any of the link remains unpatched, whether or not your application location is patched, there is a good chance that a threat actor might be able to exploit your web server. The remediation of Log4j vulnerability is therefore quite difficult, which is unquestionably good news for threat actors. To summarize, we could say that while APT69 was preparing for their attack, the patches were made available, but they were not properly distributed to the majority of applications that were using them. Additionally, most targets relied on detection based as their first line of defense, but sophisticated actors were able to easily bypass and get around those frontline defenses. After careful consideration, APT69 opted to use Log4Shell vulnerability in their ongoing and upcoming operations. The phase I refer to as sniping the target is when true damage is done. This phase includes creating a carefully chosen list of targets that are still exposed to this vulnerable or are currently awaiting a patch from their providers. This list of targets might be collected using free information gathering tools such as Shodan, or by even performing a massive scanning on a list of specific targets such as bank, think tanks, well-known websites, and look for known vulnerable ports and programs that the adversary might employ. With context to our example here, APT69 would identify the most widely used vulnerable applications that depend on Log4j library such as Apache Solar or even Simon products, and obtains a list of adversaries' vulnerable high-value instances. They would then snipe their custom application-based GNDI exploits to their target servers or applications in a hope to receive a connect back, which they would then use for further penetration of their target's infrastructure. Now that we have covered the theory, let's move on to the practical demonstration part. So the demonstration is quite straightforward, and I have broken down the entire process into 6 simple steps. The first step is to build a scanner that can determine whether an application is vulnerable to Log4Shell, and if so, which user control parameter is most at risk so that we can inject our payload there. The second step is to set up the servers which we will need when we exploit this vulnerable Java web application. The third step is to set up our command and control server so that it is ready to listen for a callback from the compromised web server's internal beacon. The fourth step involves compiling a malicious Java file, starting a LDAP referral server as well as Python web server for hosting the payload and malicious class objects. In order to completely compromise the server, step 5 includes creating an exploit and sniping it on weak parameters that we will identify in our step 1. The goal of step 6 is to receive a connect back to our command and control server from the vulnerable web application server, through which we can demonstrate that we now have a complete takeover on the victim's machine. So let's jump right into step 1. In order to build a log4 shell scanner, I have created an nmap script which basically brute force a root endpoint with different HTTP headers which are known to be logged by several web servers. You can find the list of these HTTP headers in this script here. Therefore, it is a good possibility that log4j parser forced the web server to do a JNDI lookup, which we could then use in order to gain a complete RCE. So let's run this NSE script via nmap to see if it returns any valuable HTTP header which we can use to craft our malicious exploit. You can find this process similar to what an APT may do when a newer exploit is made public. Threat actors would need to create their own scanners like we are doing here so that they can use those tools to scan for host and IP ranges they are interested in. As you can see, we are able to use our scanner to discover the interesting HTTP header which is forwarded for IP. With this finding, there is a good probability that we might be able to use it to construct a successful exploit. Now that we have an interesting HTTP header, let's move on to the step 2. To use log4 shell effectively, we must first include a malicious entry into the log files that when processed compels the web server to perform a JNDI lookup in order to retrieve malicious Java objects that is going to be hosted on attacker's controlled LDAP server. So for this purpose, let's utilize marshal-sec package to create an LDAP server. If you pay close attention, the command I am using will start a malicious LDAP referral server on port 1389 and ensures that it responds to a request with a redirect link to the attacker's controlled web server. Let's keep it running, and now let's launch a basic HTTP server using Python module's simple HTTP server on port 8000 to handle LDAP's Java class object redirection request. Let's also keep this running in our background. Moving on to step 3 now. In order to develop a listener that would listen on port 4430 and create a Linux payload that we will provide to the server in order to receive a connect back, let's rapidly launch our command and control server. To successfully finish step 3, simply follow these instructions on the screen and you will be good to go. Follow these steps on your own and I'll meet you in step 4. Okay, so first of all, let's open our Starkiller instance so that we have a GUI access of our C2 command and control server. Now let's click on the listener profile and let's make a new listener. So let's first select the type of the listener that we want to create, which in this case is an HTTP listener, which means that the callback will follow the HTTP protocol. Now, as you can see, we have the following fields to fill out. The first is the host to which the callback will be received. This will be our attacker's IP address. So let me quickly find out what the IP address of my attacker box is by executing ifconfig. So here we have got our IP address as 192.168.56.110. Now the next thing to do is the port which would basically listen on our attacker system for a callback, which in this case would be 4430. Now rest all the fields are not needed to be configured and works like charm by default. Let's click on submit and let's start this listener profile on our command and control server. Once we have our new listener HTTP started, the next thing that is required is a callback stager that would run on the server that is hosting the vulnerable log4j instance. So let's click on stager then, and let's click on create to create a stager for us. The type of the stager that we are going to use here is multi/bash. Select the listener that we have just created, which has the name HTTP. Rest everything is as it is and does not need to be changed. Let's click on submit, and this is how we have our stager as well as our listener ready. So moving on to the step 4. Firstly, this step requires you to create and compile the Java file which will eventually run inside the JVM of the web server and perform these commands. For the purpose of compilation, I am using Maven. So this is our Java file, and if we look at the command that it will execute on the vulnerable server, we must observe that this command will download the payload from Python web server that we have created in step 3. The payload will then be turned into an executable with chmod plus x with the name of the file that we have actually dropped on the temporary directory. At last, we would run that dropped file from the web server's temporary writable directory in order to expect a callback to our command and control server. So this is how we are going to use Maven to convert this Java file into a class object. Let us now copy this exploit.class file and our payload from our command and control server, and let's host it on Python web server directory. So as evident from our exploit.java file, the exploit that is actually executing on the log4j vulnerable instance is calling a payload.txt, and this payload.txt is nothing but the code that calls a callback to our command and control server. So let's copy this code from the stager that we have just created from our C2 instance. So let's copy this multi/bash code and let's paste it to our payload.txt. The only change that I did was I changed the interpreter from /bin/bash to /bin/sh, because that is the interpreter that will most likely be present on the web server, because sometimes bash does not seem to exist in all the variations of Linux. Now with that, we have our payload.txt ready to be served, and we have now successfully completed all 4 steps, having left with just one more thing to do until we receive a connect back to our command and control server, which is to create exploit in step 5. So now that we know that the forwarded for IP HTTP header has the ability to provide us with remote code execution, let's construct a curl query that would call the web server's root directory and trigger a JNDI request on our attacker controlled LDAP reference server. And let's see whether we are successfully able to exploit this vulnerability and receive a connect back or not. So as you can see that we have successfully received the request of LDAP's referral server, and after which all the requests got transferred to attacker controlled Python web server, from where the web server requested to pull some of the necessary files, which includes exploit.java and our payload.txt. So by looking at all of these, what we could expect is a C2 callback waiting for us in our Starkiller instance. So let's quickly go back and verify it in our command and control server. So yes, as you can see, we received the callback and we were able to verify that we had a complete root authority on this system and has a full access of this victim system on my command and control server. So in this manner, step 6 and our demonstration of log4shell exploitation are finally completed. I trust that you now have a clear understanding of how one might tackle such serious damaging vulnerabilities and how an APT approaches to such vulnerabilities. So that's all for this demonstration. Let's move on to our next topic now. Throughout this course, whenever we will study an APT, we will look at 4 different aspects of their operation: aim, target, capabilities, and finally suspected or known incidents of their intrusion. So let's start our assessment by examining APT-35, also known as Charming Kitten. Their aim often includes conducting espionage and disruption against their adversary nations, especially Israel. The industries which are often found to be at a greater risk from this threat group are electric power, water, food and beverage, manufacturing, and transportation. They are often found targeting human rights activists, medical researchers, and media personals. Talking about their initial attack vector, this group is known to use advanced multi-stage social engineering attacks by creating multiple fake personas to target victims in Israel and other adversary nations. One more interesting vector of this threat group is the use of phishing calls for hacking targets directly through phone calls. The group is also known to make use of vulnerabilities in public-facing services like web server, VPN client, and mail services. According to Checkpoint, more than 1.8 million attempts were seen by cybercriminals and state-sponsored organizations around the world in 2 days after the Log4 shell vulnerability was disclosed. This is the same vulnerability which we have highlighted in earlier simulation. Iran took advantage of this opportunity to attack 7 key government and corporate sectors in Israel. The attack was carried out by the infamous group APT-35. Next APT that we are discussing is Black Shadow Group. While conducting an operation, Black Shadow aims for espionage, disruption, and monetary benefits. The target industry, which are often found to be at a greater risk from this threat group, are infrastructure as a service providers, insurance sector, financial sector, government infrastructure, and they are also known to target government officials. Talking about their operational capabilities, this group is known for using advanced multi-stage social engineering attack that involves the creation of multiple fake personas to target an adversary for their initial access. The group is also known to exploit flaws in various publicly available web services. Now let's talk about their recent activity. It was the last week of October 2021 when a disruptive breach made headlines for a series of cyber attacks on Iranian fuel distribution system as well as Iran's various other critical infrastructures. The attack had a significant impact on Iran's fuel supply across the country, affecting a major percentage of total fuel distribution. The hack was attributed to Israel and the United States. Around the same time, the Iranian hacking group Black Shadow decides to get into an Israeli internet hosting provider and take down numerous of its hosted websites. It appears that their hack was successful and they demanded ransom of $1 million for not releasing clients' data on the internet. Although the ransom was unreasonably high, some security firms had a different perspective on the motivation of this hack. According to a company called Profero, they quote on their Twitter handle, "The hacker wants nothing but publicity and are going to leak the data anyway, so their recommendation was not to pay the ransom at all." Around November the same year, this group also hacked websites including Israeli LGBTQ dating site asking for ransom for not releasing customers' data. They have also released 290,000 Israeli patients' medical details, causing a great deal of anxiety among many Israeli citizens. In this section, I have attempted to explain only 2 Iranian hacking groups and would advise you to conduct your own study on additional Iranian hacker groups such as APT-39, Muddy Water, and Agrias, which will help you better understand the whole offensive scenario of Iran in a much better and deeper way. Now let's move on to the next section where we are going to discuss about Israel's offensive cyber operations and their capabilities. Israel is well known for its cutting-edge defense systems such as Iron Dome and Sea Dome. Due to their not being tense but ready for war strategy, they are major exporters of armament and defense equipments to countries such as United States, China, India, Germany, and others. Be it kinetic or non-kinetic war capabilities, Israel is among the top and strongly believes to make technology in-house. There is no doubt when it comes to warfare capabilities, they have seen more conflicts and wars than various other nations, mostly due to their strategic situation in the Middle East. Do you know, the first instance of kinetic military action used in response to cyber attack resulting in a loss of human life was observed on 5 May 2019 when the Israel Defense Forces targeted and destroyed a building associated with ongoing cyber attack by a terrorist group Hamas. Israel's cyber capability came to light after Stuxnet attack got discovered. The attack on Iran's Natanz nuclear facility is widely believed to be carried out by a joint US-Israeli operation. The Stuxnet malware utilized in the attack is considered to be an effort of 5 years of state-of-art work with incorporation of advanced capabilities such as chaining for 0 days, air gap exploitation, and process injection techniques amongst various other things. When it comes to sophisticated malware, Pegasus, a similar sophisticated spyware program, was recently discovered in the public, with similar cutting-edge features including chaining 0 days to conduct zero-click exploitations on a wide range of target platforms. By zero-click, I mean no user interaction is required to initiate the attack. It means users are not required to visit any site or run any malicious program on their device in order to be silently hacked. Pegasus was developed by NSO, an Israeli company that was first to offer exploit kits. The zero-click exploit kit was made to help governments around the globe to counter terrorism and other threats related to national security. To prevent abuse and correctly supervise the fair use of Pegasus and similar spyware programs, Israel's Ministry of Defense is known for granting export licenses to these surveillance softwares used by international governments. One interesting fact here is that NSO Group has come to employ over 700 personnel globally, with most of them having served in Israel's Military Intelligence Directorate and many of these in Unit 8200. Now let's take a look at a unit of Israel Defense Force responsible for collecting signal intelligence and code decryption, Unit 8200. According to Peter Roberts, the Director of Military Science at Britain's Royal United Service Institute, he explained really well about Unit 8200. According to his analysis, Unit 8200 is probably the world's foremost technical intelligence agency and stands on par with NSA in everything except the scale. They are highly focused on what they look at, certainly more focused than NSA, and they conduct their operation with a degree of tenacity and passion that you don't experience elsewhere. Indeed, numerous incidents have been disclosed till now, proving the validity of Roberts' analysis of Elite Cyber Unit 8200. Now let's look at few instances where Israel has been accused of conducting offensive cyber operations against their adversaries in order to conduct espionage, disruption, and intelligence gathering. Stuxnet is a well-known hack that caused the centrifuge of Natanz nuclear power plant to explode in 2010. Many believe it was a joint operation of Israel's Unit 8200 and National Security Agency in response to Iran's ongoing uranium-based nuclear testing and development. On May 9, 2020, Iran's Shahid Raji port terminal came to an abrupt and unexplained halt. The attack was carried out by Israeli operatives in retaliation for Iran's earlier attempt to hack into computer systems that controlled Israel's rural water distribution system. The third incident happened on October 21. A cyber attack on gas station delayed fuel sales and defaced electronic billboards with threatening message mocking the government's ability to furnish fuel. As a result of the breach, gas pipelines were shut down for more than 3 days and long lines were formed outside gas stations as government-issued cards, which most people used to purchase discounted fuels, were no longer accepted. Iran's president believed that this incident was carried out by an anti-Iran force and was most likely a state-sponsored act by Israel. The Israeli government, though, had denied any involvement on this incident and has stated that it will not comment on this matter until the investigation is complete. Now that we have gained a better grasp of Israel's offensive capability, let's move on to the next country on our list, Russia. Russia was an early adopter of cyber warfare. Its human intelligence and conventional war capabilities appear to be translating pretty well in the fifth domain. Their approach of hacking differs greatly from that of other nations, with their broad spectrum of attack ranging from espionage till ransomware. Russian state-sponsored hackers are believed to be fearless, sophisticated, and advanced threat actors. Talking about the statistics, after China, this single country is the source of majority of state-sponsored hacks and cyber attacks otherwise. Some well-known attacks, which we are going to go in much detail later, are the supply chain hack, which happened to SolarWind, election manipulation, darkside ransomware operation, Tesla hacking, Colonial Pipeline hack, and Ukraine power grid hack in 2015 and 16. Russian state-sponsored groups have shown a special interest in disruption, espionage, and psychological operations under which they utilize false information and propaganda as a motivation for the attack. APT-28 Fancy Bear. The first activity from this group was detected in 2004. It has been noticed that while conducting a cyber operation, APT-28 aims for cyber espionage, disinformation, and disruption. This threat group has a long list of targets which include media, think tank, World Anti-Doping Agency, election committee, nuclear facility, along with government and military related to NATO alliances. They had also targeted Russian descendants political opponents, and citizens across various civilian industries and sectors inside Russia. Talking about their capabilities, they are known to utilize multi-staged social engineering attack, and they are known to compromise broad spectrum of targets ranging from army personnel to news reporters. It is evident from their cyber operations that they have proven their cyber capability in hacking into public facing services such as web server, VPN client, and mail services. This threat group came to light when their scaled sophisticated attack became noticeable in 2014 with Operation Pawn Storm. Operation Pawn Storm was a long-term cyber espionage operation that targeted a wide range of high-profile entities from government institutes to media personalities, including NATO officials, military and media entities in Ukraine, US, as well as governments in Eastern Europe. To target their victims, this group is known to make use of first-stage malware known as SOFACI. Because of this name, some refers APT28 as SOFACI group. This malware was developed and compiled in Russian language environment between 2011 and 2012. Since Pawn Storm was a long-running operation, discussing all of their events in this section is not practically possible. So we will discuss some of the most notable activities of Operation Pawn Storm that happened between 2014 to 2016. Let us see all those hacks that happened in 2014 under Operation Pawn Storm. In 2014, they compromised Polish government website. In September 2014, they conducted an Outlook web application-based phishing on large US nuclear fuel dealer as well as a number of military and defense institutes. Due to such scaled phishing attacks, the threat group got access to several US military accounts and utilized these accounts for boosting their operations by conducting more luring and convincing hacks. One such incident happened in December the same year, where hackers hacked into corporate accounts of 55 employees of large US newspaper by trust abusing through a compromised account of US military correspondent. Fancy Bear is also suspected of being behind a 6-month-long cyber attack on German parliament that began in December 2014. In January 2015, they used a Gmail phishing attack to target 3 popular YouTube bloggers. The attack occurred 4 days after the blogger conducted an interview with President Barack Obama at the White House. On Feb 10, 2015, a hacker group calling itself Cyber Khilafat, claiming to be an Islamic State affiliate, issued death threats to 5 wives of US military personnel. While hunting and monitoring APT28, the victims' email addresses were discovered on the Fancy Bear's phishing target list. It was then clear that this was a false flag attack, and the attack was carried out to create destability and fear. This group is known to hack and influence election bodies in the United States as well as Ukraine. To better understand how these hacks actually happen on ground, let's look at US's Democratic National Committee hack, or otherwise known as DNC hack. Fancy Bear launched a spear phishing attack on email addresses associated with Democratic National Committee United States in the first quarter of 2016. On March 10, phishing emails began to arrive, primarily targeting Democratic campaign staff members through the old email addresses assigned to them in 2008 elections. It is possible that hackers got access to one of these accounts which had up-to-date contact information of several higher officials. Attackers started targeting non-public email addresses of high-ranking Democratic officials, including Gmail account of Hillary Clinton's 2016 US presidential campaign's chairman, John Podesta. Hacking to his Gmail account resulted in 50,000 emails stolen and leaked on whistleblowing website WikiLeaks. Phishing attacks intensified in April after the fair analysis of compromised victims' email account by the threat group. Although hacker seems to become suddenly inactive for a day on April 15, which in Russia was a holiday. The malware used in the attack sent stolen data to the same server that was used for the group's 2015 attack on German parliament. The April 15th inactivity and their reuse of infrastructure made it pretty obvious that who was behind the hack. Here is an intriguing aspect of DNC hack. At the same time, when APT28 was inside the DNC server, another sophisticated hacking group attributed to Russian Federation, Cozy Bear or APT29, was already present on the machine. The two groups, however, appear to be unaware of each other's existence. So in this case, the two state-sponsored APTs are going after the same target, yet none of them is aware of others' existence. This reveals that both the APTs are from different departments. This coexistence, however, tells us a lot about APT-29 as a group. APT-29 is the one that is more interested in traditional long-term espionage and was already inside the infrastructure a year before APT-28. So this was all about the interesting attacks conducted by APT-28, and in the next section we are going to discuss about more advanced and sophisticated threat actor APT-29.
APT-29. This group is known to be active in performing operations since 2008 and are famously known as Cozy Bear. While conducting a cyber operation, APT-29 aims for covert long-time espionage and sometimes disruption too. Their targets for the attack include government, consulting, technology, telecom, and other sectors in North America, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. They are known to make use of 0 days supply chain attack vector, code signing, custom written malwares for performing advanced evasion and exploitation in their covert long-term operation. Now let's talk about their incident of intrusion. In August 2015, Cozy Bear conducted a spear phishing cyber attack against the Pentagon's email system. This attack resulted in shutdown of entire Joint Staff unclassified email system as well as the internet, affecting Pentagon's operations significantly. Cozy Bear chose to compromise 5,000 military and civil personnel's email account working in high-level positions in the organization, because they would be a great source for long-term intelligence gathering and surveillance against the state. Cozy Bear was found to be coincidentally operating alongside the hacker group Fancy Bear in Democratic National Committee's cyber attack around June 2016. During the DNC hack investigation, it was discovered that both the hacker groups were from different organizations. Many people believe that Fancy Bear is a military unit conducting cyber operations and Cozy Bear is a Russian Central Intelligence Unit, mainly due to the difference in their dynamics and ability to perform long-term covert operations. In fact, Cozy Bear's role in this attack was significant because they gained access to DNC's server a year before Fancy Bear. This incident was previously discussed in our APT-28 section. You are free to revisit that section if you wish. Cozy Bear was accused in July 2020 with attempting to steal data on COVID-19 vaccine and treatments being developed in United Kingdom, the United States, and Canada. It is possible that the group was attempting to steal information on COVID-19 vaccine and treatments in order to gain a competitive advantage over Russia's pharmaceutical industry. Now, let's talk about a major hack that shocked the entire world: Sunburst. To understand this hack, let me first familiarize you with SolarWind Orion platform. SolarWind Orion platform products are essentially network management and monitoring solutions that are used by a large number of companies, including 80% of Fortune 500, making them a viable vector for supply chain attack. FireEye, a cybersecurity firm in the United States, announced on December 8, 2020 that a collection of their proprietary cybersecurity research tools have been compromised, probably by a nation with top-tier offensive capabilities. SolarWind confirmed shortly after that multiple versions of Orion platform products have been compromised, most likely by a foreign nation state. Analysis suggests that attackers were able to circumvent threat detection techniques used by SolarWinds, other private companies, and the federal government by managing the intrusion through multiple servers based in the United States and mimicking legitimate network traffic. FireEye made the announcement on December 13, 2020, stating Sunburst, a global intrusion campaign that uses a supply chain attack to Trojanize SolarWinds Orion business software updates in order to spread malware. This campaign could have started as early as spring 2020 and is being carried out by a highly skilled actor with extensive operational security. In fact, the malicious code was hidden inside official signed update package and distributed using SolarWind distribution servers, making it really hard for clients to detect. As a result, 18,000 of 300,000 Orion clients were breached, including FireEye, a cybersecurity company, Microsoft, Cisco, Deloitte, and other significant organizations, which was about 80% of Fortune 500. This operation took a year and a half to plan and execute. According to me, operations demonstrating such exceptionally high level of operational security will require such a timeline for conducting a covert attack. The impact of the attack prompted the United States Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency to issue a rare emergency directive which shows the impact of the operation conducted by this group. Sandworm Group. This group is known to be active since 2009 and aims for disruption and espionage while conducting their operations. Sandworm is known to target power grids, Olympic, media companies, banks, electric firms along with several other targets. Their operational capability for launching an attack includes spear phishing and supply chain hack to gain access to target network, which often ends with a wiper or ransomware attack on its final execution. Now let's talk about their cyber intrusion. This threat group has been labeled as history's most destructive threat actors.
This Sandworm group was accused in 2016 and 2017 of launching an attack on Ukraine's power grids, causing a complete blackout.
The malware used in this attack was named Indestroyer or Crash Override. The detailed analysis of Indestroyer malware revealed that the malware was designed to disrupt the working process of industrial control systems. Indestroyer is a modular malware. Its main components are the following. A main backdoor, which is used to control all other components of this malware. This component connects to remote command and control server in order to receive commands from the attacker. An additional backdoor, which allows attacker to regain access to a target network in case the main backdoor is detected or disabled. A launcher component, which is responsible for launching the payloads component and the data wiper component. This component also contains the date at which hacker wants the malware to launch the wiper component automatically. Next is a 4 payload component, which basically helps the malware to map the target network and then issue commands specific to industrial control devices. And at last, a wiper data component that is designed to erase system crucial registry keys and overwrite files to make the system unbootable and recovery from the attack harder. This group is also known to conduct number of other harmful operations against Ukraine, specifically including NotPetya Viper operation, whose suspected intentions were to launch a crippling attack on the eve of Ukraine's Constitution Day. The MEDOC tax preparation program, which was widely used in Ukraine's enterprise and government organizations, was abused to spread and activate NotPetya on systems. This group hacked into Linkos, the parent company of MEDOC software, and planted a little something extra, the Viper code, in MEDOC's next update, along with the use of Eternal Blue exploit, which helped malware to spread over the network and cause the most damage. The result of the attack were really promising, causing 10% of the Ukraine's online device going into dark, including some in every government ministry, more than 20 financial institutes, and at least 4 hospitals. Talking about their recent attack, Sandworm attempted a blackout in Ukraine in April 2022 using an Indestroyer malware variant named Indestroyer 2. But the attack was detected and mitigated before the malware could cause a blackout. It is believed to be the first attack in 5 years to utilize an Indestroyer malware variant known as Indestroyer 2. So this was all about Russia's state-sponsored operation and their operational capabilities. Now let's look at the country to which world's first state-sponsored group is linked. The most infamous country that certain nations such as the United States see as the greatest threat to their critical infrastructure, China. China is by far the most notorious hacking nation. United States and a number of Asian countries consider intrusion from Chinese state-sponsored attack to be the greatest threat to their critical infrastructure. Here are some facts about China. APT-1, the first acknowledged advanced persistent threat, which is known to conduct cyber espionage campaigns against a broad range of victims, are Chinese state-sponsored hackers. This indicates a lot about their offensive inclination in the fifth domain. The United States National Security Agency, also known as NSA, has dedicated a unit solely to monitor and mitigate cyber threats emerging from Chinese hacking groups. China is widely known for its internet censorship. In fact, it is the first country to implement a deep packet inspection and AI-driven Great Firewall of China that allows the government to monitor and control traffic flow across its virtual borders.
China is known to implement backdoors in most of its technology, and privacy driven solutions simply cannot coexist in China's ecosystem. Privacy solutions, such as VPN, can only be allowed to operate in China if they comply with Chinese norms. In this situation, cooperation would involve snooping on VPN traffics of users and sharing that data with Chinese government. In China, decentralized privacy-driven solutions such as Tor, Proxy, and privacy-focused chat applications like Signal are also highly censored. So this was the gist of China's attempt to control the internet by censoring the free speech and expression. Now let's talk about their offensive involvement and outcome of cyber warfare with other nations. According to recent US publication, there are solid evidences against Chinese state-sponsored APTs for compromising US gas pipeline and a number of operational technology-based facilities. China is suspected of stealing terabytes of design data for F-35 Joint Strike Fighter from Lockheed Martin's server. In 2012, a Chinese version of J-35 appeared to compete with F-35, confirming a major intellectual property theft by Chinese hackers. Another incident occurred when US intelligence agencies concluded that Chinese hackers meddled in 2016, 2018, and 2020 elections, similar to what we have seen Russians doing against the United States at the same time. China's participation in offensive operations resulted in international sanctions against Chinese hackers. The FBI has issued warrants for espionage and other wire frauds against multiple state-sponsored hackers and cybercriminals. Because of these international sanctions and warrants, Chinese hackers are no longer permitted to travel internationally. To overcome this issue and to keep offensive knowledge expanding, the Chinese government has introduced Tianfu competition, a replica of Pon-to-Own. Pon-to-Own is a security competition specific to zero-day engineering, where number of vendors put their products up front and hackers then try to break their application's security parameters so that vendors can study those exploits and release patches to protect softwares from unauthorized exploitation from similar kind of vulnerabilities. Depending upon the severity of bug disclosed by hacker, vendors provide them with handsome payout. So this similar concept was implemented in China as well. The difference is that Pon-to-Own is a global competition, while Tianfu competition is conducted and is limited to China. Later, world found out how 0 days found in Tianfu competition were misused by China government to target and perform surveillance on minorities in China. Chinese threat actors has a long history of operations, and according to me, every Chinese threat actor is worth understanding. But for this course, I have chosen to focus on APT 41 and Hafnium. So let's go through them one by one. APT 41, also known as Vinti or Double Dragon, is a threat group that is known to conduct espionage and financially motivated operations simultaneously since 2012. In 14 nations, they are primarily targeting the healthcare, travel, software, media, telecom, technology, video game, and automotive industries. This threat group is known to make use of supply chain compromise tactics by infecting legitimate production softwares and exploiting distribution systems in order to gain access to victim organizations. They use non-public malwares including backdoors, keyloggers, and rootkits in their operations. They extensively rely upon spear phishing and use less known file formats like CHM to gain initial access to victims' network. Now let's discuss about some of their intrusions. Operation Shadowhammer, a sophisticated supply chain attack involving Taiwan-based tech giant ASUS, was discovered by Kaspersky researchers in 2019. The hackers involved in this hack had somehow compromised ASUS signing infrastructure to sign and backdoor ASUS official binaries, which later found to have infected at least 500,000 victims around the globe. Since the backdoors were digitally signed by ASUS certificate, this attack remained undetected for a long period of time. Through our discussion, one might assume this to be a mass hacking campaign, but this is not the case here, and let me tell you why. The second stage payload was delivered only to a small group of users who were identified by their network adapters' MAC addresses. Kaspersky was able to identify at least 600 different MAC addresses from the sample obtained, but no individual victims were named. SITA, a global provider of IT services to the aviation industry, acknowledged a security breach in March 2021. The following month, several SITA customers, including Air India, Singapore Airline, and Malaysia Airlines, reported data breaches, indicating that this was yet another supply chain attack. According to Group IB, which investigated this issue with Air India, claimed with moderate confidence that APT-41 is behind this attack. The incident occurred in 2012 when a new antivirus product called NVSoft entered the antivirus market. This tool was marketed as legitimate security software utility, and it has been verified as safe by established antivirus vendors. No one knew what the true intentions were for launching this product at that time. NVSoft was masqueraded as a company based in California and Canada in order to conceal the true origin of the product from the public. Later, things started to make sense when Brian Curb, a well-known investigative reporter and author of CurbOnSecurity.com, published a report in 2012 criticizing these offensive techniques used by the Chinese state-sponsored groups. The report revealed a lot about the products as well as the correct origin of the company, which is in Chengdu, Sichuan province, China. Soon after this report was made public, antivirus companies began flagging NVSoft as malware, effectively ending this hack. It was later revealed that NVSoft was founded by the same people who were charged with being a part of Advanced Persistent Threat Group APT-41. In September 2020, the United States Department of Justice brought charges against 5 Chinese and 2 Malaysian nationals for allegedly compromising more than 100 companies around the world. The charges leveled against them do not appear to bother individuals as they continue to conduct their operations with the same level of competence. So this was all about APT-41, and now let's move on to our next Advanced Persistent Threat Group, Mustang Panda. Mustang Panda is a cyber espionage threat actor based in China that was initially discovered in 2017 but may have been active since at least 2014. This group is known to target government entities, non-profit, religious and non-governmental organizations in the United States, Germany, Mongolia, Myanmar, Pakistan, Vietnam, among others. This adversary based in China has demonstrated an ability to quickly incorporate new tools and methods into their operations. This claim is supported by the fact that it used CVE 2017-0199 exploit code just days after it was publicly disclosed. Mustang Panda is known to host their malicious files on legitimate domains with high reputation in order to lure their victims and improve their operational outcomes, thereby avoiding a lot of intrusions while conducting their operations. Let us now look at Mustang Panda's observed infection chain, which was utilized by them in their operations. A weaponized and obfuscated link is sent to victim's email through phishing. Once the victim go to that, a zip file which contains a .lnk file masqueraded as .pdf file using double extension trick gets dropped to the victim's system. This LNK file makes use of embedded VB script components which retrieves a decoy PDF file and a PowerShell script from the adversary controlled web page. This PowerShell script then calls and stages the command and control, giving hackers the remote access to the victim's system, after which further post-exploitations get performed, making the attack covert, significant, and impactful. According to reports, the group breached the internal network of at least 10 Indonesian government ministries and agencies. The Insect Group, a division of Recorded Futures dedicated to researching threats, discovered the cyber espionage campaign in April 2021. After discovering the infamous PlugX malware command and control servers communicating with hosts inside the Indonesian government's network, Insect researchers raised the alarm and reported this incident to respective authorities in Indonesia. Researchers concluded that communications which appeared to be dated back to March 2021 are the work of Mustang Panda, who they believe control the malicious servers. This was the end of the topic, where we have discussed China's role in cyber and offensive operations. In the next topic, we will be discussing North Korea's advanced persistent threat actors and their attacks. In a Korean People Army book, former North Korean leader Kim Jong-il is quoted as saying, "If internet is a gun, cyber attacks are like atomic bombs." They regarded cyber attack as all-purpose sword. After observing the hybrid war trends in 2003, Kim Jong-il began emphasizing the importance of improving cyber capabilities. In fact, North Korea's cyber capabilities got a significant boost after Kim Jong-un took over as North Korea's new leader in 2011. North Korea is thought to be a nation that engages in conducting naked cybercrimes for monetary benefits in the cyberspace. North Korea's recent cyber attack trends have warned other countries that they must be prepared to deal with countries' persistent attack. Their cyber attacks is motivated by financial gains as well as espionage specific to intellectual property theft. North Korea adopted Chinese offensive war techniques to gain economic and tactical advantages. It has been discovered that both China and Russia are providing offensive trainings to North Korean hackers. The North Korean cyber army is believed to have 3,000 to 6,000 skilled hackers who hack other countries from dusk till dawn. To deal with United States economic sanctions and to help their economy, North Korea came up with a workaround, which is to hack every possible financial institutes in the world. They are known to carry out well-organized bank heist, ransomware operation, and have recently demonstrated significant success hacking cryptocurrency exchanges in their hunt for free money. According to chain analysis, North Korean hackers stole nearly 400 million US dollars in Bitcoin and Ethereum, but it still has millions of dollars in unlaundered stolen cryptocurrency fund. To launder the illegal money, hackers are known to use premium mixing services and decentralized finance protocols to hide their digital traces. The funds stolen are then used to facilitate their nuclear and ballistic missile development programs. North Korean hackers are broadening their scope and targets financial institutes, transportation, military, and government networks. Let us now turn our attention to North Korea's most infamous threat group, the Lazarus Group, which has caused enough disruption and espionage to change the world's perspective of threats and forced several nations to reconsider their worst-case scenario. Lazarus Group is a North Korean hacking group that has been active since at least 2009. Because of operational attributions and motivation overlap, the group serves as a threat actors umbrella for APT-37, 38, Kimsuki, and other North Korean threat groups. From their unsophisticated early years of operation to having cutting-edge offensive capabilities such as zero-day exploit tricks, Viper, ransomware, custom offensive tool, and stealth rootkits, this group is known to have achieved tremendous growth in their offensive capabilities. This group is suspected to have carried out well-organized attacks on big companies and institutions including KuCoin, Sony, and the Bangladesh Bank. Let us begin with KuCoin cryptocurrency exchange hack. KuCoin was hacked on September 25, 2020. The total value of stolen cryptocurrency is expected to exceed $275 million. The hack was made possible by the disclosure of private keys of KuCoin hot wallets. The initial access method used by the threat actor is still unknown, but Lazarus is well known for its extremely convincing spear phishing efforts and use of 0 days and advanced tricks in its operations. Immediately following the incident, the victim company reported that the exchange has recovered $204 million in stolen funds. The group has been seen using DeFi exchanges and crypto mixing services, complicating the recovery and tracing of stolen cryptocurrencies. The KuCoin heist was not their first crypto exchange heist. In fact, they have been known to target cryptocurrency exchanges since 2016. Let us now discuss the well-known Sony Pictures hack. On November 24, 2014, hackers released sensitive information about employees and their families, as well as copy of unreleased films and several other classified files. The Guardian of Peace, a North Korean cybercrime group, later revealed to be the Lazarus Group, hacked Sony's computer system. During the hack, the group demanded that Sony pulls its upcoming film, The Interview, which depicted the assassination of North Korean leader Kim. The group also threatened to carry out terrorist attack on movie theaters if the film was released, though these claims were later proven to be false. The attack, according to the report, began with an SMB worm exploit which was used to take control of target's computer system. The component of this attack includes an implant, a backdoor, a proxy tool, and a Viper component to destroy the data present on the infected system. The components clearly show a desire of persistent entry, sensitive data theft, and the destruction of attack evidence. The FBI provided additional detail about the hack, describing the hackers as sloppy because they used proxy IP addresses originating from North Korea. The hackers logged into the Guardian of Peace Facebook account and Sony's hacked servers without effective concealment of their digital footprints at one point. Because North Korea's internet is tightly controlled by the government, a third party hijacking these addresses without the permission of North Korean government seems unlikely. Malware used in this attack also considered IP addresses pointing to the infrastructure that was previously used by the North Korean hackers, allowing this hack to be traced back to North Korea. Now let's discuss the largest bank heist conducted by this group, the Bangladesh bank heist. This heist took place on February 4th and 5th, 2016, which was a bank holiday. Hackers gained access to bank's network in January 2016, which is exactly a month prior to the hack. They then strategically inserted malware into systems capable of initiating fund transfer requests from the reserve, due to which hackers were able to transfer $101 million from Bangladesh Bank by exploiting SWIFT payment system. Let's take a look at what exactly has happened. The SWIFT banking system flagged 30 transactions totaling $851 million for review by staff, but meanwhile 5 fund transfer requests were granted, with $20 million transferred to Sri Lanka, which was later recovered though, and $81 million lost to Philippines, which entered Southeast Asian countries' bank system on February 5, 2016. This was accomplished by quietly monitoring employees' day-to-day fund transfer tasks for over a month. Some of the stolen funds were laundered through casino and unsurprisingly ended up in Hong Kong. Prosecutors in United States suspect that the hack was a state-sponsored operation backed by the government of North Korea. According to some reports, China is also assisting cybercriminals by diverting stolen funds from Philippines. So this was the end of this topic, where we have discussed North Korea's cyber capabilities and operations conducted by North Korean hacking group Lazarus. So far, we have discussed the cyber capabilities of countries such as China, Russia, Iran, Israel, and North Korea. However, this stack would be incomplete without mentioning a country that is regarded as one of the few early adopters of offensive security, dating back to late 1990s, the United States of America. United States, one of the very first country who accepted cyber as the fifth domain after land, sea, air, space. Around 2000, there was much emphasis by the US government to improve offensive capabilities in order to better defend against cyber espionage and offensive operations conducted by the adversaries. In order to understand the offensive capabilities of this nation, let's first try to understand their defensive background with an example. You must have heard about Tor. If not, it is an onion routing project, which is a multi-layer secure communication protocol that is one of the world's best existing privacy-focused protocol. Tor was developed in mid-90s by the US Naval Research Laboratory, clearly showing their inclination towards the importance of securing critical information from online threat actors. United States is also known for its collaborative intelligence sharing and surveillance program, famously known as the 5, 9, and the 14I, allowing them to have access to the data and information from various countries and their signal intelligence department around the globe. Now let's have a look at their offensive readiness. In the last 2 decades, most of United States' offensive operations went unnoticed by other governments and related industries. United States is believed to be the home of most sophisticated and experienced offensive operation group, with some of them found working since late 90s. For example, the Equation Group. The cyber operations conducted by US are highly sophisticated, cutting edge, and covert. In fact, United States has created US Cybercom, which stands for United States Cyber Command, in 2009, which operates under Department of Defense with a plan to defend their critical infrastructures from adversary. When directed, they are also capable of conducting full spectrum of military cyber operations against the adversaries. Since these offensive tools have immense capabilities, there is a need of a framework under which offensive tools can be used by the law enforcement and other government organizations in order to tackle national security threats. United States has a framework for that, and they call it VEP. VEP stands for Vulnerability Equities Process. Through VEP, governments and its contractors disclose about 90% of the 0 days found to the affected companies and also share that information to public, private, and foreign allies. Such strong and organized framework allow the fair use of 0 days in dealing with terrorism, illegal sexual content, and to tackle various national security threats. TAO is a cyber warfare intelligence gathering unit of National Security Agency, United States, and has existed since the late 90s. Its mission is to collect intelligence on foreign targets by hacking into computers and telecommunication networks. After Snowden leaked more than 9,000 classified documents, people came to know about the tailored operations conducted by the state. TAO is well equipped with softwares allowing them to break into commonly used hardwares, including routers, switches, and firewalls from multiple product vendors. Operations conducted by TAO were targeting the whole internet, and the frameworks developed by them were able to exploit any target in real time. Through the leaked documents, the mass surveillance program conducted by the government was discovered. This mass surveillance program is believed to be executed as a joint operation by the NSA, FBI, and CIA. Since we have got a background with TAO and the nature of work they do, let's now talk about their elite group, the Equation Group. This group came to light after Russian hacking group Shadow Brokers leaked their internal classified tools and documents in 2016. Many zero-day exploits like Eternal Blue, along with a lot of vulnerabilities in enterprise firewalls, antivirus software, and Microsoft products were released in the leak, opening a whole new realm of exploitation for various cybercriminals. Now let's have a look at offensive intrusions believed to be conducted by United States threat actors. The famous Stuxnet. The United States National Security Agency and Israel's Unit 8200 have been blamed for a large number of hacks in Iran over the last decade or so. This hack is considered to be a retaliation for Iran's ongoing uranium-based nuclear development, which was not liked much by the United States and Israel at that time. The sophisticated malware used in the attack is still considered a benchmark in the field of malware science. This malware used 4 different vulnerabilities as well as advanced defense evasion, air gap system exploitation, and other cutting-edge techniques to cause such widespread disruption. Although many people believe that Stuxnet was a success because it produced the expected results, some experts disagree. They regard the Stuxnet attack as a failed attack because malware spread exited the Natanz facility and began infecting systems that were not intended to be affected. Additionally, this operation was intended to be a covert operation, but a Stuxnet sample got in hands of analysts, proving to be an unintended operational outcome. Following the disclosure of Stuxnet operation, several other malwares such as Duke were also discovered. But the most intriguing malware that caught the attention of various security researchers is the BVP-47. The Linux backdoor BVP-47, which was almost undetected for a decade, is thought to have been developed by none other than the elite TAO unit, the Equation Group, and the backdoor was finally revealed in public on February 2022. According to the Advanced Cybersecurity Research Team at Pangu Lab, a Chinese cybersecurity firm, this elusive malware was discovered in 2013 during a forensic investigation of a host in a key domestic department. The BVP-47 sample was an advanced backdoor for Linux with remote Trojans-like functionality, protected through RSA's asymmetric cryptographic algorithm, which requires a private key to enable. Here is an interesting part. They found the private key in the leak published by the Shadow Broker hacking group between 2016 to 2017, which contained hacking tools and zero-day exploits used by NSA's cyber attack team, the Equation Group. To get a gist of how much successful this covert operation was, this malware was able to infect more than 287 organizations in 45 countries, including Israel, Iran, Brazil, India, amongst others. The first sample was uploaded in 2013 at the online virus scanner and submission website VirusTotal. At the time of upload, only one antivirus was able to detect it as remote access malware, which shows the group's advancement in writing such covert malwares that are capable to remain undetected for decades. So that concludes our section on offensive cyber operations and capabilities. Let us now move on to the next topic, the evolution of offensive cyber warfare. Countries began developing offensive capabilities with specific objectives in mind, such as stealth and persistent espionage to keep tab on allies and adversaries. Threat actors used stealth cyber operations to remain undetected and gather intelligence from their sources for a long period of time. Such state-sponsored hacks frequently include email hacking, online web application hacking, mobile exploitation, as well as various server and service exploitations. Nations use intelligence gathered from various sources to aid their decision-making based on recent advancements in specialized sectors such as defense, economy, and technology. Yes, covert operations are still required, but they are not the primary requirement in today's warfare. Today, threat actors are not only capable of gathering intelligence through long-running operations, but threat actors are also known to conduct operations to accomplish a variety of other objectives against the adversary infrastructure. Let's discuss them one by one. The first objective, apart from covert espionage, that comes into my mind is disruption. Hackers have been known to disrupt adversary infrastructure in order to demonstrate strong opposition to the target nation. Some examples of operation with disruption as their motive includes the Stuxnet attack, which was carried against Iran's nuclear facility. It was believed that the operation was carried out by United States and Israel in a strong retaliation for the country's ongoing nuclear development. Another similar example would be the power grid hack that caused a blackout in Ukraine in 2015 and 16, which was believed to be a Russian state-sponsored act during the ongoing cyber war. The second objective for threat actors to conduct cyber operation is financial benefits. Hackers are known to perform operations on critical sectors in order to obtain quick money from such organizations. Some example includes dark side ransomware operation, which blackmail organizations into auctioning data obtained by them. State-sponsored hacks with financial motivations are also not so uncommon these days, as evidenced by the Lazarus group from North Korea, which has been known to target crypto exchanges, banks, and similar financial objects to keep their nuclear program funding from being disrupted in any manner. Hackers are known to sell access of previously hacked organizations to any other entity willing to pay a higher price in return. Hackers are also known to offer cyber weapons on the dark web, which includes a wide range of offensive tools, exploit, stolen certificate, DMCA ignorant hosting, and similar tools that can aid other threat actors while conducting their cyber operations. Hackers are also known to provide services to their client, such as ransomware as a service, attacking infrastructure as a service, hire for hack service, and so on. The third and the most important objective of these threat actors would be PSYOPs, also known as psychological operations. Long-term psychological operations are known to be carried out by hackers with the purpose of manipulating human brains that allow threat actors to carry out attacks such as espionage, insider attack, election manipulation, and so on. Russian hackers were discovered attempting to convince an employee to carry out an insider attack by running a malware within Tesla's network for $1 million. Though this attempt was identified before it could cause further damage and it was determined to be an unsuccessful attempt. But this incident served as a wake-up call for many who believe that cyber operations are limited to systems and network and made them think of human brains, which can also be a target for hackers' penetration. We now have a better grasp of objectives of a sophisticated attacker, such as service disruption, psychological operation, and financial motivations. To accomplish such goal, one must be extremely skilled with their craft. So now, it's time to comprehend what is meant by skilled attackers, what exactly their skills are, and why the vast majority of so-called hackers do not fall into this category. Sophisticated attackers are those who can accomplish their aim of operations without making much noise, capable of staying inside the infrastructure for a long enough period of time, and then making their way out, wiping most of the sign of their presence. So this is how we can simply describe a sophisticated attacker. But the term sophisticated has a specific criteria that set them apart from the other type of hacking tribes. So let's examine what I mean by previous remark. Because publicly available tools are already signatured by your favorite EDR or antivirus solution for detection. As a workaround, sophisticated attackers can develop their own set of tailored malware, which makes a big difference. Despite the fact that only few sophisticated attackers utilize totally unique TTPs in their operation, and majority of them use open source tooling in some form. This tribe is capable of breaking into even the most secure infrastructure by making use of advanced attack vectors such as signed malware attack, supply chain compromise, vulnerable public-facing application or service exploitation, well-organized multi-staged social engineering attacks, zero-day infection, physical intrusion, among various other vectors. With such a wide range of organized infection plan, it is extremely difficult to keep targets secure by detecting and stopping their attacks. And for a fact, APTs are known to use variety of attack vectors just to keep their entire operation fail-safe. Suppose threat actors gain access to target network and decide to use Nmap to conduct mass scanning within the organization. This is a bad strategy for the following reasons. The traffic generated by the mass scan will later alert the intrusion detection system in place. In another instance, suppose attackers decide to transfer data in their data exfiltration phase through a random TCP port 1234. Do you think it would be a good idea to do so? No, because firewall or EDR will raise an alarm about data being transferred through an unusual port, and if this alarm reaches to the security operations center, who are on the lookout of such anomalies for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, the operation ends then and there. So basically the point I want you to understand is that even if they have access, they must be extra careful in the step they take to conduct their operations. So the meaning of sophisticated in this case would also imply that they need to be remarkably skilled at evading network-based and host-based detection and prevention systems, as well as capable of evading next-generation AI-based solutions. It can be seen that highly stealth operations actually require the use of techniques that are not widely discovered, and it is expected that these sophisticated threat groups will be able to customize their TTPs. Let's take a look at the things that are at top of the mind for threat actors as they modify their TTPs. Escalate privileges using less known privilege escalation exploits or 0 days, since EDR and other endpoint detection systems are known to closely watch such escalations against the publicly known available exploits. Use innovative persistent techniques to stay inside the host or network devices. Use tools that can perform lateral expansion on the network and could do the task by generating least network traffic to keep the network activity as low as possible. Use malwares specifically designed to operate under the victim's environment, keeping fail-safe features including contamination of the attack, environment keying, and operational security as some important dimensions for consideration. Use custom command and control to manage and operate multiple victim hosts or network devices. Use covert channels for C2 communication and data exfiltration by making use of malleable profiles for the operation. Use safe and hardened, also not widely used infrastructure for conducting operations, because if the infrastructure is already attributed, then no matter how much TTPs get changed, threat intel will still be able to point the activity to a particular group. At last, threat actor needs to regularly patch and improvise TTPs to keep their infrastructure and operations away from threat intelligence. An operations execution is the most important factor, but do you know what complements it while conducting an operation? It's the capable malwares. Operations are as good as malwares used in them. Since they are the ones which actually do the work inside the victim's infrastructure, our execution cannot be correct if malwares are not up to the expectations. The sophistication of malwares varies depending on the budget, motivation, and the type of operation being conducted. For example, if a ransomware group is conducting an operation, they are known to make use of malwares containing exploits for publicly disclosed vulnerabilities, rather than going for a 0 day. Because they conduct mass operation and use of 0 days in their malware would burn the rare exploits soon. But if we see spyware toolkits such as Pegasus, since they are used against few targets, detection of such exploit attempts are really hard. Hence, 0 days remain unpatched and can be used for much longer duration in their operations. To understand how hackers select malware based on operational requirements, it is crucial to understand how different types of malware have evolved in terms of capabilities and how today's sophisticated attackers use these malware codes to conduct cyber attacks. In this topic, we will look at the history of malwares, how it was created, different types of malware that exist, and how much malwares have evolved from the past. So let's begin by defining malware and its various types. Malware is any software that is intentionally designed to disrupt a computer, server, client, or computer network. Malwares can leak private information, gain unauthorized access to information or system, deny users access to information, or interfere with users' computer security and privacy. Now let's discuss their different types. Virus. Viruses are malicious code that enter the victim's system, program, or application when the victim explicitly deploy them. It means that these virus codes needs to be executed by the victim in order to infect that system. Malware worm. Worms are similar to viruses with some differences, such as the fact that worms can replicate themselves in order to impact multiple hosts without human intervention. They can exploit vulnerabilities to infect multiple hosts within a network. Some of its variants have also been discovered to infect victims via email by sending a copy of worm code to frequent contacts. Worm malware can create botnet to perform attacks such as DDoS, distributed denial of service, or can be used by hackers for traffic masquerading to conceal the original traffic origin. Worms can also modify, delete, or steal data from the affected systems, and it can also assist hackers with persistent backdoor access and ransomware attacks. Trojan. Trojans are sort of malwares that is disguised as legitimate software application or file in order to trick users into downloading it and giving it control to their device. Once deployed, a Trojan can carry out tasks for which it was created, whether the task is to disrupt, steal, or damage your data or network in any other way. Trojan software has the ability to spy on people, and it can also erase, change, or steal data and gain complete control of victims' computer. Ransomware is a sort of virus that encrypts and locks a victim's device or data, then demands a payment in order to unlock those files. Ransomware can encrypt, recover, steal, or delete a victim's data, resulting in monetary loss or sometimes even worse. Next is bots and botnet. Bots are basically systems that are completely under the control of hackers and are waiting for instructions from them to carry out specific tasks. Botnets are a collection of such bots that may hack systems without requiring human intervention by exploiting publicly exposed vulnerabilities. Botnets are used to launch denial of service attack, spy on victim system, and send phishing emails from the compromised device in order to infect as many devices as possible. Next type is a spyware malware. Spyware is a sort of malware that infiltrates computers without users' permission. This is frequently done by spying on the internet activity, track login and password information, or collect sensitive information that can be used fraudulently. Spyware, as the name implies, can be used to spy on users' device. Spyware is known to capture keystrokes, user activity, geolocation, audio, and a variety of other private information in order to discreetly spy on users. Next comes the adware malwares. Adware is a type of software that is designed to display unwanted advertisement on the infected computers. They are well known for tracking users' activity and continually pushing advertisements which can make the user experience unpleasant and sluggish. Adwares can trick users into visiting dangerous websites, redirect their traffic, sell their personal information without their permission, or install spyware or other malwares to gain more access to infected computers. Next comes the rootkits. Rootkits are said to have a unique design that allows them to hide in plain sight inside victims' system. Rootkits can take control of device and monitor its users' activity. Next comes the fileless malwares. Fileless malware is a type of malware that executes malicious code using operating system's native apps or interfaces. These malwares are classified as fileless since they do not need a third-party application to execute the malicious code. Fileless malwares are memory-based since they are known to execute in memory rather than on disk, making detection much more difficult. Fileless malwares can disrupt defenses in place such as antiviruses. It can also steal users' data and can gain complete control of targeted systems. The last type of malware which we are going to discuss here is malvertising. Malvertising is a sort of virus that is spread through advertisement on websites with a good reputation. Threat actors use these deception techniques to enforce users into downloading malicious softwares. Malvertising software can steal data, launch ransomware attack, or obtain complete control of infected device without users' permission. These categories haven't been here for a long time, and majority of these versions have joined the league as a result of ever-changing offensive trends. Let's look at the history of malwares to see how some simple pieces of code evolved in such diverse form of malwares. The first malware with which we are going to start this topic is Brain Boot Sector virus. This virus was created in 1986 and is the first known malicious software that targeted MS-DOS computers. The malware was known to be written by two brothers in Pakistan. The next is Morris worm. This worm was created in 1988. This worm infected systems connected to the older version of Internet, also known as ARPANET. Robert Morris became the first malware author convicted for distribution and unfair use of software for committing computer crimes. Next comes the SQL Slammer worm. This worm was believed to be created in 2003, and this worm is known to be one of the fastest spreading worms that the world has ever seen. At that time, the worm is believed to have infected nearly 75,000 computers in just 10 minutes. The next is Configure worm, known to be a successor of SQL Slammer worm. This worm is known for its sophistication and the damage it has caused to the number of affected systems. Next comes the Stuxnet worm. The Stuxnet worm is known for its most sophisticated architecture that comes as a result of years of development as a joint operation of United States and Israel for disrupting Iran's Natanz nuclear facility. WannaCry was the most dangerous ransomware of all time, which is known to use Eternal Blue SMB exploit for hacking into host and then encrypting the file system. WannaCry had affected hospitals, banks, telecommunication companies, warehouses, and many other industries. Next comes the Pegasus spyware. This spyware is capable of reading text messages, tracking cell or location, collecting password, accessing target device microphone and camera, or even harvesting information from various applications. It is a Trojan horse computer virus that can be sent flying through the air to infect cell phones silently. We can witness tremendous difference in malwares from 1988 to today's malware like Pegasus through this conversation. What is clear from this discussion is that a new force of hybrid malware has emerged and are disrupting defenses that were relying on known signatures to detect malwares. Let's have a look at some features that have been discovered by analyzing malwares infecting victims in the wild. Malwares have been found to use anti-debugging, anti-forensics, sandbox detection, and AV evasion techniques to get around security softwares. These malwares are also known to use polymorphic, metamorphic, or oligomorphic coding to ensure that malware's dynamic execution is distinct from the one that defense may have detected. These malwares are known to use covert command and control communication after a successful infection in order to keep their network activity low and unnoticed. When communicating with attackers' infrastructure, malwares have been observed to exploit domain fronting techniques to ensure that their communication are routed through trusted, high reputational domains. These malwares have been known to exploit fileless execution mechanisms such as PowerShell or WMIC to execute malwares in memory, evading a variety of defense and forensics. We have also seen malwares with advanced functions for infecting users in the wild, such as air gap infection, boot sector infection, peripheral infection, environmental keying, self-destruction, and the utilization of AI-driven components. So there you have it, a high-level overview of majority of recent malware features. What if I tell you that there is another type of malware that you don't see or hear much about? These are known as advanced malwares, and they are extremely difficult to detect or stop. Let me explain you why. So let's first understand what are advanced malwares. Advanced malwares are specifically crafted malwares that are designed to operate in a specific environment in a specific manner and to affect a small number of targets in order to achieve a specific real-world goal. So basically, these are the malwares that attackers create in order to be used against a specific target or collection of targets. Now let's look at what differentiates them from other malware strains. The answer lies in their implementation. Let's take a look at well-known and advanced malware known as Stuxnet to see what we are talking about. So what makes Stuxnet an advanced malware? After analyzing the Stuxnet malware, it was discovered that it has used 4 different 0 days to infect and spread access throughout the network. However, this did not necessarily place this malware in the advanced malware category. In reality, the fact that Stuxnet was built specifically to infect and exploit Simon's supervisory control and data execution systems to cause the failure of centrifuge, in my opinion, is what made this an advanced malware. As with other advanced malwares, the scope of this attack was not to target every system or network device that came across, rather, it was designed specifically for industrial control system infections. All additional features including zero-day exploit, process injection, air gap exploitation aid the attacker in achieving the primary purpose of Stuxnet. After advanced malwares began disrupting cyber gatekeepers, defending against them became much more difficult, which somehow forced the development of more advanced detection capabilities such as hooking, sandboxing, cloud-based malware analysis, honeypot, and next-generation AI-powered EDRs among others. And don't worry if you have never heard about them. We are going to cover these topics in much detail in the malware analysis section of this course. We now know exactly where defense and offense stands in the cyberspace. So you might be wondering how malwares get a foothold in its victim's environment, given what we have learned about malware's capabilities and their types. Malware can gain initial access to a target system in one of the two ways: through an interactive entry in which some external influence is required for the malware to execute on the target system, or through a non-interactive entry in which the victim does not perform any explicit action but malware still enters their system by exploiting a set of vulnerabilities that aid malware in executing on the victim's environment. Let's take a look at interactive entry first. The first technique of interactive entry that comes to my mind is drive-by download, which is extensively used by a range of threat actors and have been proven to be a successful method of spreading malwares. When a victim of drive-by download clicks on a link, the first stage of malware infection is downloaded to their machine. The initial stage malware that are commonly utilized by these threat actors include malwares that are executable such as exe, com, lnk or similar that requires user to approve their execution by clicking on them once they are downloaded on the disk. Because today's browser and defenses have rigorous checks in place, the attackers are known to make use of stolen certificates to sign their malware in order to bypass smart screen and malware detection solutions to carry out their attack. Documents and file-based delivery, in which user becomes infected by downloading and running Microsoft Office-based files, PDF document or similar, are other methods of gaining an initial foothold through drive-by download vector. The third method used by threat actors to conduct infection is the use of wrapped extensions such as RAR, zip or even ISO, in which threat actors are known to wrap malicious malwares inside a format which requires a software to unwrap them such as WinRAR, 7-zip and similar. Aside from drive-by download vector, threat actors are known to use social engineering to exploit human errors or ignorance in order to trick victims into running malicious code directly to their systems. An example would be a hacker using a luring yet evil pen drive with autorun.inf set to a malicious executable which executes as soon as the target connects the evil pen drive to their systems. Here is a video demonstrating drive-by download initial access vector. Welcome to the drive-by download demonstration. The purpose of this demonstration is to show you how an attacker would execute such a vector in real world. As you can see, we have got a drive-by download attack scenario in front of us. So to make this attack easy to understand, we have divided this scenario into 6 important steps. So firstly, the attacker creates a phishing email along with a dropper. The second involves the victim opening this email and successfully clicking on our malicious URL. In step 3, our first stage dropper gets dropped onto the system. In step 4, victim mounts this ISO onto its system and launches the malware. In step 5, malware would be successfully executed on the system, granting access of the system to the attacker's command and control server. In step 6, the attacker now has a complete access of the system and we can say that the attacker has now successfully hijacked the system. So without further ado, let's see how we are going to execute such steps in the real world. So let's get started right away. So this is our attacker's mailbox and we are using phishing pretext which says that our victim made a purchase on behalf of victim's employer, and because the amount that needs to be paid is higher and the delivery confirmation is approaching, it is our belief that by going through the mail, our victim will be compelled to see more details of this order by clicking on the URL that we have attached on this email. Before we send this email, there are 2 more things that needs to be done. The first is to create the payload and the second would be to host the payload in a web server. So for this demonstration, I'm using PawnDrop server to host our payloads, and along with that I'm using Empire command and control server, which is an open source command and control server to create PowerShell launcher that will be used for creating malicious shortcut file, along with LNK2Pawn, which is a tool that is going to help us create those LNK files easily, which can be directly used inside an ISO dropper. This ISO dropper will essentially contain 2 files, the first of which will be a password.lnk file which contains our first stage malware, and when you click on this LNK file, it not only provides access to the command and control server, but it also opens a notepad with a password for the password protected PDF that is also present inside the same ISO dropper. This technique of using a non-malicious password protected document along with a malicious password file is widely abused by various APTs. And the reason why this technique really works is that the password protected file is displayed by the hacker as a really important document that needs to be seen in urgency. So this urgency is mostly created by using the mail that the victim receives. So once we send this email to the victim's inbox, we can anticipate that the victim proceeds to step 3. So let's go to the victim's mailbox and see how our mail would appear to the victim. And yes, you can see that we have successfully received a mail here, and it says that some shipment is pending and the payment needs to be made. So after reading this email, the victim clicks on the URL to find more about the order, and as you can see, as the URL contains a .txt extension, which here creates a false impression that everything is fine, but once the victim clicks on the link, an ISO file rather than a TXT file gets dropped as a first stage onto the victim's system. As most of you would be aware that once we click on an ISO, it is mounted on the system. So here is how an ISO would be mounted onto the victim's system, and this is how our first stage payload would look like. Isn't this convincing? The shortcut file has a notepad icon to it, and the PDF file is a legitimate password protected file. So as the victim opens this PDF, as expected, it is requesting for a password. And once our victim clicks on the file which says password, it does two things. It grants attackers command and control server the access to victim's system, and the second thing is that a notepad got popped which contains the password for the legitimate password protected PDF, which the victim would copy from the notepad and paste to this PDF viewer to see this legitimate PDF file. So this is why and how the victim would successfully execute its malware, and we can see that our step 4 is completed here. Now that the malware has been executed on the system, we as an attacker must have the access of the system via command and control server. So to demonstrate that the attacker now has successfully completed step 6, we will use this access to create a file named ABCD, which when opened inside the victim's system must display our implanted flag, which is hacked. So as you can see, we have successfully uploaded our file ABCD, and now let's check on to our victim's system whether this ABCD file is written to its desktop folder or not. So as you can see, we did get this flag, which means that our try-by-download attack vector is successfully executed, and the attacker now has successfully hijacked this system, which completes our step 6 here. So this is how a try-by-download attack vector is used by the advanced persistent threat actors in real world. If you want an in-depth video on this, in which I'm going to tell you how I created this payload, how actually I dropped it onto the system, along with all the tools and techniques which I have used, let me know on my Twitter handle and I might make a detailed video on that. So this was all about the try-by-download attack demonstration. Now let's move on to our next topic of discussion. It's now a good time to talk about non-interactive initial access techniques. The term non-interactive refers to the fact that end users don't need to download any additional malicious executable file in order to be hacked. These vectors are difficult to develop and use, but they have a much higher success rate than interactive vectors. This difference makes non-interactive vector an excellent choice for conducting covert and sophisticated operations. Non-interactive initial access vector methods include exploitation of vulnerable application and exploitation of vulnerable services. Let's go through the exploitation of vulnerable applications first. With the addition of advanced rendering engines, browsers are no longer limited to only displaying and interacting with online web pages. This makes them a fantastic vector for hackers to try and exploit its underlying insecure components. Browser-based exploit need users to simply access the malicious web server hosting the exploit with a vulnerable web browser, after which the exploit will immediately infect the machine for further exploitations. Apart from that, hackers have been known to compromise public-facing services like web servers, WebDAV, SMB, FTP, and others to get access in the target network that can be exploited as a pivot point for additional infections. Hackers have also been known to use zero-click exploitation to breach high-profile targets who are known to use excellent cyber hygiene and are paranoid about their security. Zero-click exploits make their way by exploiting highly secure services such as WhatsApp, iMessages, and similar applications. Because these attacks are very expensive to carry out and can't be utilized for massive campaigns, only the targets that are considered to be the most important ones by the threat actor or the nation state will be targeted by such exploits. Finally, I would like to discuss the supply chain attack, one of the most effective exploitation techniques used by sophisticated threat actors to gain access to high-value targets while remaining stealthy for long-running covert operations. Threat actors use this attack to target weak links in a supply chain, specifically a company whose services are used by multiple high-value targets. Hackers then exploit this weak link and attempt to push malicious updates to all high-value subscribers. However, because these updates are coming from legitimate update servers, it is extremely difficult for endpoint and network defenses to determine whether the traffic is malicious or not. A successful supply chain attack grants the attacker access to hundreds or thousands of high-value targets at once. Example of supply chain attack would be Sunburst attack, which was known to have impacted more than 80% of overall Fortune 500 companies. Don't worry, we will soon go through this topic in much detail. It may come as a surprise to you that a significant amount of effort is required for the infection to be applicable in the real world. In the later section of this course, we will look at what makes an attack successful, but for the time being, I believe we have a good understanding of malware, its various strain, capabilities, and methods of infecting any target infrastructure. This concludes part 1 of this course, and I hope we have done well up to this point. Let's move on to the part 2 of this course, where we will look into the minds of threat actor and see how they carry out a wide range of cyber operations such as cyber espionage or ransomware attacks. Later in this section, we will look at the mistakes they make while carrying out such operations. We will also go through topics such as operational disaster, anonymity dilemma, and the use of dark web in the operations, among many other things. So let's quickly get into our new topic, operational setup for organized cyber attacks. What if I told you that before groups can launch a sophisticated cyber attack, they must execute it in a well-organized and well-planned manner, because any mistake will invite law enforcement to knock their door off. Threat actors are aware of this, or we can assume they have learned from their mistakes. So now they hold up a round-table meeting to discuss their plan of action, where they brainstorm through physical or virtual interactions to comprehend the various aspects of carrying out an operation. Similar to what we see teams doing before carrying out a red team operation in a corporate environment. During that meeting, operators establish several parameters that define the attack's restriction and limitation. For example, most ransomware groups have a restriction of not targeting the CIS countries. Yes, ransomware don't target CIS countries. This have been their policy for a long time. The point here I want to make is various similar constraints must be addressed prior to launching an operation. The primary reason for those discussions is to avoid unnecessary risky engagements while conducting an operation that could jeopardize the operation's continuity in any way. Let's assume an imaginary APT-69 of about 7 people from Nation X is planning to launch a ransomware attack on Company Y. So let's see how they intend to carry out this attack. To assist you in comprehending the operational insights, I have prepared a series of questions that I will answer to assist you in connecting the wheres and what of an operation. Keep in mind that this is a fictional questionnaire, and the answers which I will give may or may not be applicable to the real-world situation. So, from a perspective of a threat actor, the first question that comes to my mind is, what is the goal of the attack? Which essentially means what to expect as an outcome of an attack. The answer to this question has the potential to change the dynamics altogether. The more profitable the outcome of the hack, the more willing the team would be to participate in that operation. We have already discussed various motives behind hacks, such as espionage, disruption, and so on. Given that this is a ransomware attack, we assume that monetary gains is the only motivation for this hack. After all, what could be more profitable to a threat actor than free money? The goal of this operation is to extort a ransom from the victim by corrupting their critical systems that is responsible to run their day-to-day business operations. The next question would be, who is the operations target? Because this APT believes that hospitals can easily provide ransom and will not risk putting their patients' healthcare records and access to critical equipments in wrong hands, the target for this ransomware operation was chosen to be a healthcare facility such as hospital. Before getting their hands dirty, they must have an exit strategy in place, which includes what to do if the plan works and what to do if it doesn't. So the next question is, what will be the exit strategy for this operation? The answer is quite simple. If the group receives a ransom from a victim, they will send a decryption key and resume the file decryption process for the recovery of functionality and operations of that facility. But if ransom is not received, the attacker may permanently delete the encrypted files, making recovery very difficult, or even sell access or internal secret and data to the dark web, which completely depends on future negotiations. There is a fair chance of their activity being tracked, because the group will demand ransom in Bitcoin, a pseudo-anonymous cryptocurrency. So in order to avoid being tracked, the group will use premium mixing services to hide their digital wallets and use their underground network, which is widespread across several countries, to conduct money laundering by paying a commission on the laundered money. So far, the strategy appears to work well. We know what the goal, target, and exit strategy are. An organized attack, on the other hand, is not truly organized until it is known how much time or money will be needed to invest in the attack. So the question that arises is, how long will this operation take? These operations can take anywhere from a month to 6 months to complete, depending upon the size of the target and the level of their security. Based on the observed trends, a threat actor would require approximately 2 to 3 months in order to gain sufficient access to an organization with medium to high level of security and cyber defense. Keep in mind that the time frame for an operation can vary greatly. It is possible that the attackers will gain access to the infrastructure within a month, but for several targets, it could also take up to 6 months. So the operation has a 6-month buffer period. If the threat group is unable to extort ransom from the certain target within that time frame, they will move on to the exploitation of the next target. To sustain their operation for so long, an initial investment in infrastructure is required, which include the cost of operating operational equipments such as VPN, VPS, and so on. So the next question is, what is the budget for this operation? To be clear, this is only a budget based on technical requirements of an operation, and it excludes non-technical costs such as salary, accommodation, travel, or any other hardware cost. This cost denotes the expense of facilitating the operation with software and services such as malware, exploit, VPN, proxy, and similar technologies that are required for the operation to be carried out. The infrastructure used in operation is typically rented in the form of virtual private network or other paid services, which obviously adds on to the operational cost. To answer the question, a ransomware attack with 2 months timeline will cost between $2,000 and $5,000 on average, which is typically a fraction of ransom demanded from the compromised target. The cost of an operation varies depending on the defense that must be overcome by the threat group in order to compromise the target. The initial vector and overall TTPs of the operation will change depending upon the target's defenses in place. This leads us to the next question: how the group is going to get a foothold in the target's infrastructure. In the previous topic, we discussed how APT gains an initial foothold through interactive and non-interactive exploitations. To summarize, a threat group can enter infrastructure by exploiting known vulnerabilities in target software or service using 0 days, N days, social engineering, water holing, and several other vectors. To answer the question, how would APT69 enter the target organization, is indeterministic, because it is unknown how target would respond to attacks, and using client-side 0 days directly may not be a good idea. Hence, APT69 decides to use a fallback model. Vectors are queued one after the other in a fallback model, with one requiring the lowest cost being tried first, followed by the more expensive alternatives being used later. The first vector would be to use social engineering attacks like phishing or wishing to get employees inside the target organization to reveal their sensitive information, such as to reveal username and password of critical services. Or another vector could be to run a drive-by malware campaign in order to infect employees in the hospital's critical departments, such as the administration department. APT69 would then get a little more technical and hack the target's infrastructure, such as VPN, web server, mail exchange, vulnerable web browser, or exploitation of other products and services that has publicly known vulnerabilities in the next attempt to gain initial access. Most intrusions succeed up to this point. If the threat group does not gain access to the infrastructure till this point, they can buy and deploy a 0-day exploit against a product used by the target. This option, however, is not as simple as it appears. 0 days are extremely difficult to discover, expensive to purchase, and finding a reliable exploit broker is difficult and a risky option. Because of these constraints, we rarely see financially motivated threat groups use 0 days. The defense is already aware of everything I'm saying here. In fact, there are EDRs, threat intelligence product, Yara signature, and similar defensive technologies to combat advanced attacks carried out by these threat actors. Which basically means that the attack that APT69 is planning cannot proceed without evasion engineering. So naturally, the next question is how APT69 circumvent existing defense to carry out their attack successfully. The operation's nature, in my opinion, requires a careful selection of tools and techniques. In this case, because it is a ransomware operation, defenses are known to quickly detect and block the known characteristics of several ransomware to protect their customers by stopping such activities inside the host. So in order to keep ransomware operations running, several ransomware groups heavily rely on new source code for their malware. The benefit of using new source code is that there would be a low detection rate for known anti-malware solutions. Let's delve a little deeper into this to see how ransomware operators make it much more difficult to detect their malicious activities. Threat groups have been known to develop their own antivirus test bench to ensure that their tools and techniques are always up to date and undetectable. Because forensics will eventually get to the malware and the set of tools after the attack is successful, these bypasses, tools, and even exploits are chosen in such a way that if their kill chain is detected, they can reconstruct the kill chain without incurring heavy losses such as burning a 0 day. In general, these groups fill their attack vector with already signatured TTPs, but that does not mean that they do not work in the real world. It was noted that in the recent TTPs, threat groups are known to heavily rely on open source tooling and customizing some stages based on their target. So based on the above general discussion and to answer the question how APT69 would bypass defenses in place, threat group decided to attack target infrastructure using open source tooling with custom modifications. The deployment of stage 1 malware, which will be executed for the first time on the target system by the victim, as well as advanced customization such as anti-VM, anti-analysis, environment keying, polymorphic functionality, and encrypted stub are also incorporated for defense evasion. Also, once they gained a foothold, they will conduct a proper host discovery, gathering information about majority of security solutions in place and tailoring their attack to the target's environment actual security posture. So this was all about how the group decides to approach defenses in their place. We talked about the attack's goal, then we chose a hospital as a target, then we talked about the operation's exit strategy, then we talked about time and the cost of carrying out an operation, and finally, how ransomware groups deal with the defenses. Everything had been done to arrive at this final question. How do APT69 carry out a ransomware attack? There are two execution scenarios for a ransomware operation, depending on the amount of money and the time frame specified by the operator. The first option is to use in-house ransomware designed specifically for the victim, and the second is to participate in an affiliation program in which ransomware groups such as Conti or REvil provide ransomware as a service module to assist groups with their operation. As a result, this attack has two options. Let us go over both scenarios to determine which module is best suited for APT69. Case 1. We estimate that the operation will take 3 to 6 months, giving the group plenty of time to test, improvise, and acquire the skills needed to deploy ransomware with the help of custom-coded tools and exploits. The advantages of conducting offensive research and custom coding of their tools would be as follows. Because new TTPs are difficult to attribute to a well-known ransomware gang, APT69 will have an advantage in circumventing threat intelligence and several other defensive technologies. Because the group has time, they can work on various initial foothold vectors for penetrating organizations, allowing APT69 to launch a large number of attacks in a short period of time. Will unquestionably be a safer alternative to ransomware as a service provider and will also benefit the threat group because the ransom paid by the victim will directly go to APT69's digital wallet. Now let's talk about some drawbacks. Because ransomware attackers prefer to launch mass operation rather than targeted operations, it is difficult to develop a specific tool for each operation in order to keep their ongoing operations undetected. Another drawback would be that the operations cost rise as a result of additional research and extension of attack's timeline. Let us look at the second case in which APT69 execute ransomware by integrating ransomware as a service model. Assume APT69 does not have a time or resource to devote to research. In this situation, an attacker must employ a set of well-known TTPs to attack a corporation. Despite the fact that this appears to be less than ideal working strategy, it is the most common limitation for several ransomware groups. To assist them in this situation, ransomware as a service is useful because it allows groups such as Conti, Arrival to distribute their tools and procedure to affiliates. Let's start with the advantages of this execution strategy. Attacks can be launched as quickly as possible and on as many targets as possible in a short period of time. Because the majority of evasion and testing is already done by the ransomware as a service provider, TTP enhancements require relatively little effort. The cost of carrying out operations is lower than case 1, where carrying out operations require extensive research and time. The threat group can produce faster results, and if an operation fails, the necessary assistance and improvisation is obtained as soon as possible. Now let's talk about their drawback. TTPs become public and documented after a period of time. Threat intelligence can use them to monitor, trace and disrupt activities. Once the TTPs are disclosed, the duration of operations lifetime gets reduced, and law enforcement agencies may burn infrastructure at any time. Because payloads, tactics and intrusions are all signatured, attacks are carried out in a noisy manner by the time activity detections are pushed at every layer of the organization, from the network to the endpoints. Here is another interesting drawback. Even bad guys need to trust one another, and the current trends show that some ransomware as a service providers collect all the money by dealing directly with the victims and providing them with the decryption key, thereby bypassing the actual threat actors who carried out the ransomware attack. So based on the requirement, APT69 will go with case 1 and will use case 2 as a fallback if case 1 doesn't seem to work at some point. Now if the operation is successful, the attack is likely to draw attention to forensics and investigation. I stated at the outset of our conversation that the goal is to keep law enforcement and undesirable outcomes to a bare minimum. The first step would be to make cyber kill chain operations secure. Some attacks are truly OPSEC safe, but the vast majority are not, because not every target you strike is significant enough to warrant that level of OPSEC. It all depends on the nation the group is targeting and their fair understanding of geopolitics. For example, if the target is a typical business, even a few bad TTPs would do a little impact, but if the team has targeted a highly sensitive organization with a direct impact on national security, leaving weak deep links can be extremely concerning. Then there is a need to plan the operation to safeguard forensics and threat intelligence, as I have discussed previously. The second point to consider is how to avoid attributions. The origin of attack, team working on the operation, and the excess of original infrastructure, which is used by the threat group to collaborate as well as launch the attack, are all the things that must be kept private at all costs. To justify their action, threat actors are known to create bogus personas on dark web. They are also known to create false engagement by forming communities, real-world, like-minded people, and make their claim promising and legitimate to everyone in order to polarize opinions. Threat actors are also known to mask their IPv4 and the IPv6 addresses using privacy-driven no-log VPNs, secure operating systems such as Tails OS and the Onion protocol. Some ransomware groups are also known to increase sophistication of their malware to make reverse engineering, analysis, and attack detection as difficult as possible, such as using ransomware as a service model for evading direct attribution to the group. Identity isolation through anti-OSINT practices must be addressed by developing an OPSEC-safe operation kill chain in order to disguise their online identity from the threat profiling. Some advanced groups are ensuring each of the points raised above is correctly implemented. As a result, APT69 will construct an OPSEC-safe cyber kill chain before launching the ransomware operation. Let me know what they have overlooked while planning their operation that could still land them in trouble. Don't worry, we will go over several common mistakes that these threat actors make in the upcoming sections soon. Now let's take another example in which same imaginary APT-69 from Nation X is planning an attack on government facility in order to steal intellectual property through cyber espionage operations. To observe how this attack differs from the previous one, let's have a look at this case. Let's say the group is targeting an advanced research facility in order to steal research and development on nuclear reactors, and hacking them can aid the country X's nuclear program to grow stronger. These research facilities have been found to have network dissection, and crucial informations are only accessible in highly restricted and offline environments. So the goal of this operation would be to steal nuclear technology from the air-gapped/offline systems by conducting a long-term covert operation. It's important to remember that in our first case, there was not much of a need to be stealthy or covert, but in this case, the threat group needs to make a lot of less noise and stay as low in order to remain inside the nuclear facility for a long time. Just to make things crystal clear, this is a state-sponsored attack. This is well funded by the state and time frame will vary widely. Let's get back to the subject and see how malwares would affect this highly protected facility. There are several ways malware can get into a system, and we have already discussed it several times in this course, including NDAs, social engineering, exploiting public-facing services, etc. But as we have discussed earlier also, the group needs to be resourceful to obtain zero-day vulnerabilities if all of these relative affordable options fail. Yes, APT-69 can make aggressive use of zero-day in this situation, the impact of which will be discussed more in the budget section. The malware that will be used in this operation must be tailored to the specifics of the nuclear facility. Air gap exploitation, which were not necessary in the previous attack scenario, will play an important role in this operation. It's also necessary to conduct extensive study in order to develop and implement covert air gap communication channel that can be used for a variety of purposes. Consequently, this operation will involve a great deal of study and development of malware as well as sophisticated evasion engineering at the top priority. Now, if a threat actor is devoting resources to research and development, this must be a long-term operation. Because if hackers are able to penetrate such facilities, it can be a critical point for intelligence gathering on the subject, not to mention that these operations generally take a lot of time and effort to be properly executed. The next big question is how long this operation will take. For the most part, these operations don't have a time frame, and the hacker will stay in the network as long as they can acquire as much information as possible or till the time they don't get detected. So it could take anywhere from 6 months to 2 years or more for this operation to be completed. For some circumstances, it has been discovered that some governments have carried out covert operations on several other critical infrastructures of their adversary for more than 5 years and continue to acquire intelligence from those compromised victim organizations. Now let's answer our next question: what is the estimated cost of performing this covert operation? Just to be clear once more, this is just an operating budget which excludes non-technical costs such as salary, housing, travel, accommodation, and hardware. Costs associated with malware, exploit, and other tools used in this course of operation are the ones included in the statistics. When I say operation, I mean the period it takes from the group planning the attack till the point at which threat actors have necessary information successfully exfiltrated from the target network. On an average, the cost of sophisticated and targeted attack with a 12-month time frame would be anywhere from $100,000 to $250,000. Now comes the final question: how do we carry out this operation? I have learned a few things about covert operation by studying them. There is a low success rate for such operations because of the multiple point of failures that need to be taken care of while initiating the operation. As a threat group, they are aware of a number of things. Depending upon the budget and the time frame, the kill chain may be adjusted, which could help the operations with their overall stealthiness. The only way to complete the operation is to have patience, skill, and willingness to keep testing and improvising. TTPs and custom-coded tools such as air-gapped malware and exploits are often used for execution of such operations. Assuming the target may be more hardened than most organizations, it is necessary to employ custom collection of malwares to penetrate the system and make an effort to evade detections for the defenses at the very beginning of the operation. When a situation varies from the plan, it is important to account for the increased operational cost as a result of extended attack time frame. The group needs to also account for potential disadvantages due to the extended time frame. Let's take a look at how APT 69 would go about conducting a cyber attack in this situation. These groups typically keep their attack vector well stocked with cutting edge TTPs capable of exfiltration of sensitive information from offline and disjoint networks. The most typical initial access vector includes social engineering, employing one day or NDA to exploit known vulnerabilities in public facing services to penetrate private systems through which attackers can distribute malware to the offline air gap systems. To get around most antivirus solutions, custom malware is used in the first stage. This malware has advanced features such as covert communication protocol for data exfiltration using various traffic encapsulation and malleable techniques, as well as air gap capabilities, anti-VM, and anti-analysis capabilities. Groups are known to perform thorough host discovery and learning about the majority of security solutions currently in use and tailoring their attack accordingly. The pivot system will be targeted by a hacker who hopes to spread their virus to other systems in the same facility by infecting files and peripheral devices connected to it. To avoid detection of network intrusion, the data will be compressed and encrypted before transferring from the air gap to the pivot system, which then send the data to the hacker's command and control through an unsecure internet. During the course of this operation, air gap malware will be utilized for its built-in capabilities such as lateral movement, intelligence gathering, data exfiltration, and covert communications. As a result, APT 69 would proceed to carry out the operation by employing this method of execution. You must be thinking, why I have not discussed OPSEC till now? So here it is. OPSEC is more of a mindset rather than a list of tasks. Therefore, the principle of hiding identity and attributions as well as applying operational security would remain the same. So you can also refer case 1 and see what were the OPSEC recommendations, and the same would be applicable here as well. It is my hope that you now have a better understanding of how a state-sponsored operation and financially motivated ransomware attack works. I am confident that I have made my argument that not only these operations are ideologically and geopolitically distinct, but they are also highly different in terms of how they are planned and executed. Now let's get to our next really insightful topic, era of ransomware operators. Let's start with DarkSide, our first ransomware group. DarkSide is a cyber criminal hacking group based in Eastern Europe that uses ransomware to extract money from victims using extortion or double extortion tactics. This organization has been active since August 2020 and is well known for stealing sensitive data from victims and then pressurizing targets to pay a ransom or else their data will be exposed on DarkSide's data leaking and auction website. DarkSide has released ransomware as a service to assist other threat actors in launching ransomware attack without having to worry about technicalities of launching an operation, allowing even the least sophisticated attackers to launch enormous ransomware operations against targets. This group is also renowned for providing a phone service to its affiliates, which allow fellow affiliates to call their victims directly for extortion purposes. They were also known to facilitate distributed denial of service infrastructure, enabling threat actors to launch massive attacks against sensitive targets. When it comes to the impact of their operation, United States is by far DarkSide's biggest targeted country with over 500 attacks, followed by France, Belgium, and Canada. This group was also responsible for well-known Colonial Pipeline cyber attack in May 2021. So that was the background of the group. Let's have a look at operational details of this ransomware as a service provider. The maintainers of ransomware as a service provider ensures that the TDPs successfully penetrate victims' defense and making infection simple for threat actors so that they can focus on other areas of operation, such as luring victims and acquiring initial access, instead of worrying about payloads execution and infection reliability. Only 9% of their total toolkit can be classified as malware when infecting any target, while 91% of their arsenal is made of software utilized for legitimate reasons by the network administrators and Windows itself. They are also known to use legitimate, non-malicious technologies like TeamViewer, living off-the-land binaries, AnyDesk, ngrok, and similar softwares, which generally malware hunting platforms can't tell if these services or applications are being misused or used for legitimate purposes. dark side operators carry out their operation by examining their TTPs from initial access to the execution to data exfiltration. Vectors for initial access. Darkside ransomware leverages brute force attacks and exploit for known vulnerabilities in public facing services like remote desktop protocol and VPNs to gain initial access. It was seen in their past operations that Darkside malware uses CVE 2019-5544, CVE 2020-3992, and CVE 2021-20016 vulnerabilities, as well as spear phishing attack vectors to trick victims into submitting valid credentials that can be abused in order to gain initial foothold to the victim organization. After gaining access to the system using the methods outlined above, the operator is known to install malware utilizing PowerShell, PSExec, WMIC, WinRM, and other legitimate Windows services. DarkSide, like most other ransomware gangs, avoids target in specified geographic locations such as CIS countries by examining their system language settings and quitting if these configurations are detected. They employ scheduled tasks to keep their malware operational on computers, allowing their backdoor to operate at a given time, date, and privilege level. The operation is known to employ BitSadmin, Gmer, PC Hunter, and PowerTool 64 to disable defenses. I won't go into the details about which tools do what, but some of these programs remove rootkits and other malwares. Threat actors are abusing these software's capability to disable current protections in a victim's environment. It's now an ideal opportunity to use command and control to increase their access and impact. This group is known to use tools such as F3 custom command and control, Cobalt Strike, System BC, AnyDisk, and similar softwares to gain access to and control victims' system. The operator is known to configure each beacon to connect to a separate C2 server with a unique user agent, making malicious traffic correlation much more difficult to detect. Data exfiltration is the most intriguing aspect of this attack. Let's take a closer look at it. To facilitate their double extortion technique, they must first exfiltrate data from the target network in a non suspicious and covert manner. For this, operators are known to make use of legitimate public services such as pCloud, MegaNZ, and private labs for data exfiltration. The operator has been known to install Tor on victims' computer and use it to evade traffic monitoring softwares and even encapsulate RDPs and other services so that they can be tunneled through such encrypted protocols to evade network defenses. Darkside do not use ransomware until they have mapped the environment and extracted valuable data, gained control to the privilege account, and identified all the backup systems, servers, and applications. This is performed by going through discovery and lateral expansion on victims' environment using open source tools such as ADFind, Mimikatz, Bloodhound, PSExec, and others. As a result, groups' privilege and network access are perfectly mapped. The ransomware module is then activated on the target network at this point. So this was all about the operational details of the DarkSide operator. Let's take a look at why this ransomware stopped launching operations on their target and why generally most of the ransomware gangs often shut down. According to the intermediate hacker with whom DarkSide partners to hack, on May 14, 2021, DarkSide claimed that it was halting activities due to the United States pressure and shutting down gang's affiliate program. United States President Joe Biden had stated that the US would take actions against DarkSide to destroy their ability to operate. DarkSide said it has lost access to their payment system, log, and also the funds have been withdrawn to an unknown account. Many believes that DarkSide's claim could be a deception to avoid investigation, and such strategies could allow the group to start hacking under a new name. Cybercriminals frequently shut down, resurface, and rebrand themselves in this way. To summarize, no one knows for sure whether DarkSide shut down their operation legitimately or if it was just an attempt to reappear. Please let me know what do you think about it. So this was all about DarkSide's ransomware operational insights. Now let's move on to our next ransomware group, which is Arrival, and try to assess their operational insights.
Arrival is a ransomware organization based in Russia that has been active since 2019. This organization is known for conducting operations against Casilla and over 1500 other companies around the world. Its core group has been related to DarkSide ransomware gang
And like DarkSide, RA will also provide ransomware as a service to other threat actors to attack a wide range of victims all over the world. According to threat intelligence reports, this threat group primarily targets high-profile victims, with some of their well-known attacks include TravelX intrusion, which resulted in entire multi-billion-dollar business being shut down. Another incident would be the hacking of Acer last year, where they demanded a $50 million ransom for decrypting files and not releasing sensitive files online. Now let's have a look at RAVEL's operational capabilities. In order to gain access to any victim's infrastructure, operators are known to use previously compromised credentials to acquire remote desktop access, and also by exploiting authentication bypass vulnerabilities in public-facing services such as VPN and web servers. Operators use Windows native applications such as PowerShell, WMIC, RunDLL32, and similar binaries to execute their initial access malware. Upon successful execution of initial stage vector, the victim's system gets connected to command and control servers and is ready to perform malicious executions on behalf of threat actors. Since REvil is a ransomware as a service provider, multiple operators can carry out ransomware attack, and these operators are known to use Cobalt Strike and other commercial command and control tools to maximize their operational capabilities. These commercial tools contain exclusive modules that can help in evading defenses and perform difficult tasks such as lateral expansion with ease. Each initial access loader has its own persistence method, since there are so many different variations of initial access malware to choose from. For instance, in one of their kill chain, it was observed that the operator was known to employ scheduled tasks to establish malware execution triggers in order to keep a presence on victim's system while working on further intrusions. The run once registry key is also known to be used by the operator for similar purposes. In order to gain elevated privileges, the operator is known to exploit publicly known UAC bypasses and domain credential dumps. To avoid detection, operators are known to employ various techniques which can help their malware to hide their malicious attributions. And this is done by making use of less known process injection techniques, malware obfuscation, hiding of payload in registry, self-deletion malware functionalities, and disabling existing defenses such as Windows Defender or other antivirus or EDR solutions of the affected system. Operators are known to execute discovery phase in addition to lateral expansion phase to maximize the impact of their ransomware operations. During the discovery phase, they simply figure out what kind of systems and network are reachable through this compromised host. Both Windows internal tools and open source softwares like Bloodhound are known to be used by the operator for execution of this phase. For lateral expansion, operators have been known to use Cobalt Strike SMB infection and compromised Exchange servers to infect domain controllers, servers, and workstation. The aim of such ransomware operation is to cause maximum amount of infection on the target. It's basically based on a simple logic: the more infection there are, the more data is compromised and the more money can be made out of it. The next critical step for them is to carry out the ransomware attack. To avoid resource conflict, the ransomware is known to terminate blacklisted processes prior to the encryption, followed by data exfiltration of basic host information to determine whether or not the attack will be launched by scanning CIS countries to exclude them from ransomware execution. So this was all about REvil and its operational capabilities. Let us now look at how REvil Gang's reputation among its affiliates were negatively impacted. People began pointing out backdoors in REvil ransomware modules that were distributed as a service to their affiliates for conducting ransomware operations. The backdoor allowed original gang members of REvil group to victimize their affiliates of ransomware payments by directly dealing with victims without the involvement of affiliates, taking all the money from the victims and notifying their affiliates that the negotiation failed. Soon enough, REvil and its core members have lost faith of their affiliates, and many affiliates have decided to take this case to hackers court, expecting to have a resolution. Yes, you heard it right, the hackers court. which is a virtual court hosted inside the dark web which decides and passes judgment on similar conflicts. Many believe that the Casilla hack prompted Arrival's proper investigation and FBI's active involvement in obtaining the decryption key because of the impact of Arrival's operation against thousands of countries around the world, with majority of them based in the United States, which makes thorough investigation of such attacks a top priority. Soon after, Arrival's servers were hacked and were taken offline in a multinational operation on 21st of October 2021. This was believed to be a joint operation of FBI, Cyber Command, the Secret Service, and like-minded countries. As a result of such disruptive operation, soon enough Arrival's server as well as its restored backup servers were also hacked and taken offline. The US Department of Justice announced a statement against Ukrainian national Vesinsky and Russian national Polyanin on November 8, 2021. Velinsky was arrested in Poland on charges of launching ransomware attack on a significant number of victims, including Casilla, while Polyanin is accused of launching ransomware attack against a wide range of targets including Texas businesses and government agencies. The US Department of Justice collaborated with Ukrainian National Police and seized $6.1 million of ransomware payment. Vesinsky faces a potential penalty of 115 years in jail if convicted on all charges, while Polyanin faces a maximum sentence of 145 years in prison. In the top 5 operational disasters section, we went through how they were linked and how law enforcement got a hold of them in a great detail. So if you want, feel free to revisit that section. Russian law enforcement searched the house of 14 members of Arrival Group on January 14, 2022 and seized more than $7 million in currency, several crypto wallets, and 20 luxury cars. Arrival ransomware campaigns were effectively terminated as the result of this arrest, and the rest of the world was told that the group had been neutralized. Although it is unclear how effective these arrests were, since majority of the arrested hackers appear to have been released after roughly a month. Many people believe these arrests were made in an attempt to improve relations between Russia and the United States. Many suspect that Arrival might go for resurfacing and we might hear about their ransomware operations soon. So this was all about Arrival's operational capabilities and their downfall. I hope you now have a better grasp of Arrival ransomware gang's operation and their capabilities. Let's move on to the next ransomware family, the Conti ransomware group.
Conti, sometimes known as TrickBot and Wizard Spider, is a ransomware group that was discovered in 2018. It is believed that this group is based in and around Russia and Ukraine. Conti provides ransomware as a service to several threat actors to perform ransomware operations without worrying about the technicalities for running a ransomware operation on their own. They are extremely security cautious and only collaborate with criminals they trust. Since 2018, the organization's primary malware have been TrickBot, Ryak, Hermes, and Conti ransomware. This group is known to use double extortion technique similar to what we have seen with Arrival and DarkSide. Conti ransomware has been used against major corporations and government entities, particularly those in North America. Conti is also known of failing to send decryption keys even after victims have paid their ransom, which is unusual when compared to other ransomware actors. Let us now quickly go through their operational details. Conti offers a ransomware as a service model to its affiliate in order for them to execute ransomware attack. When threat actors join ransomware as a service affiliation program, they are provided with an affiliate panel with functionalities such as the ransomware executable generator as well as the ransomware decryption application, a cryptocurrency payment portal, a commission calculator, a tool for victim monitoring and statistics, along with a secure chat platform which can be used by the affiliates to establish a direct communication with victim for further extortion and instructions. Let us now have a look at group's TTPs. Because it is a ransomware as a service model, this part varies greatly depending on the affiliate who uses the service. The operator is known to utilize TrickBot, Amatet,
and Bazaar Loader to obtain initial access to infrastructure by using try-by-download vector to drop malicious PDF or Word files. Other methods for acquiring initial access includes mass vulnerability scanning for public-facing services such as RDP or SMB. This group is also known to make use of social engineering techniques such as phishing users via bogus websites. The operator is known to escalate their privileges by exploiting the gap between publicly released proof of concept and official patch propagation to victims' system. So basically they use NDAs that are just released on the internet and whose patches are not widely applied. An example would be Print Nightmare, also known by its CVE CV2021-1675, which is a vulnerability that this group leveraged extensively against a number of targets. Conti operator is known to use commercial command and control Cobalt Strike for performing post-exploitation on systems, and also by utilizing evasion techniques such as malware obfuscation and fileless reflective DLL injection to run Conti payload in memory without touching disk. Launching a ransomware attack without first gaining access to every potential network node can have a significant impact on ransomware's overall operation. This group is known to use SMB for remote accessing network devices and performing encryption. For exfiltration of sensitive data from compromised devices, the operator is known to use rclone and public cloud services such as MegaNZ. Conti is known to use custom implementation of AES 256-bit encryption and utilize 32 individual logical threads to speed up the file encryption on the system. Sandbox and the CIS checks are performed on each compromised host to ensure that Conti was not encrypting the wrong system. Ransomware is known to delete shadow copies, terminate processes to free up disk resources for encryption, disable endpoint protection solutions such as Windows Defender and Sophos antivirus, along with several other commercial solutions. While performing the encryptions, extensions such as .sys, .exe, .lnk, .dll are ignored before performing the encryption of local disk and SMB shares. Let us take a look at some of the recent operational disasters that happened to this group. During Russia's invasion on Ukraine in the starting of this year, 2022, Conti Group declared their support for Russia and promised retaliatory actions if cyber attacks are launched against the country. Their biased inclination resulted in about 60,000 messages leaked from the internal chat logs by someone who had access to this group. These disclosures revealed how the organization conducted ransomware attack and its perspective on the continuing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. The United States government announced a reward of up to $15 million for the information on the group on May 2022, with $10 million reward for information leading to the name or location of its leaders and $5 million for information leading to the arrest of anyone cooperating with the group. This organization is still active and carry out their ransomware operations with impunity without any fear. So that was it for our discussion on Conti ransomware group. Let us now quickly move on to the next topic of cyber operations and their misadventures, the anonymity dilemma, and explain why anonymity is so crucial for threat actors and what they are doing to achieve it. So see you in the next video. We will look into how APTs leverage numerous privacy-driven solutions in their operations, such as anonymity, fingerprinting, and operational security. Finally, we will walk through a demonstration to illustrate how browsers can access sensitive information of a user and be used to track them even if they have used a VPN or a Tor to protect their online privacy. When it comes to maintaining anonymity, it is extremely difficult and expensive. The best we can do is make it more difficult for others to discover our genuine identity while engaging in specific activities. This section is titled Anonymity Dilemma for this very reason. It's commonly believed that a $10 VPN or Tor may provide adequate privacy protection. So don't miss the upcoming portion where we are going to test these privacy claims with a real-world test. But first, let's define anonymity. A person's anonymity can be defined as a quality of being unable to be identified, reached, or tracked. So the next question that naturally arises is that what makes someone anonymous on the internet? The end user's IPv4 can be masked by routing traffic through multiple anonymous hop to reach the end system on the internet using the Tor protocol. No-log VPNs and proxies are some other commonly utilized public solutions as well. If all goes well, backtracking may become nearly impossible without the use of extensive protocol-level exploits, government-compliant backdooring, or without the application of significant processing resource to launch a large-scale mass correlation attack for monitoring the whole traffic. If you are new to the topic, you must be wondering why a general public requires anonymity. In most democratic countries, it is not illegal to utilize solutions that safeguard one's privacy because privacy is a fundamental right that we should all be able to exercise freely. It is possible for evenly the general public to protect their privacy online from being tracked by large trackers like Google, which feeds your digital footprint to their vast algorithms so that they can get to know you better each and every day. This is exactly where privacy solutions come in handy and solve most of these challenges. Whether you want to expose your geolocation or IP address to an untrusted tracker has to be your choice. So that's an overview of what anonymity is and why it is crucial to hide one's identity if necessary. It is critical for threat actors to remain anonymous because if their real identities are revealed, they will face significant legal consequences for the operations conducted by them, which would lead to the worst possible outcome for a threat actor. We have learned so far that threat actors have a duty, that is to carry out their operations effectively, but not at the risk of being tracked back to their origins. Even if their attack fails, they need to ensure that their real identity still remains anonymous. Let's have a look at some of the object-driven methods that these threat actors are known to use to hide their tracks and carry out activities in the dark. Threat actors are known to restrict their usage of infrastructure such as centralized hosting service like AWS, Google Cloud, and so on, which are known to comply with governments for cyber investigations. Network masking techniques such as traffic encapsulation, obfuscation, and no-log software solutions or protocols are commonly used by the threat actors to reach the internet. Uncompromised bulletproof hosting services are mostly used by the threat actors to route their traffic. A bulletproof hosting service is the one that makes bold claim that it will not respond to the notices from the government asking for their compliance. To hide their attribution, threat actors are known to employ obfuscation techniques to their software, exploit and malwares. Threat actors utilize open source tools by performing a proper code review. This is done to keep an eye out for backdoored or vulnerable projects that could impact their operation in future. Let's look at some of the terms and conditions that puts a limitation to their lifestyle. The first condition is that they must not brag about their accomplishment in an attempt to gain attention. The second is maintaining a low profile on the internet is a must. Third would be the restriction to travel abroad to an adversary nation against whom they might have launched the operation in the past. And fourth would be that if threat intelligence detect their modus operandi, there is no option other than to keep on updating it every time, which can sometimes cause mental burnouts. So this was about how threat actors conduct cyber attack using privacy-focused protocols and applications. So let's take a look at what some governments are doing to combat those privacy-focused solutions. To de-anonymize VPN, proxy, or Tor users, government has been known to use traffic correlation, timing attacks, and other variation on this concept to examine the internet traffic of multiple users who use such protocols. Governments have also been known to exploit vulnerabilities in these protocols, such as Tor protocol as well as privacy-focused applications like Tor browser and other VPN softwares. So let's look at traffic-based attacks first. Governments are known to use highly sophisticated attacks such as timing attack, deep packet inspection, and breaking encryption protocols to study and correlate traffic. Governments and their allies can monitor data flow through the internet thanks to such massive surveillance program. According to countries that have been caught conducting mass surveillance like this, such programs are used to maintain national security and have no impact on general public. This, according to me and several others, may be a way to accomplish that, but the manner in which it is carried out remains a point of disagreement. Because frameworks like these breach users' privacy, and not everyone is comfortable with governments all over the world looking at their data, especially without their consent. The National Security Agency of the United States has been accused in the past of using such advanced frameworks to break into the internet and obtain access to virtually all the data that flows through it. Because these attacks are carried out at the network layer, common users are unlikely to be aware of such mass surveillance taking place. Let us now turn our attention to the other vector used by the government to snoop on users' traffic, and you will understand why VPN, Tor, and other similar solutions must be handled with caution and cannot be relied upon completely after going through this section. Masking technologies such as VPS or VPN are heavily used by APTs to conceal their identity. However, according to new research, VPS and VPNs aren't the best option for protecting privacy. VPN services have been found to help governments uncover users' identity in some cases, such as the Hide My Ass VPN case. There were cases where governments were setting up VPN companies to monitor other users' internet activity and assist their state-sponsored attackers to launch attacks through their infrastructure, hence abusing the every core fundamental of using a no-log VPN service. APTs or advanced persistent threats use Tor as a routing protocol to keep their identity hidden and maintain a decentralized identity, that too cost-free. Although Tor is the best possible anonymity solution and is known to be much safer alternative than a centrally managed VPS or VPN service provider, it cannot be used as a one-stop solution for the following reasons. Several research on Tor protocols have been known to have discovered flaws that could potentially exploit the Tor protocol and reveal their users' true identity. For example, in the FBI hack, a Flash plugin was used to bypass Tor network and reveal users' true IP address. This research was done by a well-known security researcher, H.D. Murray. According to some reports, governments have hosted more than 30% of the Tor nodes in order to monitor traffic inside the Tor circuit through surveillance. There is always a point of failure and no technology is completely reliable. There have been public discussions about the data collection program that several countries are using to collect and store internet traffic. Because today's computation is insufficient to break such encryptions, these packets are stored on a physical server in a hope that the next high computational technology, such as quantum computing, will one day break it. APTs have been reported to use anonymous browsers with features such as ability to hide users' digital footprint, IP address, and forensically secure mode of operation. Fingerprints' main goal is to ensure that the user's identity is preserved even if their IP address changes. This fingerprinting technology can also be used to de-anonymize users in addition to assisting business in providing user-specific content. So let's end our discussion with a conclusion that every possible security solution has its own increased risk and reward that one needs to accept and understand before blindly using any technology. So in this topic, we will look at security flaws that can de-anonymize Tor and VPN users. And let's take a closer look at how users on the internet become anonymous. The benefit of employing these solutions is that users' original IP remains hidden from the services the end user is accessing. Basically, VPN masks the original IP from where the request is truly coming by routing the traffic through their managed servers. We can use VPN solutions to hide our original IP address and partially mask our identity from the analytics that occurs when a user visits similar websites that have trackers embedded in them. For instance, suppose we want to visit www.google.com but don't want to give Google much information about our demography, IP location, and other things that can help Google to push targeted ads on us. If for some reason a website is blocked in a particular nation, user can use VPN services that can enable them to reroute their traffic through a nation that isn't subjected to the same censorship. Free VPN services and commercial VPN services. Most free VPN providers offer only a small number of servers with a slow bandwidth for its free user and encourage them to subscribe to a premium subscription in order for the user to enjoy most of their premium features, including high bandwidth servers distributed across several nations. Other free VPN services run advertisement on their website and sell their VPN traffic logs to others such as data aggregators or even law enforcement for monetary benefits. As there have been instances in the past where these services have been known to de-anonymize customers, such as in the case of HMA VPN. For paid VPN services, the majority of their business models are quite straightforward. You pay for a membership and you get access to high bandwidth servers in numerous countries. However, there have been instances when these paid VPN services have also kept logs and cooperated with law enforcement when provided with a legitimate warrant application. Now that most of the VPN users are already aware that VPNs are known to comply with law enforcement, to solve out such problems, there are VPN vendors that claims to have a strict no-log policy, which means that they do not store user connection log or any of their VPN traffic logs. But most of these promises of no log are very difficult to execute in practice without making use of some kind of logging to keep a check on how the servers are actually performing. However, there are some VPN providers who conduct an independent audit to confirm that no logs are explicitly kept. Given that it's a world of deception, having a blind trust could not be a good thing when it comes to protecting your privacy. And picking up a VPN must be done carefully. I won't go into great depth on how to select a specific VPN. Instead, I urge you to conduct your own study on this matter. Rather, I just want you to ask a simple question. Are VPNs now impenetrable bulletproof solutions for ensuring privacy? And are premium solutions actually as secure as they claim to be? The answer to that is, even if users are utilizing a legit no-log VPN provider, there are a number of ways still possible that can help law enforcement or any other adversary to de-anonymize them. Before we address those vectors, allow me to introduce you the Onion Router, also known as Tor. So basically, Tor is a free and open source program that assists users in hiding their traffic through more than 7,000 volunteer relays located all over the world, protecting their IP address and location from monitoring and censorship. The purpose of Tor is to safeguard its users' right to personal privacy as well as their freedom of speech and capacity of secure communication by employing Tor exit nodes to mask their original IP address. Let's talk about some of the advantages and disadvantages of using Tor. Starting with benefits first, there is no backdoored code that can be used to spy on Tor users because it is free and open source. Since it is managed by volunteers, no single organization is in charge of this initiative. The solution possesses high security than centralized alternatives like VPN providers because majority of VPN infrastructures and softwares are closed source and are vulnerable to threats like internal logging and government compliances. Research demonstrates that de-anonymizing Tor traffic and its users is extremely challenging and call for a high level of skills. So this was all about the advantages of Tor, and now let's discuss some of its disadvantages. The first disadvantage that comes to my mind is the Tor's low internet speed. And this is because network nodes are hosted by volunteers who do not want financial gains. The next is high latency. Since Tor generally route the traffic across multiple nodes, including the guard, entrance, exit and mid nodes, an average encrypted Tor packet goes through 4 to 5 jumbled nodes, which increases the overall latency. Next is blocked Tor IPs from accessing ClearNet websites. Since Tor exit nodes are shared by many people for many purposes, due to which the Tor exit node IPs frequently lose their reputation on ClearNet, and also because the list of Tor nodes is publicly available, it makes it simple for services like Cloudflare to monitor and ban those lists of Tor IPs from opening ClearNet websites. The most important disadvantage of using Tor is that Tor user can lose their anonymity if used incorrectly. Several studies have been conducted to identify the attack surface that allow adversaries to alter or monitor traffic, exploit the Tor protocol, and use side channel attacks to de-anonymize Tor users. Both Tor and VPNs are not completely secure. Let us see how. Let's first look at various VPN related problems. We will talk about DNS leak, WebRTC leak, and IPv6 leak. Later in this section, we would witness some more sophisticated attacks such as browser fingerprinting along with other side channel attacks that are applicable to both VPN as well as Tor users. So let us discuss DNS leak first. The fundamental job of a DNS server is to translate a URL to its underlying IP address. But understanding DNS leak requires one to understand the order in which the URL resolution process takes place. For example, if a user types www.google.com in its browser, the request first goes to the local DNS resolver, which could be on the host computer or nearby ISP router that is providing the internet access. If the query is found, the corresponding result containing the IP address of the URL is then provided. If no results are found up to this point, further DNS requests are sent to non-authoritative and authoritative DNS servers. If for some reason a VPN is connected but the DNS server is not properly set on the host machine, the DNS server from which the URL would resolve will not be the one that the VPN would set, but rather the resolution would start taking place at the local DNS server. This is what we typically call a DNS leak, and such leaks can reveal crucial details about the actual source of the traffic. As you can see in the image below, which was taken from dnsleaktest.com, The client's IPv4 address indicates that it is located in Germany, but the DNS resolution occurs in the United States, which is unusual and may indicate that the US is the true origin of the traffic rather than Germany. This assumption has a logic to it, because most of the time the country to which IPv4 address belongs is the one to which DNS resolution also takes place, simply because the latency would be relatively low. You can also determine whether your DNS is leaky or not by visiting www.dnsleaktest.com. The next is the WebRTC leak. WebRTC simply makes real-time communication feasible via a web browser, but for this to happen, this protocol requires private and the public IP address of the host to be provided to the WebRTC server. And this creates a dangerous combination that may be used to de-anonymize individuals. This is not a bug in the program, but rather this is how WebRTC functions, and sadly there is little that can be done about it. It impacts popular web browsers like Chrome, Firefox, as well as Opera, and additional changes are needed to turn off WebRTC on these browsers. By visiting www.browserleaks.com/WebRTC, you can determine for yourself whether your browser leaks IPv4 address through WebRTC. Let's talk about IPv6 leak now. When a VPN client connects to a VPN setup that simply covers IPv4 address, this is what typically happens. Since the host IP address supports both IPv4 as well as IPv6, if a web server that a user is trying to access requires an IPv6 address, our system would directly connect to that server using our unmasked IPv6 address. Since the VPN client to which we are connected does not support IPv6, our real IPv6 of the user would then be exposed. The image below is from the website ipv6leak.com, and as you can see, IPv4 address is indicating that the location is of Netherlands, but IPv6 tells us a different story by indicating that the traffic might be coming from Germany. This is quite alarming and unexpected, as we could see that IPv6 is not masked and is displaying the real unmasked IPv6 address. Okay, now that we are aware of variety of vectors that, if improperly set up or utilized, might de-anonymize VPN users. Now let us look at some sophisticated side channel attacks that can be used to de-anonymize users on Tor as well as VPNs. The first and widely used technique to uniquely identify and track users is fingerprinting. Fingerprinting is basically a form of online tracking that is more intrusive than standard cookie-based tracking. When a business builds a unique profile of you based on your computer hardware, software, add-on, and even preferences, they are creating your digital footprint. Therefore, to put it simply, it is basically a method of uniquely identifying a user based on factors including the screen you use, the computer fonts you have installed, and even the web browser you like, to create a unique signature about that user. So a natural question that comes to one's mind is that how resistant to the browser fingerprinting are our modern web browsers. Our analysis reveals that most of the browsers are particularly bad at protecting against user fingerprinting. All well-known browsers, including Firefox, Chrome, and even Brave, are vulnerable to precise user monitoring via fingerprinting techniques. To demonstrate this claim, let's compare the Brave browser's usual profile, incognito profile, and Tor profile to evaluate how well it conceals users' fingerprint. Wait until the very end, and I guarantee you that you will be surprised with the results. Let's go to fingerprint.com. As you can see, the website offers 99.5% accurate device fingerprinting as a service to stop fraud, spam, and account takeover, with the highest accuracy device identification for mobile as well as web. You can see that we have been given with a unique hash on the right hand side. This is essentially what we refer as a fingerprint ID. Let's see if we are able to change the hash that this website has provided by initially accessing this website on the incognito mode provided by the Brave browser. As you can see, we received the same hash, which is undesirable because it allows for tracking of the same user even when they are using incognito mode, and this is really bad. Let's modify our IP address before opening incognito once more to check if our signatures are altered. Since the traffic would now be directed through a whole other country, it is expected that the hash may change. However, as you can see, we still received the same hash, indicating that fingerprint.com can still identify our visits. Isn't it scary now? Because these results indicate that even if we change VPN vendors, ISPs, or utilize proxy servers, the fingerprint hash will remain unchanged. The last remaining step is to utilize the Tor profile and check to see if the fingerprint has changed or not. Let's navigate to fingerprint.com by going to New Private Window using Tor. As you can see, the hash is still the same, which is extremely odd and unexpected from a privacy-driven browser like Brave. Since Brave is known for the ability to block trackers and fingerprints, employing a Tor profile inside a Brave browser occasionally may not live up to our expectations. Therefore, as a result of this experiment, we can state that even if a user employs a VPN or a Tor proxy inside a non-secure browser like Brave, Chrome or Firefox, their behavior can still be easily monitored. If you agree with me till this point, the Tor browser is far safer option than Chrome, Opera, Firefox and even Brave. Let's quickly go over some additional Tor de-anonymization technique like using social engineering to make a user which is browsing dark forum on their Tor browser to download a file that when opened outside the Tor browser's environment such as .doc which gets opened on Microsoft Word can be used directly to reveal the user's identity. This is all done by creating a request that avoids the by default Torification flow performed by the Tor browser. This technique was used by various law enforcement agencies as a method of tricking users into downloading dangerous documents such as .pdf or .docfile in order to identify Tor users' real identities. In addition to fingerprinting, I came across this side channel attack project which essentially relies on observing cursor movements and correlating it accurately and perfectly to de-anonymize a user under specific circumstances. In order to de-anonymize a user that is using a Tor browser, this project depends on analyzing the cursor movement across different web services. As demonstrated by the GIF below, if two centralized entities store the pattern of mouse movement, with one being opened on the Tor browser and the other on the ClearNet browser, Chrome for example, merging both of these patterns can be used to precisely track and de-anonymize that user. You can read about alternative attack vectors like sniper attack, dragnet, and even use of website oracles to track users. I have listed those resources in the notes section. Feel free to check them out. So this was all about this article which focused on user de-anonymization over Tor or VPN. I hope you now have a good understanding that no privacy solution is 100% effective and it actually depends on how carefully the end user employs it. After watching the above video, you may find yourself wondering, are APTs truly anonymous? Certainly, these threat actors are proficient at hiding their online digital identities by disguising their IP address and obscuring the detail of their overall kill chain, which allow them to make advancement in their overall defense evasion. However, a few of their distinguished characteristics will remain on the victim's infrastructure as the evidence of the attack. These signatures are then used by the threat intelligence community to determine a variety of characteristics about a particular group. So yes, their personal identities are extremely difficult to de-anonymize, but their operations are attributed. These attributions are proven to be sufficient in majority of incidents to determine the motivation and the origin of threat actors. To this point, we have discussed how operations are carried out, the various limitations and challenges that threat actors will face while conducting operation, how threat actors maintain their anonymity while conducting operations, and a variety of other topics. But now I want to draw your attention to the mistake that real threat actors have made in the past, by discussing 5 hacks and the mistakes these threat actors have made that had landed some of them in jail and some of them in even worse situations. The motive for explaining this to you is that no matter how much the threat actor is sophisticated, there will always be a chance of failure in their operation, which is enough to help investigator turn the tables. Let's start by going to our first subtopic, which is Cassia hack and the downfall of REvil. Cassia is a global information technology company that creates software for managing networks, system, and information technology infrastructure. On July 2nd, 2021, the ransomware group REvil attacked Cassia. This ransomware attack was later traced back to REvil's operation that has infected over 1,000 businesses and impacted various managed service providers and their customers. The two members of the REvil group have been charged with hacking and spreading ransomware against major American corporations, including Cassia, in 2021. The Department of Justice seized $6.1 million following the arrest of Yaroslav Wasinski, who was involved in deployment of malicious Sorino-Kiwi, or otherwise known as REvil ransomware code, via Cassia product, causing the Cassia production functionality to install REvil ransomware to several endpoints on Cassia's client network, which is spread across the globe. After gaining access to several systems, the ransomware code was then executed on those systems, encrypting data on more than 1,000 companies' computer systems worldwide and creating considerable business interruption. The number of companies affected is enough to indicate the magnitude of the attack. Let's take a look at some of Yaroslav's mistakes that allow law enforcement to quickly unmask and arrest him. Yaroslav was particularly bad at its anti-OSINT practices, as evident by the trails left by his online personas such as Yaraki45 and Yaroslav2468 on forums and social media. Yaroslav was unmasked by the FBI because he used his personal email address to register on a forum where ransomware communications were taking place. You might be surprised to hear that even the most basic OSINT techniques can be leveraged to identify threat actors if they commit such mistakes. So this was the end of this subtopic. I hope you must have got some good insights about the Cassia hack and the operational mistakes done by Yaroslav. Next, I would like to talk about how not to hack adversaries like Iranian APT-35. The leak of internal information and the identities of those targeted is one of the worst things that can happen to an advanced persistent threat. What if I told you that the incident that we are going to discuss over here is much worse? Hackers leaked hacking tutorials that were supposed to be viewed by Iranian hackers to teach them how to hack their targets. IBM X-Force security team discovered 5 hours of APT-35 hacking operations demonstrating how the group obtained email account data of their real targets, along with several demonstrations on how to breach multiple accounts from email services such as Yahoo and Gmail. In that leak, it was evident that the hacker gained access to more than 40 GB of data, including that of US and Greek military personnel. So this was all about the breach that happened for APT-35. Now let's focus on APT-35's operational mistakes due to which this breach has happened. The VPS that threat actors were using for operation was also the one where they decided to host their training videos, which turned out to be a bad decision for them. It's a common practice among threat actors to keep their operational and non-operational infrastructure way apart, which was clearly not the case here. Also, due to the lack of hardening and improper VPS configuration, threat intelligence was able to obtain such sensitive information with ease. While conducting an operation, threat groups are well aware that at some point their infrastructure will fall into the hand of threat intelligence and others who may try to disrupt their operation, so they are known to keep their servers, particularly their command and control servers, hardened to prevent intrusion by entities such as law enforcement and threat intelligence. Before teaching their students how to hack adversaries, I would recommend them to take a course on operational security and server hardening first. So that was all about APT-35's operational mistake. Now let's move on to the next stop, which takes us to the end of Silk Road. Silk Road was supposed to be giving people the freedom to make their own choices, to pursue their own happiness. It turned out to be a naive and a costly idea that I deeply regret. This was said in a court hearing by Ross Ulbricht, who founded Silk Road in February 2011. Silk Road was a website hosted as a Tor hidden service on the dark web, which enabled users to communicate in complete anonymity and let them operate as well as transact without fear of their information being intercepted or compromised. This forum eventually turned out into an eBay for drugs, weapon piracy, and forgery. In reality, narcotics made more than 70% of the items listed on the website. Silk Road transactions could only be completed using Bitcoin and a trusted escrow service to protect both the vendor and the customer. The site's overall credibility was enhanced by allowing buyers and sellers to rate one another based on trading experience. When Ulbricht was arrested in October 2013, he had $28 million in his bank account, and it was confirmed that he had transacted more than $1 billion worth of goods and services through Silk Road. So this was the gist of Silk Road. Now let's have a look at the mistakes which got Silk Road banned and Ulbricht behind the bars with lifelong imprisonment. Poor anti-OSINT practices along with poor identity isolation were the major technical failures which made the arrest easier. Let me explain you what I actually mean. A simple Google search connected the Dread Pirate Roberts, that was an alias used by the administrator of Silk Road, with another alias called Altoid. Altoid was used by Ulbricht in his early days to promote Silk Road, and in a Bitcoin forum, Ulbricht has posted his personal email address under the alias Altoid, which shows poor implementation of identity isolation, establishing an undeniable evidence, making the links between the aliases and Ulbricht clear. At the time of his arrest, he was logged into the Silk Road as the administrator using the Dread Pirate Roberts alias. In his computer, he had a private repository which had a lot of evidence against him regarding his involvement with Silk Road and some other criminal activities such as attempt to murder. Soon after the arrest, Silk Road was seized by the FBI and Ross was charged with 2 life sentences and 40 years without parole. And that was the end of Silk Road. There were several versions of Silk Road that came, stayed and vanished, but this Silk Road was a legacy. Now here is another interesting subtopic for you to investigate. How Dr. Hex got dehexed. Authorities in Morocco have detained a man known as Dr. Hex in underground hacking circles for allegedly committing computer frauds and other cybercrimes for more than a decade. That includes website defacement, phishing attempt, and malware distribution. It was known in hacking community that Dr. Hex had written SMTP crackers and was known to be involved in malware distribution, fraud, and carding scam. Some of Dr. Hex's victims include French telecommunication corporations, banking institutes, and numerous private individuals. To solve this case, Interpol collaborated with Moroccan police and cybersecurity firm Group IB. Through the investigation, it was discovered that the hacker was involved in 134 website attacks over the course of 9 years. We will now go through several blunders made by Dr. Hex, which were then exploited by authorities to de-anonymize the genuine identity. Dr. Hex was known to push its signature as proof of work, whether it was a compromised website or one of his phishing kits. Interpol was able to track down the hacker due to previous leads from other hacks, a lack of identity isolation, inadequate anti-OSINT practices, and poor OPSEC implementations. In his signature, the hacker includes the name Dr. Hex and an email address, which later turned out to be a critical piece of evidence during the investigation. Group IB discovered a YouTube channel with the same name, and this provided Group IB with a lead to investigate further. At least 2 domain names with the same email address were registered under the name that was used by the hacker in its phishing kits. Apart from a YouTube channel, an email address, and 2 domain names, Group IB discovered 5 more email addresses and 6 public nicknames while investigating the hacker's existence on platforms such as Skype as well as Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. This is how authorities were able to identify the real person behind Dr. Hex and its other aliases. Next, I would like to share one of the most amusing operational blunders I have recently come across, and it's titled Indian Origin APT Accidentally Compromises Itself. An APT should not be concerned about infecting its own infrastructure with self-written malware because of the extreme low probability of this happening. In November 2021, Patchwork, a suspected Indian origin threat group, was discovered to have executed its own malware kit on its attack infrastructure in a similar incident. Ironically, all the information we obtained was made possible by the threat actor infecting themselves with their own remote access Trojan, resulting in captured stroke and a screenshot of their own computer and virtual machines. So to understand what went wrong, first let's look at the history of this group. Patchwork is a cyber espionage group and was discovered for the first time in December 2015. This group is known to target diplomatic and government industries, mostly relying on spear phishing as their initial vector to target Pakistan, China, and other Asian and Western countries. This incident has shed light on Patchwork's OPSEC decisions and poor working style. Let's take a look at some of the findings of threat intelligence. It was discovered that the threat group included English and Indian English as keyboard layout. This was due to the fact that the operating system they were using configured to the original details of a threat actor. And due to this misconfiguration, it was an easy way for threat intelligence to pinpoint the attacker's true origin. The second mistake was that the threat group was using less reputable VPNs like VPN Secure and CyberGhost to hide their digital traces and the IP address from the law enforcement. The final and most serious flaw was the execution of their malware on their operational infrastructure, which is a disaster for operational security in its own. We don't see these mistakes made by other threat groups because groups are well known to keep their malware development and testing platforms separate from their operational infrastructure, which is fairly a common thing to do in order to prevent such mishappenings to occur. This brings us to the end of our discussion of operational disaster. I hope you appreciate my effort to thoroughly explain you each case with its operational insights. Now let's move on to the next topic of this course, the dark world of cyber operations. Least effective at detecting any malicious activities and enabling hackers to perform a slow, tested approach for infecting other victims without causing much noise in their ongoing operations. Another takeaway is that FireEye was the first to notice that attack and alerted everyone about it, thanks to their cyber-resilient infrastructure and ongoing threat hunting and monitoring on their network. This incident shows that blind faith on security products may not be as effective as it appears without a proper monitoring and ongoing testing to improve their defense arsenal. This is a wise way of looking at things because advanced threat actors are known to circumvent modern defenses, and in some cases, hackers are even known to exploit security solutions for execution of their malicious code in order to gain access to victims' infrastructure. Yes, you heard it right. There is a group called as Motion Dragon, a hacking group that appears to focus on performing cyber espionage operation against entities in Central Asia, has been detected recently for utilizing antivirus products to sideload malicious DLLs to deliver their malwares. Another similar case happened with Windows Defender, the Microsoft Defender's remote code execution vulnerability CVE 2021-1647. Using that exploit, a file can be given through email or USB drive and it will be automatically executed on victim's system as soon as it gets downloaded and immediately scanned. My goal here is to convince you that depending purely on defensive measures may not be enough to protect companies from sophisticated attacks, and that this approach should not be employed as the only layer of security in any financial, medical, defense, think tank, and other critical organizations. This leads us to considering more effective approaches to protect critical infrastructure from sophisticated threat actors and making their entry much more difficult. The answer that we are looking for is to make efforts for continuous infrastructure assessment through practices such as employing SOC operations, blue teaming, red teaming, and occasionally purple teaming for testing detections, as well as giving proper regular cybersecurity trainings inside their enterprise. Would go along and how well detection capabilities are standing against them. This also provides Red Team with an ability to showcase loopholes that are present in the detection capability of a Blue Team. Remember, the goal of Red Team here is not to prove Blue Team wrong, but to level Blue Team by making them understand how to actually detect and respond in a real-world cyber attack. This process is known as purple teaming. So if there are miscommunications or gaps between the capabilities of Red Team or Blue Team, purple teaming is there to help them get along. Cybersecurity trainings are the next key thing to consider in order to maintain infrastructure safe from threat actors. So basically these trainings are of two types: cybersecurity awareness trainings and specialized trainings. Cybersecurity awareness trainings enable organizations keep a holistic perspective of attack trends and best practices to keep their infrastructure secure from such attacks. It is estimated that a phishing campaign success rate in a medium-sized business is around 3 to 10%, which is enough for a threat actor to get in. So such trainings basically teaches people how to protect themselves from social engineering attack vectors or drive-by download attack and similar attack trends that threat actors are known to use to get inside the organization. Specialized trainings aim for strengthening an organization's total security operations from detection to the response. Stakeholders responsible for maintaining an organization's security, such as the Blue Team, Red Team, Forensic, Legal Team, or others, receive such training. SANS Institute is a well-known cybersecurity institute that offers specialized training to a wide range of stakeholders. So this was an overview of how businesses protect themselves from external threat by adopting current tactics such as red teaming, blue teaming, as well as purple teaming if required to properly assess their defenses rather than depending on so-called one-stop solutions. So this was all about our discussion for this topic, and in the next topic we will look at how blue teaming works, its limitation, and how next generation solutions are assisting blue teams in achieving their objectives in a far more efficient and effective manner. Outsourcing forensic and log analytics to external SOC while keeping ownership of incident response and remediation in-house. The SOC model must be selected based on business model and requirement. So, without going into further details on how and why to choose and build one, let us look at how security operations centers operate. In simple terms, SOC operates on four fundamental phases, beginning with the collection of telemetry data from various data sources to gain insight into what is happening inside the infrastructure, followed by threat intelligence to better understand the motivation of threat actors. Next is to create and prioritize alerts through SIEM solutions. And finally, respond to incidents to reduce the overall impact of the attack. Let's go over each of the SOC fundamental phases in great detail, beginning with logs acquisition. This is the process in which logs are pushed out of various data sources such as web server, VPN server, firewall, NIDS, EDR, HIDS, cloud, and various other network devices that can aid in correlation and investigation of an incident. This image depicts various data sources from which the logs are obtained. Once these logs have been obtained, it is time for adding more value and meaning to the data by combining it with active threat intelligence. Threat intelligence data is collected, processed, and analyzed to better understand a threat actor's motivation, target, and attack behavior. Threat intelligence provides us with contexts such as who the attacker is, what their motivation and capabilities are, in order to help businesses make more informed, data-backed security decisions and shift our behavior from reactive to proactive while fighting against threat actors. To fulfill threat intelligence requirement, companies like CrowdStrike, Anomaly, and several others provides Security Operations Center with consumable intelligence about threats to assist SOC as well as other stakeholders in making better decisions for business continuity and risk mitigation. This is how threat intelligence provides SOC with consumable intelligence, allowing them to proactively mitigate threats around the world. Moving on to the third phase of SIEM, log correlation, analysis, and alert generation. Once the data and intelligence are gathered, they are correlated and alerts are generated to assist organizations in quickly responding to threats that could jeopardize business continuity. This is done through a variety of tools and processes that runs to assist SOC in gathering insights to act on. SIEM Solutions is a must-to-have tool for data analysis, processing, and correlation. A security information and event management tool, also known as SIEM, collects logs from various hardware and software to provide visibility of key events that happens inside the network, such as someone logging in using username password, a file being saved, account privileges being changed, and so on. SIEM collects these logs, and depending on the complexity of the product, it sends alert about the particular suspicious activity. These logs can be used in determining what happened in the events of an incident, as well as providing information on how to address associated risks. So the SOC analyst will now examine the log and various events for any anomalies using SIEM. If anomalies are discovered, the incidents can be reported and resolved in real time or as needed. With the help of SIEM, one can detect such advanced viruses and infection even before they can cause any damage. Based on the events, a proper response is implemented to minimize overall damage, which includes patching vulnerability, wiping out malicious presence, and recovering affected assets. And mind you, this is not solely the responsibility of the SOC team, rather other departments such as Computer Incident Response Team or the Forensics Team collaborate with the SOC to handle most of the incidents. But is it correct enough to think of Security Operations Centers as a magical solution for all the threats in the threat landscape? The answer is clearly no, as we have seen highly secured facilities such as Microsoft and FireEye being hacked, and I am confident that they have one of the best SOC team working for them. So what exactly are the challenges that prevent SOC from performing as expected? There are too many alerts that a security analyst go through while performing their day-to-day job, which frequently overwhelm the SOC analyst's ability to check or prioritize every alert passed through the SIEM solution. Because SIEM solution collects data from various solutions including network and endpoint detection, it is important to make collective correlation to understand the attack pattern and perform mitigation. Some incidents necessitates manual investigation as well, which sometimes can add additional delay to the time required by SOC to properly respond to incidents. And because of such issues, network threat mitigation becomes relatively slow, resulting in long MTTR and MTTD for the SOC team, including how did the user become infected, what was the initial attack vector, from where the attack was originated, how did the threat spread, how many users have been compromised, and so on. Using such depictions, analysts can quickly comprehend the full scope of threat and effectively respond to it in a limited time frame. So in conclusion, XDR automates security tasks and increase analysts' productivity. Moving on, the final phase of SOC operation is threat hunting and incident response. So let's first define threat hunting. So in order to stay ahead of threat actors, which is really necessary, the SOC team must monitor threat actors' activity and operations happening in the wild, and use the gathered data to hunt presence of similar activities inside their network to see if their infrastructure or network has similar signs of compromise. And this also includes their activity in the dark web. This process of hunting for indicators of compromise is also known as threat hunting. It is a cyclic process that continuously scans the network for known indicators of compromise. And if any of it is found, the SOC, the incident response team, and other stakeholders will then decide how to respond to such incidents. Which brings us to our next discussion on the process of incident response. An incident response has 4 stages according to National Institute of Standards and Technology (NIST), which is based on the fact that no organization can perform an effective incident response at the drop of a hat, and a plan must be already in place to both prevent and respond to incidents. Detection and analysis. The purpose of this phase of incident response is to determine whether an incident occurred, what actual type of incident has occurred, whether it was a ransomware attack, whether it was an insider attack, and finally, we go for assessing the severity of the incident that has occurred. The next is contamination and eradication. This phase ensures that the attack is stopped before it causes further damage. The final phase is post-incident recovery. This phase of an incident response plans to restore all the affected systems and devices to allow normal operations to resume. I won't go into much detail, but we can think of incident response as a pre-planned set of guidelines to be followed in order to resolve such incidents faster and maintain business continuity by gaining greater levels of cyber resilience. And just to let you know, if you are worried about what cyber resilience is, soon we are going to have a great discussion on cyber resilience along with several cyber resiliency techniques. So this was all about how Security Operations Center monitor enterprise to keep threat actors from causing any trouble that could impact business operations from threats and making a threat actor's life much harder and attacks much more expensive to conduct. I have added demonstration-based malware analysis to this section as a bonus topic to show how threat intelligence platforms are working together to make it simple for us to evaluate malware samples and obtain useful informations like indication of compromise, signatures, and current detection of the malware sample with the help of static, dynamic, and in-memory analysis techniques. So with that, without further ado, let's jump straight into our malware analysis topic. Signatures really fast, which also comes handy when detecting the ongoing attacks. Sandboxes are probably the most efficient technology in the market for dynamic analysis that works by tricking malware to exhibit majority of attack phases in a controlled environment, which would later be used for creating signatures really fast and effectively. I would strongly advise you to look at various frameworks such as WinDebugger, Immunity Debugger, IDA Pro, Kaku Sandbox, Cape V2 and PE-Sieve if you are interested in performing dynamic analysis on your own. This must be noted that threat actors do, however, employ various offensive bypass strategies to shield their malware from dynamic analysis, just as they do with other analysis methods. These bypasses consist of environment keying, which is basically to know the environment before executing any further stages. Delayed execution, which is basically to delay the execution of the original payload because sandboxes has a limitation of time and they cannot simply run for a week to look for malicious activities, but attackers can wait for 1 week for getting a callback from their clients. So delayed execution is also there. Function call obfuscation, hooking, direct syscall, anti-analysis check, anti-sandbox check, etc. Don't worry if you have never heard of these tactics before, because we are going to soon get into great depth about them in the later section of this video. Coming back to the third type of malware analysis technique, which is memory analysis. Memory analysis simply involves searching for anomalies inside the memory of the system that might include dangerous instructions that a malware detection engine simply cannot locate on the disk. The malware is directly injected inside the memory and seemingly undetectable to carry out its intended functions. Such an infection extensively occurs in the case of fileless malwares, where no binary is dropped on the system, yet hackers are able to accomplish same degree of compromise. Because of such attack scenarios, it is crucial to generally scan memory for recognized signatures or anomalies, especially when dealing with malwares that does not interact with the disk. Because of this, memory analysis is necessary to fully comprehend today's malware strain. I suggest using programs like Volatility, PE-Sieve, Hollow Hunter if you want a hands-on experience with memory analysis. For using these tools, you will need to make a few adjustments to make these tools perform best for you. But I feel that these projects will give you a strong foundation for understanding the fundamental dynamics here. As with other malware analysis techniques, attackers have a workaround for this as well. And an in-memory analysis bypass which comes into my mind would be the obfuscated sleep approach. So basically this technique is used to avoid detection by essentially hiding the malware's artifact inside the memory so that the scanning cannot identify malware's presence inside the memory. There are other workarounds that also exist as well, like the use of block DLLs or the utilization of arbitrary code guard for protecting the malware. We will soon go into much detail on these bypasses later in this section when we are going to actually discuss how threat actors are actually bypassing these defenses. So these were essentially the methods malware analyst employs to identify any harmful behavior that may be there inside the malicious binary. Let's stop with the theory now and let's show you how to examine a malware sample by using integrated platforms for malware analysis. Malware to execute correctly. And this is how the malware is built by the malware author. There are some other flags as well, such as -no -prop, -no -vm -kill, -no -wall, etc., which has their own functionalities which you can go through from this paper here. Let's follow the observation from this study to better understand what this malware does when it gets executed with correct flags. The first flag that we need to look for in our whole process of dynamically analyzing the sample is to find the malware family of this sample as Black Cat ransomware. The second flag is to identify attempts that were made by this ransomware to erase volume shadow copies. The third flag is to find the presence of WMIC in the running processes. The fourth would be the ability to trace commands like these from our sandboxes. The fifth and the last flag for us would be the ability to extract ransom note that is delivered to the victim once the malware has successfully executed its operation. As previously discussed, we already have flags and only need to check them using online malware analysis engines. You must be thinking why we have used this method, because this method will enable you to comprehend the characteristics of the malware sample and the advantages and limitations of some of the available online malware analysis systems. So stick with me and let's see how many flags out of 5 we can grab on each of its sandbox application in order to extract dynamic artifacts such as registry activity, files, read-write operation, list of DLLs that were loaded, decrypted malware information, and a multitude of sample-related details. As you can see, this sample is accessible in variety of sandboxes. Let's briefly visit some of them to see if we can pick up any further flags. As you can see as the outcome here, this sandbox C2AE doesn't provide us with anything particularly interesting or malicious for our sample. So without wasting any moment, let's quickly go over to the DAS Security Orcus. Here, the DAS Security Orcus sandbox provides us with further details to help us evaluate the malware. By looking at the registry operations, we can see that the malware is checking for the local security authority, which could mean that this malware might be trying to steal some user's credential from the protected process inside the victim system. Other than this, nothing of particular interest to us was obtained from the sandbox. So let's move on to the next sandbox and see if we are able to find further information on the sample. Going to the Microsoft Sys internal sandbox here, it provides us with several behavioral observations, including the IP address that was used by the malware for communicating with attackers' infrastructure. Along with that, we got information about the actions performed by the malware on the file system, which essentially is a list of files that were either erased or written on the disk. And from the malware investigation point of view, looking at those files would provide analysts to obtain much more insights about the working of this malware. But in spite of getting such good leads on the sample, we are still unable to uncover any further flags and our score is still 1 out of 5. After examining each sandboxes present here, Zenbox was actually able to supply us with one more flag that we were seeking for, which was extraction of ransom note, as you can see in the highlighted action here. As a result, we finally received our 5th flag, which was aimed to obtain the ransom note, and the virus total assisted us in finally obtaining 2 of the 5 flags, which is really a good start. Now without further ado, let us switch to another analysis platform and see if we can find some more flags there. Comparing the output from any .run with our flag 4 and flag 2, which gives us a final score of 4 out of 5, which is really an excellent result. So this is how we can analyze the virus and gain a lot of knowledge about the sample using collaborative defense. So the whole point of doing this was to show you how the collaborative defense enable everyone to recognize threats and neutralize them as quickly as possible. But do you believe that hackers are unaware of this? They are definitely aware of this and are developing new ways to get around such systems. So this finally concludes our discussion on how next generation solutions are improving defensive technologies and how things are really shaping up. So now let's move on to our next discussion, where we are going to look at offensive side and see what the offensive industry is doing to get around these security solutions. Remember that this offensive next generation technology is not only about what threat actor uses while conducting their operation, but also about how offensive operations in general, such as red teaming, are carried out to test how well the security solutions in place are performing. More difficult if the endpoint has a good EDR on top of built-in security features. There are tools that can assist operators in gaining initial foothold against defenses in the target infrastructure. Since no single medicine can cure every ailment, the operator must use appropriate tools and frameworks depending on the type of target it is dealing with. Since we are evaluating targets that use Windows as their primary operating system, the tools and frameworks I recommend may or may not be applicable for infecting other platforms. Let's begin with an offensive tool that assists operators in sending mass phishing campaigns. Attackers can make use of some fantastic open source projects, and I would recommend GoFish for this purpose. GoFish offers simple to use tools for launching, tracking, and automating phishing campaigns. In most cases, phishing is used to either steal personal information such as username and password or to persuade victim to download malicious file. The most recommended phishing framework for conducting phishing attack in order to compromise critical assets such as mail server, VPN access, and other internal portals are Evilgenix and Murana, both of which has inbuilt as well as customizable phishing templates for gaining access to VPN, mail servers, and other internal portals. The best part of such frameworks is that it can allow attackers to carry out phishing attacks even if victims has two-factor authentication enabled. These frameworks also aid attackers with post-phishing capabilities. Suppose if a valid cookie of target's mail account is obtained as a result of successful phishing attempt, an attacker can use these frameworks to dump mails and contacts and then design and send spare phishing attack to most frequent contacts or even create a persistent backdoor to victim's account that doesn't go away even if the compromised victim changes its password. Open source file hosting tools are also a really important part of this infrastructure, and the framework that I would recommend is Redfile, PwnDrop that can be used for hosting payloads for dropping purposes. You might be wondering why we use such tools when we could just use a Python HTTP server to host our payloads. Well, one part of the answer to this is that these file hosting tools are specifically designed to drop payloads in such a way that the operator can easily manage multiple droppers at once while having customizable options like hardening the server while serving the payloads. Since several threat actors, while hosting their payloads on servers, are known to allow directory traversal and listing, and such lousy practices allow threat intelligence with a wealth of information about the ongoing campaign. I recommend that you download these tools and try out the majority of their key features. Because most of the APTs use malicious documents as their initial dropper, such as word macro. The platforms that you can check out for creating initial dropper payloads include Empire Command and Control, Ivy, MacroPack, EvilClippy. Depending on the attack's goal, malware is executed after the initial infection is successful in gaining persistent access to the system and various of its critical nodes. Several kill chain phases must be completed, but there is a catch. It is not necessary to use different tools for each of these phases. This can be done in a well organized and scaled manner using good command and control framework such as Nighthawk, Brute Rattle, and Cobalt Strike are some of the commercial C2s that are leading the industry right now. While on the other hand, Sliver, Empire, Covenant, Merlin, Octopus C2, C3 by F-Secure Labs are some of the open source and highly customizable command and control servers that I would recommend you to check out. Each of these command and controls, in my opinion, brings something new to the table, with majority of them bringing unique innovations and bypasses for endpoint and network defenses along with bunch of stealthy techniques for performing covert long-term operations. I have attempted to give you a general idea of some of the tools that attackers use to conduct operations. I am sure there are a lot of tools I haven't mentioned yet, and practically speaking, going over them would take a long time and would make this course's timeline longer than expected. But since part 4 focuses on attack simulation, the majority of tools discussed here will be used during the execution of our attack. So that was the end of our offensive arsenal topic. Moving on to the next topic of this discussion, operational automation. Let's to improve the kill chain based on the effectiveness of tools, techniques, and procedures used in an operation, all of which is done using a good offensive machine learning framework. For example, offensive machine learning can be used to monitor victims on social media, research their interests, and create luring pretext and templates to phish the target based on their interests. Offensive machine learning can be used to create fake profiles of known targets, which can then be used to approach others for automated spear phishing attacks. Artificial intelligence based offensive frameworks or tools such as deep offense code can generate obfuscated code using recurrent neural network that can easily bypass static analyzers to evade endpoint and defenses. In order to conceal data exfiltration and network activity traces, AI can be used to analyze targets' traffic before employing malleable techniques. Because of all these advantages, AI's use in offensive operations is unavoidable. To get sense of what artificial intelligence with offensive capabilities feel like, I recommend trying out IBM's adversarial robust toolbox. That concludes our discussion on new age of offensive technologies, in which we attempted to assess a few technologies that assist operators in conducting offensive operations. Code flow obfuscation, which basically modifies core instruction set of a malware and adds a lot of unnecessary assembly instruction to change the code flow but without changing the original goal of the infection. As you can see in this picture, a basic C code can be constructed into such code flow which can give manual analysis as well as automatic analysis engines a hard time analyzing the sample. The third technique involves the use of function call obfuscation. Since antivirus engines or endpoint detection and response softwares are known to search for specific Windows API functions, they will flag the software as malicious if they detect one. For instance, if a malware author is using a classic process injection technique to run their malicious code inside the system, they will use functions such as virtual alloc, RTL move memory, virtual protect, and create thread. You might be surprised to learn that most of these APIs are frequently used with everyday legitimate Windows programming, but using them inside a program will also make the software appear malicious in the eyes of defense employees. Therefore, a function call obfuscation allows malwares to call the functions directly through their address inside the memory, rather than calling them through their designated function names. Using such techniques, malware can hide these APIs from their import address tables, which defenses extensively look at when performing static analysis in order to find out if the malware is using flagged as malicious Windows APIs. Don't worry if you are not familiar with Windows APIs, we are going to have a great discussion on what Windows APIs are really soon. So for now, I tried to describe you 3 bypasses, but in addition to these 3, there are other bypasses as well. Therefore, I urge you to explore them on your own. Now let's quickly go over the other methods used by malware authors to avoid dynamic analysis without causing any malicious intents. So basically what this would do is that it would make most of the dynamic engines consider the malware more likely to be a legitimate and a non-malicious application rather than a threat. To help you really grasp this, let me briefly explain you the API unhooking. The following technique is quite intriguing because numerous threat actors are known to utilize this technique extensively in the wild, and they have been doing this since a long time. To help you grasp this, let me briefly explain you what a Windows API is. Then we will move our discussion to API hooks and how defenses make use of this technique. So Windows APIs are essentially a mechanism for programs to make use of entire capabilities that a Windows operating system has to offer. Since it gives programs the ability to handle Windows and its underlying components, including user interface, memory management, monitoring and alteration of programs execution, network management, and several other ways to customize and use Windows for your own advantage. These Windows APIs greatly simplifies the work of EDR as well as hackers by providing both of them the control they need to up their game. Therefore, from a defensive point of view, we can say API hooking is an essential way to hook specific Windows application programming interface functions that have been demonstrated to be used by malware authors. When these APIs are called inside the malware, these hooks by EDRs or antivirus engines can help them take control of the program's execution. Once antivirus engine takes control of the program, they will then examine the parameters passed to the program and look for any anomaly. And upon inspection, if an abnormality is discovered, the application is terminated or stopped. Otherwise, antivirus software solutions resume the expected execution of the program. However, AVs mostly perform this magic on user land by injecting a DLL inside the memory area of the malware, with which the defense would reroute the API calls made by the malicious program to their controlled addresses and instruction set. This is an extremely efficient technique to expose a malware's real intents, and malware authors are required to use unhooking techniques such as API hashing, refreshing DLLs, or dynamically resolving API functions to protect their malware from calling a hooked API function. Although I won't go into great detail about how these methods are put into practice, we could conclude that API unhooking is essentially this and is a really important factor that a malware author needs to keep in mind for their malwares to last longer and undetected. And how you can implement such techniques, so you can expect the code to be clean and easy to understand and use. Hence, our discussion on offensive demonstration is now complete. So in the next section of this course, let us look at some of the futuristic technologies that will improve cyber war capabilities in the upcoming years. Particularly where data protection laws are such that forces businesses to assist governments with known as well as unknown software vulnerabilities and possible exploitation scenarios in several of their marketing products, allowing government to create 0 days and 1 days and use them against adversaries in their cyber operations while also securing themselves and their infrastructures from similar exploitation of vulnerabilities. So till now we have done some predictions on how attack vectors and trends are going to change and come up in next few years. And I hope we have a good understanding of how artificial intelligence will play an important role in shaping cyber war. Hackers try to avoid detection by obfuscating the indicators of detection that machine learning backed detection engine might hook on during an analysis. The best example would be the use of picture-based spam email to evade spam filters in an email system. So now let's move to our next attack vector, model extraction. So in this attack, an adversary attempts to execute a black box testing on a machine learning system in order to either reconstruct the model on which the system is made or obtain the data on which it was trained. Since most of the data on which the model is trained is strictly confidential, it would directly lead to an intellectual property theft. Let's think of the case where an XDR extensively relies on machine learning for its detection. What an adversary could do is, by performing a model extraction attack on the XDR, it can discover the training model on which the XDR is trained, which they could then use in their malware to rebuild its behavior and mask its malicious activities from the XDR while the operation is continuing. So these were some of the attack models possible with adversarial artificial intelligence. I would definitely recommend you to check out Advanced Machine Learning Threat Matrix by MITRE that is published on GitHub as an independent open source project to know more about how this adversarial machine learning works. In the next 4 to 5 years, the market of artificial intelligence for cybersecurity is predicted to expand by $19 billion. AI-driven solutions would try to build more collaborative and responsive frameworks to deal with massive cyber threats in a short amount of time. For example, we may see soon many nations working together to form a collaborative framework that is capable of disrupting ransomware groups and majority of their operations in real time. Advanced deep learning models capable of giving more efficient preemptive and actionable intelligence would be implemented to immensely help threat intelligence and research as well as development around the globe. Security Operations Center capabilities will be enhanced in various ways as machine learning model will take most of the mundane tasks performed by the SOC team and automatically provide them with the total visibility of ongoing cyber attack. allowing analysts as well as other stakeholders to focus their time and energy on more essential issues. Simultaneously, artificial intelligence would aid defenses in performing their task more efficiently by demonstrating advances in key domains such as malware reverse engineering, forensics, vulnerability research, and so on. Phishing through cloned web pages or even email spamming would become much more difficult to carry out, requiring a significant amount of resource and time for the adversary to continue operations undetected with a long-lived infrastructure. This would limit the ability of majority of less sophisticated and underfunded operators to discontinue their operations. basically try to comprehend how things will develop in the near future. This concludes our discussion, and I hope you have gained a lot of knowledge and takeaways from this discussion. I'm sure you have been waiting to witness the real world attack simulation that we have been discussing throughout this course. So let's jump straight into it and see what a real world attack looks like and how it is actually conducted. Hello and welcome to part 4 of this course, where we will examine a simulation of real-world cyber attack to better comprehend the structural insights of highly organized and sophisticated cybercrimes. I would carry this attack inside my own controlled lab environment, and you could expect some of the security features as well as applications less strictly enforced here than one might find in a real-world target. And the reason for doing this is to keep this demonstration simple to consume, and I believe that one should consider this to be a simple proof of concept for actual cyber attacks and must not expect this to be an example of carrying out stealth OPSEC safe cyber operations. So what you will learn from this simulation? You will discover how to use open source tools and pretext to start a phishing campaign. You will get yourself familiar with how to write malicious macro-based Word document and conduct spear phishing attack on targets and get them to download and run your payload. You will learn how to carry out exploitation as well as post-exploitation with the help of command and control. You will understand how APTs choose their target, perform domain compromise, conduct next-generation phishing attacks that can get them even around two-factor authentication, and a ton of other information. This part is divided into 3 attack phases. Attack phase 1, or what we can call getting into right network, followed by attack phase 2, which is all about getting into the right system, and lastly getting the blueprint. So let's quickly start with our phase 1 of this attack, which is about how APT69 get itself to the right network. You can see an image with numerous block, arrows and text written on them here. This is essentially the plan that will be followed by APT69 while they are carrying out their attack. For the time being, let's ignore this gray area out here and let's discuss the first 3 blocks. Let's assume APT69 is targeting Think Tank X, which is a think tank known for conducting excellent cutting-edge research on specific nuclear reactors that are of particular interest to a country Y. The research blueprint is located inside a Think Tank X's secret lab, and the ultimate goal of APT69 is to get that blueprint out. The first step for the attacker involves identifying the target that is either directly or indirectly related to the secret lab. So for identification and profiling of their targets, APT69 used OSINT techniques, which essentially relies on information gathered from various open source platforms. Talking more about it, OSINT is one of the best and most popular method for target identification, which involves techniques such as tracking of employees of Think Tank Access on LinkedIn or to use Google to get more information available on this organization throughout the web. So after using such techniques for information gathering, APT69 was able to pinpoint 2 potential victims for this operation. As stated in the first box, these are Bhautiki and Vigyan. In terms of how APT69 came across them, it was by looking at the research paper that both of them had recently published in a research journal, which also had their email address along with their awesome research on a particular type of nuclear reactor. For hackers, this is advantageous because they now have the name as well as the email address of their potential victims. We will soon observe in step 3 how hacker will exploit one of these targets by using these 2 pieces of information, which is his name and his email address. The next step, as you can see on this box here, is to actually look at Think Tank X's valuable assets that is spread across the web. So basically, there are few advantages of doing this. Firstly, the organization's crucial assets will be disclosed. The second advantage would be that the attacker will be able to generate multiple attack paths to target the victim, giving them more options in case. The third important advantage is mapping the organization's resources that can help attackers to be ready for what to expect once they enter the network. So overall, by doing such a practice, it reveals a great deal of information about how the target actually operates. So with that being said, as we can see below this second box, APT69 discovered that Think Tank X has a VPN server, a mail server, and a number of web servers inside their IP address pool. This information was found by them using a showdown search. Since this is an attack simulation that is taking place inside a lab environment, you should assume that these two steps are already accomplished before we begin the attack simulation. However, there have been legit instances where several of the threat actors have also used such techniques to attack their targets. So with that, let's proceed to the third step now, which is gaining initial access to target's infrastructure. In order to accomplish this, APT69, like majority of other APTs, decided to start off with an email phishing campaign in which it asks users to check their VPN connectivity by preparing a fake context about their VPN provider experiencing some technical difficulties. To demonstrate this phishing attack that would enable attacker to even bypass two-factor authentication, attacker would use advanced reverse proxy tool EvilChinks and open source phishing toolkit GoPhish. Before we begin our demonstration, let me quickly explain you what a reverse proxy phishing toolkit is and why threat actors use it. Before we begin our demonstration, let me quickly explain you what a reverse proxy phishing toolkit is and why threat actors use it. A reverse proxy can be pictured as a transparent server that sits in between the victim and the real server. When the victim clicks on malicious link, it basically hijacks the victim's request, and this request is then silently forwarded to the original server once it reaches to the next generation phishing framework such as EvilChinks. But because the traffic is actually passing through this reverse proxy, the attacker can also clearly see the communication going back and forth. This reverse proxy solutions has ability to modify the request and may add something extra before the request can reach to the server. And as soon as the server responds to the query, the response is sent back to the reverse proxy, wherein an attacker can view this response, edit it, or even inject custom JavaScript that will be executed on the victim's browser. Finally, the victim receives the response for its request, and since everything malicious happened behind the scene, most victims are unaware that anything of that sort might have happened. So one must be wondering why even hackers consider using reverse proxy in their operations. This is mostly because a typical form-based phishing, which used to be prevalent up till 2016 or 17, would not function if a service actually relies on additional security parameters for user authentication such as two-factor authentication. Attacker can only obtain username and password using such form-based phishings, but they would then require to check if the password provided by their victim is a valid password or not. This is an added workload, and it greatly affects the efficiency of their ongoing campaigns. Additionally, if a two-factor authentication is enabled for this user, this form-based phishing attack vector will typically fail because the attacker would now require to bypass two-factor authentication in order to log in inside that user's account. These reverse proxy techniques have now been widely used by threat actors to counter such attack limitations. Conducting an advanced phishing attack based on reverse proxy is fairly easy as compared to the trivial formats, since the login pages are created directly from the server and are forwarded to the victim. A hacker is not required to create similar looking phishing templates, and this removes a major burden of attacker to create number of HTML pages for every target now and then. Each username, password, and even 2FA are sent to the legitimate servers almost instantly by the means of these reverse proxy solutions, so the hacker need not to be worried about the validity of the data provided by the victim. This is because the victim would see an error if any of these parameters were incorrect, to which they could then re-enter their proper credentials if required. These advanced phishing frameworks also include post-phishing activities, which after a successful login performs additional functionalities, sending an automatic email to recent contacts, changing the password, creating a temporary password, and even dumping some of their interesting emails, such as VPN credentials. And because of such vast functionalities that it provides to a threat actor, These frameworks are widely adopted by threat actors in their overall operations. Now that we are familiar with evil jinx and reverse proxy concepts, let's quickly examine how APT69 might actually put such a framework into practice and employ it to compromise Vigyan's VPN service. Let's begin our simulation of launching this phishing campaign right away without further ado. So as you can see from this flow, we need two things to start the phishing campaign, that is Evil Jinx and GoFish. Let's launch these two programs on the attacker machine. So as you can see, each of these frameworks are launching inside their individual terminal here. In the meantime, while they are launching, let me give you a quick rundown on these two applications. GoFish is a phishing framework that makes it simple for attackers to create and send phishing emails and pages to unsuspecting individuals. This also has more sophisticated features like tracking your campaign, including which users opened your email and whether they clicked on your enticing email or not. By using GoFish, one can schedule their campaign and manage them conveniently in one place using that admin panel right over here. Don't worry, we are going to make use of some of these features soon. The next big thing is Evil Jinx. This is essentially a reverse proxy that enables the attacker with the ability to mirror the precise web pages that a person is being phished for. As previously mentioned, attackers can also get around multi-factor authentication by using this advanced phishing framework, which is based on man-in-the-middle technique. As you can see on the right side of the screen, our GoFish is now active and is using port 3333 on 127.0.0.1, which is our local host, to provide admin control. While on the left terminal, our Evil Jinx is active and is using port 443 and our IP, which is of course accessible to our victims. So as we discussed during the asset discovery phase, APT69 discovered a VPN service which is hosted on vpn.securedomain.local. Attacker has therefore decided to use Evil Jinx to build a reverse proxy for this VPN and present victim with what appears to be a genuine version of VPN gateway. If we pay close attention to the terminal where the Evil Jinx is running, we can see that we have vpnphishing.local, which is basically the URL that the attacker wants Vigyan to visit, and when he does, he will be shown a perfect replica of vpn.securedomain.com. I chose this naming convention as such so that it will be simple for you to understand which URL serves what purpose here. Along with this, I have created a unique fishlet, which is essentially a configuration that instructs the reverse proxy how to respond to incoming requests and responses. Let's quickly examine this fishlet in an attempt to comprehend how it actually functions. If you look at here, APT69's proxy host configuration basically specifies which domain this profile wants Evil Jinx to replicate. In this case, vpn.securedomain.com, which is actually a legit VPN gateway for ThinkTankX. If we look at the credentials section here, it basically instructs the reverse proxy how to extract victim's username and password from the request the victim will send to our Evil Jinx instance. The next is login, which is essentially the path taken by the user to log into a VPN gateway. Then comes JavaScript inject, which is essentially a functionality that allows attacker to inject custom JavaScript in the response to the victim, and this JavaScript can help attacker control the browser's behavior. In APT69's case, this JavaScript checks if the victim has logged in, and if so, it redirects the victim to another attacker control location called result.html, and this page essentially displays a plain message that your VPN performance is stable and there is no need to be concerned. I hope now you have understood how to create your unique Evil Jinx template on your own. Let's return to the terminal and look at the URL that must be sent to Vigyan. Our Evil Jinx instance will only be activated by Vigyan once this precise path is opened by him. As attackers, we could get this URL by typing layers space get URL and the layer ID. Let's open this URL that we are presented here inside the Firefox and see if everything functions properly by successfully capturing a sample username and password. So this is how a VPN gateway appears. Let's quickly provide a fake username admin and a fake password to see if Evil Chinks can intercept that. As you can see, Evil Chinks is able to obtain the username and password, and our injected JavaScript functioned fairly well in sending the user to the page that reads something along these lines. Therefore, we could anticipate that Vigyan would also experience the same phishing flow. Now that we have a reverse proxy and EvilJinx has given us the URL that is needed to be attached to the appropriate email, now it's a fair time to design and launch our campaign for phishing Vigyan. Let's quickly go to GoPhish admin panel now. One thing to remember here is that attacker must use a good pretext, which is basically a context that the attacker thinks the user might fall for to create the right email, which in this case is about a problem that is faced by Think Tank Access VPN provider. So I am using GoPhish to send this email. Go to this URL which contains our admin panel and allow us to create our first phishing campaign. This admin portal can be accessed at 127.0.0.1 and at port 3333. As you can see, we are given with all the necessary informations to launch our campaign after we logged in. This is essentially a dashboard where you can learn more about the campaigns and their present status, such as which users have opened their email, which user agent they are using, and several other things. When we click on the campaign section, we are taken to the page where we can launch a campaign for the specified targets. Let's begin by taking a look at Users and Organizations tab. As you can see, our target Vigyan is listed here, and we also have his email address, his position or what we call profile within this organization. By the way, if we only include name and the email address, this would be sufficient for this particular form, and including all the information is not even necessary. So with that, let's try to create an email template now by selecting the email template tab here. And as you can see, this is the pretext along with the VPN outage as a phishing subject that attackers believe could entice the target into clicking on click here link. And this click here link, my friend, contains a link to the EvilJinx reverse proxy. I would suggest you to pause this video and read the pretext to fully understand what the pretext is all about. Now that we have finished writing this email, and since we won't be using GoPhish to lure victims, instead we will be using EvilJinx, we can move on to the next step without worrying about creating an actual landing page, which is essentially a page to which a victim would be transferred if they click on a particular link, which in our pretext is click here. But since click here directly redirects user to a EvilJinx URL, we don't necessarily need a landing page here. Hence, a blank landing page will therefore be deployed in this section. So up till this point, all that is left to do is configure the sending profile. Since email phishing has to be sent to the victim's mailbox, an SMTP server is required to do such a thing. So we essentially need to set up access to an SMTP server that will forward our email to our victim's mailbox. So as you can see, once we go on this SMTP server section here, a username, password along with SMTP server address and email address of the attacker from which the message will be delivered to the victim, which in this case is attacker@phishingdomain.hack, must be provided. Few additional factors that might be relevant in a real-world operation are the mail server's reputation and the email gateway from which the email is actually sent. It has been observed that spam filters may identify low reputation SMTP servers or domains and block those emails from reaching the target's inbox. So in order to bypass the email filters in real-world attack scenarios, additional modification of SMTP servers and actual content that is sent to the users must be taken good care of. But since it is a lab environment, we shouldn't be worried about such a thing, and with that being said, let's move on to the campaign section now to create and launch our first campaign since everything is now fully set up. This could be done by selecting a campaign and then creating a new campaign. These form fields are all self-explanatory, so we only need to fill them out before pressing the start campaign button. Just follow the steps that I am doing in this screen, like what will be the name of the campaign, what would be our email template that we have already created in the name of VPN issue when we were talking about creating a pretext. We know that we have a blank landing page. Along with that, we have a URL. Let's push a dummy URL since we are not interested in landing page. And obviously then we have to configure a launch date and a time along with a sending profile. Then all that is left is to just include that group which has a list of victims, which is in our case victim 1, that only has one victim, which is Vigyan. And now let's click on launch campaign. Let's go and refresh this page and see whether we have successfully sent our email to our target Vigyan. So as you can see, our phishing mail has been successfully sent to the Vigyan's mailbox. Now here is the thing. In order to completely understand the attack scenario, we were viewing the whole situation from the attacker's eyes. And now let's consider Vigyan's viewpoint, which is our victim for this attack demonstration, and let's observe his reaction to this email. So in this portion on the screen, Vigyan could be seen logging into the system, and he has an unreaded email that surely needs his attention. This email was found by Vigyan. He examined and came to a conclusion that it is a trustworthy email, and so he decided to click on the click here button. A browser opened when Vigyan clicked on this URL, displaying a page from the EvilJinx reverse proxy that looks exactly like the genuine VPN gateway. Vigyan, without giving a second thought, entered his username and password, which without his knowledge or consent is going to get immediately saved to the EvilJinx server. As you can see, he is then redirected to a page that states that everything is in order and no need to worry about his VPN connection. If you recall, when I was explaining you how we can create a custom EvilJinx template, there was a JS inject field. So this redirection that just happened after Vigyan has entered his username and password was actually because of the JS that was injected from the EvilJinx profile that we created at the beginning. Coming back to the attacker's system, after obtaining the VPN credential, the attacker is now trying to access Vigyan's computer by going to the official VPN gateway website, which is vpn.securedomain.com. Now you can see that once the attacker has entered the correct username and password, which he obtained after successfully phishing Vigyan, and when he clicks on connect, Vigyan's system has successfully been opened into attacker's browser. Now here is the thing that I really want to discuss with you. If both the attacker and the victim, which in this case is Vigyan, tries to use the same VPN connection at the same time, the intrusion would be simpler to spot. So in practice, to avoid such intrusions from happening, attackers try to access the system only when the real victim is not logged into the system. Maybe in a real world attack scenario, attackers might access that VPN connection in a late night. But for this simulation, the attacker disregards these worries and logged in right away after obtaining the required credentials for the demonstration purpose. As you can see, we made it to the fourth box. However, as we stated in that box, the attacker quickly discovered that Vigyan does not belong to the secret lab that the attackers are interested in and has a very little internal access. Now, in order to gain more information, attacker chose to target Bhautiki, who is actually a lead researcher who has been a long-time participant inside this think tank. In order to gain access to Bhautiki's system, an attacker could try a variety of methods, such as relaunching the VPN campaign that we have sent to Vigyan, but since Bhautiki is the lead researcher, he might not fall for the same. But what if Bhautiki gets an email from someone he talks frequently and who he has a lot of trust in? What if hackers use Vigyan's email profile to send Bhautiki an email that contains a malicious macro that is embedded inside a document file which is all about ongoing researches on nuclear reactors? Let's pause for a moment and let's revisit the profiling phase. This will give us a complete picture of how, as an attacker, it was a thought that Bhautiki might be a good candidate. So during the profiling phase, an examination of Bhautiki and Vigyan's LinkedIn profile activity reveals that Bhautiki appears to be Vigyan's mentor, and this makes Bhautiki pretty much a good target to perform a spear phishing on. Given that Vigyan is a trustworthy source, there is a high likelihood that this lure would be sufficient to compromise the target. Attacker would therefore do exactly this to try to gain access to Bhautiki's system. So this whole attack is also known as spear phishing because the entire attack process has been planned to target a specific user in a way that the victim genuinely has more trust in the sender. You can also call this attack as an internal spear phishing attack. So for conducting this phishing attack, an attacker need a macro payload that grants him access to Bhautiki's system and a pretext that makes it simple for attacker to make this attack seems less suspicious and more friendly in order to launch this attack. The first issue is how an attacker get a Word file infected with a macro. So for creating a document that is infected with a malicious macro, there are several tools such as MacroPack, but for our instance, we are using Empire as a command and control server, and we are instructing Empire to create a VBA macro for us. The VBA generated by the command and control server would then be injected inside the Word document containing some genuine research on nuclear reactors. After that, the attacker will email it to Bhautiki directly from Vigyan's system. Now that our C2 instance is loading, let's quickly launch Starkiller as well. So Starkiller is basically an Empire server's GUI application. Once both of these instances have been successfully loaded, we could see that there are several listener profiles visible on the screen, including one with the identifier APT69C2. A listener is basically a profile to tell command and control server how to build a payload which would run on the victim's machine for the connect back in a way that the attacker intends to do. For example, once the payload have been successfully executed on the victim's device, the attacker wants to establish a reverse connection using the HTTPS profile on port 443 with a particular user agent. So while creating listeners, you can make such modifications. To learn how attackers has designed their payload to function inside the target system, let's click on APT69's listener profile. The type column, as you can see, basically indicates the protocol to use or mimic by the payload when it is trying to connect back to the command and control server. The communication between victim's computer and the attacker's command and control server will appear to be HTTP traffic because this listener makes use of HTTP profile, which in some cases also help prevent network-based detection. There are several other profiles to switch, including malleable HTTP profiles and HTTPS among others. The following column contains the listener's name, which in this case is APT-69C2. The host, which is basically the URL that the attacker wants to be callbacked using this HTTP profile, which is our third column. The following port on the attacker's C2 server that is awaiting for a connect back. And the host IP contains the IP address of the command and control server. The user agent, jitter, and the rest are now left at their default settings. The next step is to create a stager. Stager is basically a payload that would run inside the victim's machine. The victim's system is actually compromised by this specific piece of code. The attacker, in our case, as we previously explained, wants a VBA macro. By selecting Windows/macro here, a configuration panel with a few key columns opens up. So let's take a look at all of these columns right away. The first and the foremost is the listener, which essentially calls for one to provide a listener that was just created by the attacker, which is APT69C2 listener profile. The next is to determine the language to use inside the attacker's system to execute that payload. Because the entire environment is Windows, PowerShell would be the best option. Along with that, you can see there are other options here such as base64 toggle, which essentially wraps the PowerShell command, and safecheck, which looks for sandbox artifacts and prevents the execution of payload if one is found. Talking about the obfuscate toggle here, it is particularly helpful for getting past endpoint security measures like antivirus, EDRs as well as AMSI. If you have never heard about AMSI, I would recommend you to go and read about this on this blog. The next column that is significant to us is the out file, which includes the file name you want your payload to be written on the disk. The rest is left as default. Now let's take a closer look at the VBA that was produced inside the attacker's machine after clicking submit. As you can see, our payload instructs the system to execute an encrypted PowerShell command and is written in VBA. Now that we have the macro, let's connect to Vigyan's system using his virtual private network credentials and let's try to make a malicious document there. Let's select this document over here and let's open it inside the Microsoft Word. You can imagine this document as a legitimate, publicly available nuclear research document. So just to make it look like that, I'm going to make some changes here. Now that we are done with the beautification of this document, so in order for the attacker to inject a macro, basically a developer profile must be enabled. This functionality needs to be enabled by going through files and then clicking on the options over here. Once the pop-up appears, on the right hand side we have an option as customized ribbon. Just click on that and enable the developers option given on the left panel of the customize the ribbon vertical. As a result, you can see that attacker can use this developer tab over here on the Windows ribbon to create word macros for this document. So the attacker first chose developer after activating it and click on the macro, like this. The attacker must select the macro's scope in this dialog box, which in this case is limited to this document. Give the VBA any name you want after selecting that option and then click on Create button. As you can see, the hacker copied the C2 VBA from the attacker's system and pasted it on the following VBA editor before saving this document. So in this way, the attacker has successfully injected the payload. However, if you examine the macro, it says auto close as one of its function name, indicating that this VBA will be called once the document is closed. If everything goes according to the plan here, a blue PowerShell pop-up will appear in front of the screen when this document is closed, granting an attacker access to Vigyan's system. Let's test this VBA by closing this document now. So yes, as you can see, a blue screen undoubtedly appeared and the attacker's machine successfully received a connect back. This demonstrated that the payload was functioning correctly, and as a result, we were able to successfully create a malicious macro document. The only thing that is left to do is to send this macro to Bhautiki. So let's quickly do this by right clicking on this document and then clicking on the highlighted send to option over here and then choosing the mail recipient. The pretext for this mail can be copied from the attacker's virtual machine like this, and the final email would look something like this. So by typing Bhautiki's email address and copying the pretext from the attacker's system along with the subject for this mail, our final mail would look something like this. So once we click on this send button, as we can see, our message has been successfully sent. Now from the attacker's point of view, the attacker must wait for a command and control callback because there is no way for the attacker to now know whether the user, which in this case is Bhautiki, will fall for the lure or not. And now the ball is in Bhautiki's court and he is now in charge of viewing or not viewing this document and enabling or not enabling this macro. So this is how we have finished the fifth stage of this attack phase now. As you can see on the screen here, which is a reflection of Bhautiki's system, Bhautiki has successfully received Vigyan's email. Now Bhautiki decided to download this document after reading the pretext, and the credit for this goes to the spear phishing effort that was carefully targeted by keeping Bhautiki's interest and trust abuse in mind. As we could see, he now opens this document after downloading it and chose to click on that Enable Content button and started reading the research paper. A similar blue box, however, appeared after Bhautiki finished and closed the document. As we can see on the attacker's command and control server, the attacker successfully received a callback. And with that, we have successfully arrived at our sixth stage for this attack phase 1. Currently, all that is needed to be done is to figure out how APT69 gets access to the ResearchNet secret lab network by performing post-exploitation on Bhautiki's system. So APT then decided to immediately determine whether the callback had higher integrity or not. The attacker must ensure this thing. If they plan to engage in stealth persistence, email dumping, or similar activities, it often requires the callback to have a higher integrity, which has more flexible roles that can be performed by the command and control server. By checking the integrity of the access that the attacker received initially, by going through this module, it was determined that UAC needs to be bypassed. And to do that, luckily there are a number of modules for bypassing UAC checks inside the command and control server that APT69 is using. The attacker is now ready to inject this module into victim's system in order to get a connection back with a higher privilege. This is done by including this bypass UAC underscore environment module inside the Empire and passing the correct obfuscate command in order to bypass AMC and WD, which is Windows Defender. And once we click on submit, we are expected to receive a high integrity callback. So yes, attackers successfully received a connect back with higher integrity soon after the module ran inside the victim system. This can be shown by displaying this logo over here, which signifies that the connection back has higher integrity. With higher integrity, the attacker now chose to dump the email from Bhautiki's system after reaching a higher integrity level. As usual, Empire provides a variety of modules for the same. In order to interact with Outlook webmail, the attacker used the tool called Mail Raider. This is the tool which was written almost 6 to 7 years back, but it is flawless and is still applicable during red team engagements. However, it is important to deactivate Outlook security before using Mail Raider, as it may notify the user on the other end that someone is trying to attempt to access their Outlook instance and read their mail. This is because the Outlook security might be turned on while the attacker is actually trying to dump some emails. So to disable Outlook security, the attacker used appropriate version of Office, which is 16.0, to run this deactivate underscore security module over here through the Empire C2 server on the victim's computer. And we could see on the right side that the security has been successfully disabled. The attacker now used view underscore email module of MailRaider to dump certain emails. So when running this module, it requires attacker to have a mail index in order to read the email. You can think of it as an index given to each mail that Bhautiki has received, starting with 0 and that ends with the last email that will be there in Bhautiki's system. The attacker then changed the index value to 1, which would gather one of the most recent emails inside Bhautiki's Outlook. After launching this module, attacker waited for the execution to happen on victim's machine. After some time, the attacker was given access to the content of mail index 1. So on the right hand side, we could see an email which has a sender admin@researchnet.local, and the mail is sent to bhautiki@researchnet.local to authorize VPN access to the ResearchNet secret lab. As the result, the attacker now have completed attack stage 6 successfully and found a VPN connection to ResearchNet. Let's move on to the second phase of this attack now, where you will see how APT69 enters the appropriate system within the ResearchNet that contains the blueprint of nuclear reactors. So with that, let's move on to the second phase of this attack, which is getting into the right system. Welcome to the getting into the right system, aka phase 2 of this attack. APT69 has been able to obtain credentials to access ResearchNet up to this point, and in this phase, they will use their skill to gain access to a system that contains confidential nuclear reactor research. We could see a screenshot with Bhautiki's credential, which would allow APT69 to gain access to the ResearchNet which is basically the core network of Think Tank X and where all the confidential information is kept. So, in order to better understand the flow of this attack phase 2, let's divide it into three major steps. The first step here is to use the hijacked credentials to replicate Bhautiki's access inside the research net and access Bhautiki's system. The goal of this step is to use Bhautiki's system as a pivot point from which the attacker can learn more about the network design and how things actually work inside this domain to execute a successful exploitation. Don't worry, things will become more clearer once you see words translated into actions. Once step 1 is completed successfully, the attacker will use Bhautiki's system to compromise the entire domain network by gaining access to a central device called as a domain controller, which can thought of as the boss of all computers to which all computers inside a domain listens. If you compromise that system, you basically own all the systems inside that domain. As a result, this step would include attacks such as Kerber roasting, creating silver tickets to access restricted database contents, offline password cracking, and several other attack vectors. Once step 2 is completed, ABT69 basically found a right system inside that domain network. However, in order to gain access to this specific system, step 3 is definitely required. So in step 3, an attacker uses a directory attack known as DCSync to obtain hashed password for all users within a domain. As these hashes are just as effective as knowing their passwords, in step 3 you will see how attacker would use these compromised hashes to gain access to a target system that contains the blueprint of a specific nuclear reactor. So all in all, you will learn how Active Directory works at an enterprise level. Along with that, offline password cracking would be demonstrated. You can see the significance of hashed password and how they can be used instead of passwords. You will see how advanced tools such as Sharphound can be used to perform Active Directory enumeration, among several other things. Active Directory is a Microsoft's priority directory service, and it basically runs on a Windows server and allow administrators to manage permissions and access to network resources. These network resources could be anything from users to computers and printers. So in essence, it is a hierarchical collection of network resources that can be managed and maintained by an administrator using Active Directory services from a single location known as domain controller. The best thing about Active Directory is that it saves information about the object contained within the network resources by name and attributes. For example, if there is a user, the object of that user will contain username as well as the associated information such as password, last login, and so on. Talking more about the domain services, the primary service provided by Active Directory is called as ADDS, which is Active Directory Domain Services. You can think of ADDS as a central entity whose job is to basically authenticate a user for a specific resource and determine whether or not the authenticated user is authorized for that specific access within that domain. The next important component for an Active Directory is a domain controller, which is a central location that has access to all the network components that are inside the domain, whether they are users, computers, printer, or any other devices. And we can pretty much control the entire domain using this domain controller, and we can decide how all of those domain computers or network devices behave in that domain. To help you understand what an Active Directory is, consider the following scenario. Enterprise A has three functional departments. The first is Information Technology Department, the second is Sales Department, and the third is the Marketing Department, wherein all of these departments work in a very different way. So let us refer these three verticals as organizational unit for now. There is a need for network resources to help each of these verticals perform well throughout the business. Assume that only 10 computers are required in each of these verticals, so we now have 30 computers to manage in total. Assuming that 30 computers will also have 30 users at least, wherein IT's job is to manage the entire IT infrastructure as well as some parts of software development. The sales department is in charge of selling their products, while marketing is in charge of publicizing and advertising about the new products. All of these require a unique set of softwares. So, because these must be a part of an Active Directory, as I previously stated, they must be managed by a single entity called as domain controller. So, this is our domain controller system, which can control each of these systems separately. But to control each of these systems on an individual level will be extremely difficult. So, to make the process easier, we classified 10 users as solely belonging to the IT department. The remaining 10 are solely responsible for sales department and the other 10 for the marketing department respectively. And this is where the organizational unit factors basically comes in. We basically characterize all those network resources into one location that performs a predefined set of similar actions. So in case of IT department, all those 10 users will perform limited set of actions that are required for a functional IT department. So conceptually, this sounds right, but how can each of these users be grouped and controlled from a central entity if we talk technically? What do exactly we need? So we need a central database that keeps track of all these systems. So this is the central database on which the Active Directory is based. Basically maps what the properties of the resources is to the objects, such as which group it belongs, what attributes it has, what is the IP address, and so on. As a result, the information about all those 30 objects of the Active Directory gets saved inside this database. Now that we have a database, we need some service to access that database, right? So this is known as directory service, and it allows anyone to communicate, interact with database and manage it. And using this service, we'll be able to manage all of these objects. And this is basically what we refer as a directory service. If you want to perform some actions on a group of systems, it will be extremely time consuming to go through each systems one by one and interact with each one before making changes. So there must be a way for similar systems to be grouped, and this is what we accomplished by establishing organizational units. So these are the three organizational units with proper names that refer to their departments. As a result, these organizational units are now added to the database, and using the directory services, it is now possible to make direct changes or query to their entries. However, in order to make changes or query to other directory objects, there must be a protocol that allow each of these objects to call for other network resources or perform changes within the central database. Let's assume that we have a printer that needs to be connected to the IT department only. Now, if the IT department is unable to communicate with the directory service or even request for printer access, it will be extremely difficult for those 10 systems to use that printer. To make this possible, there is a protocol known as Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. We can use this protocol to request objects reference to contact. Now we only want our IT department to have access to this printer, and we don't want other two departments to have access of it. As a result, authentication and authorization are required. So this is where Active Directory Domain Services comes in, which I have already told you basically authenticates and authorizes all users and computers inside the domain network and assigns and enforces a proper security policy for all those objects. Using these Active Directory domain services, we ensure that only the correct user or group has access to the correct network resources. Now, for authentication purposes specifically, we have a protocol known as Microsoft's Kerberos. Kerberos basically allow thousands of systems to communicate with a domain controller and request various resources. So it works in such a way that you don't have to constantly enter username and password and authenticate every time you require an access to the resource because it is simply time consuming. Rather, it employs tickets that can be used to provide access to a variety of services, and an object inside a domain can use those tickets to gain access to the printer or any other network resource or network services such as MS SQL database and so on. As a result of implementing Kerberos and relying on domain services, it is now possible that the Sprinter one is only accessible to a specific organizational unit, namely the IT department. When the other two systems request the same resource, this access will be denied because they lack the necessary permissions. Let's assume that there are some high level of security required for IT department because they deal with some critical works that can directly impact the business and its execution. So for such cases there has to be strict security policies in place. So one such policy is that every 7 days the user within that IT department must reset their account password. So using this Active Directory domain service, we can make use of group policy changes and set a group policy and enforce that group policy to a particular organizational unit, which in this case is the IT department organizational unit. Similarly, for market and sales department, we want to ensure that as soon as the user logs in into the system, they are automatically provided with the softwares needed to perform either the sales or the marketing task. As a result, the domain controller can perform the automatic installation of these softwares. And for that, we can again use a group policy and then design our policy to say that whenever a user with this department signs in, or even if a new account is created for this organizational unit, this is the set of softwares that must be installed before the user can use the system. Using these group policies, we can also enforce users to have a complex password and does not accept the passwords which has a length less than maybe 13 characters. We can even change the desktop background for each of these organizational units individually. As a result, we now know that Active Directory plays a crucial role in managing all those systems. There are a number of other services that are there in this domain service, such as certificate service, right management service, and so on. And it's a quite broad topic, but I just want you to give a gist of how an Active Directory works. And using an example, I believe it is now clear how Active Directory works in a nutshell. So, based on this explanation, it is clear that the domain controller has the most potential from an attacker's standpoint because it has a direct access to the database that contains information about all the network resources. It has authority to change the group policy for the entire domain and make changes to all the systems at once. It can also do a lot with all the systems within that domain. So, if an attacker gains access to a domain controller, it is a very bad situation for the enterprise. If the attacker gains access to a domain controller, they can pretty much do anything with all the systems that resides within that domain. And it is the highest level of access that the attacker can gain inside the domain. So to summarize, you now understood what Active Directory is used for, which is to manage devices centralized from a domain controller. You are also aware of the central database, where it is exactly located, and which protocol can be used to query it, which is LDAP or the Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. We discussed the work of Active Directory domain service and how Kerberos is used within the domain to perform authentication. You are also aware of the organizational units and why they are even created. Finally, we are aware that the level of access that APTs require to fully compromise the domain. There are several other concepts such as tree, forest, trust relations, delegation control, and several other technicalities. And don't worry if you don't fully understood all the topics, just wait until the demonstration to see if things make sense to you. So let's get into the demonstration now. This is the attacker's machine, and after obtaining Bhautiki's researchnet credentials, let us try to use those credentials to validate and establish our access in the researchnet. You can see the VPN location, which is vpn.researchnet.local. So let's quickly fire up our browser Firefox and let's get to that location. The gateway is similar to what we saw in phase 1. Let's give it a domain of researchnet.local and username and password of Bhautiki, which is password@123. Now that hackers have gained access to Bhautiki's system within the ResearchNet lab, it makes sense to perform additional enumeration to become acquainted with the network to which hackers have gained access. You can see that this is a Windows 10 system, And attackers can now attempt to exploit the fact that because this system is inside a firewall network, accessing the internal resources would necessitate the attacker to establish a SOC proxy server through which the attacker's system could directly interact with the network. If you never heard about the SOC proxy servers, it is similar to a proxy server whose whole purpose is to basically route the traffic. Because this network is firewalled, a direct connection from an attacker's system to Bhautike's system is not possible. And as you can see, Bhautike's system has a local IP address which can only communicate with the systems within its domain network. So what if I tell you there is a way to access all the internal resources inside of a domain network directly from the attacker's machine, and obviously without being a part of that network? So basically, our traffic is only reachable to the VPN gateway which is hosted in the public domain and forwards our request to Bhautike's system. So in order to access Bhautike's system directly, we need a medium VPN gateway. So for whatever reason, if we want to access a service that is hosted within this firewall network such as RDP, by default, these services are only available to those who are inside this network. To get around such a limitation imposed by internal networking and firewalls, a reverse SOC proxy solution is used. This solution will essentially instruct Bhautike's system to connect to the attacker's system which has a public IP address and then use that connection to take packets from attacker's system and forward those packets within its network. When a packet arrives at the reverse SOC proxy server which is hosted on the attacker's main system, it gets directly forwarded to the attacker's command and control server or any application for which the packet is actually meant. So this reverse SOC proxy will essentially create a zombie system within a high value network, and you could then use this zombie proxy server to reach out to the internal assets and make them accessible to attacker who is not the part of that network. So let's set up this reverse SOC proxy and then I will show you how to access the same system via RDP. Allow me to quickly start attacker's command and control server by going to Empire's folder inside my download and running this command with appropriate arguments, which is username and password. Let's keep this running, launch Starkiller to gain graphical access to our command and control server. As you can see, we have a ready HTTP listener that is listening on port 8080 and a specific IP address. One thing to keep in mind is that because this is a lab environment, you may find the IP address of attacker's box and the domain computers on the same network. But please consider this IP as the attacker's public IP. I designed all the attack path in such a way that the attacks would also work in most real-world NATed systems or systems that we can't directly access due to their non-public IP address. When we enter the stager section, we are presented with various profiles, one of which is Bhautike's ResearchNet access. Let us investigate that for a moment to see how it is configured. So basically, we would write a launcher code that would run on Bhautike's system to get a callback. As you can see, the stage for this stager is multi/launcher, indicating that it is applicable to multiple platforms that have PowerShell installed. The listener uses an HTTP port 8080 and the launcher's language is PowerShell. The final command is base64 encoded before being saved, and I have also included an obfuscator command to obfuscate the PowerShell stager to bypass MZ. The rest is as it should be, such as bypasses or proxy configuration. So this is how the stage was configured, and now let's copy this stage code and inject it into Bhautike's PowerShell instance. So let's go back to our Firefox and paste this PowerShell script into this PowerShell terminal. Let's click enter. Once the stager got successfully executed, now let's go back to the agent section of the Starkiller to see if we get a C2 callback from Bhautike's system, which is inside the ResearchNet domain network. As you can see, we successfully received a callback from Bhautike's system and now have access to it through our command and control server.
Some of you might be wondering why we would rehack a system that we have already access to.
This is simply due to the flexibility required when conducting an operation. C2 frameworks such as Empire, Cobalt Strike, Sliver, etc. make it really easy to execute attacks like post enumeration, lateral expansion, domain compromise, or even persistence over that system. Whereas if we want to do it over RDP, it is definitely doable, but it has its own overload and requires transferring of exploits scripts on the system directly. But for demonstration purposes, I will occasionally use GUI access that we just received because it is easier for you to visualize and understand the scenario. But mind you, the same could also be accomplished using a command and control terminal that we are given inside the Empire. Okay, let's see if Bhautiki's system has an open RDP port. To do so, go to the VPN access and open a command prompt. Then type netstat-ano and pass the result to a findstr to filter the results that contains 3389, which is an RDP port. So yes, the RDP port is open on the local IP address, and because the system is behind the firewall and does not have a publicly reachable IP address, we could use the reverse sock tunnel to create a persistent tunnel between Bhautiki's system and the attacker's system and route the attacker's traffic through that tunnel. As you can see on the screen, an attacker would use RevSock, an open source project, to set up reverse sock tunnel. So these are the commands that must be used to create a reverse sock server and connect to it from the client. In order to use this, we must download binaries from its release section. Simply select the architecture of attacker's system and the architecture of your client, which in this case is Linux AMD 64 for the attacker system and Windows x64 variant for the client. I had already downloaded both the variants on my attacker's machine. This is a reverse sock for Linux. Let's pass on the appropriate arguments to start a reverse sock proxy listener. As you could see, the reverse sock application is configured to act as a server and is listening for a connection from a client on 8443 port. The -socks flag tells reverse sock to use 1080 port on localhost as a local sock server from which we would route our traffic directly to the client's system. -pass is the password that the client must enter in order to authenticate to the server. Before running this command, it is better to check if those ports are not already acquired by some other processes. This can be done by calling up netstat with -antp flag and grab the port you want to check. So this is how we checked it and found that both of these ports are free and is not in use. Now that we have successfully executed this command, let's launch a reverse sock listener on the attacker's machine. The only thing left is to get a connection back from client's system, which is Bhautiki in this case. We could use Empire module to force the compromised system to download any file from a reachable web server. So let's start a HTTP server using Python's HTTP module on port 8001 inside of this directory that contains revsock for Windows. Then return to our Starkiller instance and use this invoke download file to download the reverse sock for Windows program into Bhautiki's system. This is a simple module to use. Simply provide it with URL of the resource and Bhautiki's system will retrieve it from that location, which in this case is attacker's VPS IP with port 8001. But in real world scenario, 8001 port not be the ideal port for communication. And in real world scenarios, use of high reputation IP address and a malleable port such as 443 is much preferred. Anyway, let's click on submit and see if attacker's HTTP server has any log or not. So you could see that client system indeed reached attacker's system and fetched that particular resource. Let us use dir command over here to see if the file was successfully written to the disk. Yes, we could see that revsock's Windows file has successfully written to the disk. Now let's take a look at proper commands that we need to provide on Bhautiki's system by utilizing our command and control instance. This is visible on RevSoc's GitHub project. As you can see, we need to supply -client as well as the listener's IP address, port and the password that we set up while running the SOC server. So let's copy this command and paste it into the shell command field of our C2 instance and then launch this reverse SOC application to instantiate a reverse SOC proxy connection to the specified client IP, which is our attacker's IP address. On the attacker's system, we successfully received a connect back on port 8443, and the attacker can now use its local port 1080 to route all the traffic through Bhautiki's system. To make things work as expected, we simply need to edit the proxy chain configuration, which will allow any application to behave in such a way that all of their traffic will be routed through a forced path, which is a SOC server created by the Rev proxy instance on our attacker system. As you can see on the right side of the screen, the one that needs to be edited is /etc/proxychains.conf. As evident from the last line, it is now already configured to work on 1080 port, which is now connected to the RevSoc listener. Now that everything is in place, let's put it to the test by accessing Bhautiki's RDP from this reverse SOC tunnel via proxy chains. The command for this is proxychains space xFreeRDP. Then we are providing the IP address as a local host because the traffic should originate from Bhautiki's system, and if you want to access RDP of Bhautiki's system, we must be able to do that with its local host. Then we provided /u for the username, which is Bhautiki, and then /p for providing the password as password @123 with capital P. And at last we used a switch called -f for full screen visualization of Bhautiki's system once a successful connection has been established. Because the traffic will actually go through this proxy tunnel and eventually reach Bhautiki's system, we have included /v, which is for the IP address of the system you are connecting to, which in this case is a local host because the traffic will originate from Bhautiki's system rather than from our attacker system, and the 127.0.0.1 will point to the local address of Bhautiki's system on the research net. This technique not only make it easy for hackers to gain access to the services that are only available to the local network, but it also makes the work of network defenses really difficult to determine what type of traffic is actually leaving their network. Let's press enter, and if everything goes well, we will have a full screen access of Bhautiki's system. So as you can see, we are inside Bhautiki's system and the desktop indicate that the system is a part of the secret lab. Now let's try to use this system to figure out how this network is set up and how it can be exploited. One reason I'm opening this RDP session, even if we have a successful VPN connection in our hand, is that it is not surprising that VPN connections are closely monitored and gets logged. That we are not using the VPN connection, we can make even less noise, and yes, it is easier for me to work with RDP than with a Kamchalau VPN setup. That's it for this video, and I'm going to leave you here. Let's meet in the next video for the continuation of this demonstration, and if you feel some of the concepts are difficult for you to understand, please let me know by commenting so that I can make a separate video explaining those things in greater details. So in this particular video, we are going to exploit Bhautiki's system and use its domain access to hack into high-value targets inside the researchnet.local domain. If we look at the agent section of our command and control server, we can see that attacker has no access of any system inside this particular domain. So the first and the most important thing that is needed to be done is to gain access to Bhautiki's system on our command and control server. So let me get a malicious code called PowerShell Launcher from this command and control section, which when executed will provide us access to Bhautiki's system in our agent section of the command and control server. To accomplish this, let's quickly review the Bhautiki's ResearchNet access stager profile that we created, and let's copy it to our clipboard. Now open the RDP session for Bhautiki's system and launch PowerShell and paste this stager code into this terminal. Let's wait for a moment. And yes, as you can see, we successfully gained access to Bhautiki's system that resides researchnet.local domain, and now we can control this system via our command and control server. So now that we have our desired but limited access, let's try running a few modules that provide us with information about how this Active Directory is configured. The module that we are going to use is called Bloodhound, and it's a great open source project that works like charm to basically map the entire Active Directory and exports it into a easy to visualize format. This tool is effective for creating a mind map of the entire Active Directory, including all the services that are running, how computers communicate with one another, domain trust, and several details such as information about users with excessive right, vulnerable services, and it also provides attack paths that attacker could use to compromise the entire domain. You will notice that we are presented with a lot of options to fill out. Don't worry, not every field given here needs to be filled out. So let me just put some of the basic inputs here, like adding the file name, which is bh_today. And this is the file name that will be written on the Bhautiki system that we will then download it to our own system. Let's run this module by clicking on submit button. Let's wait for the script to finish, and in the meantime, let me navigate to Bhautiki's users directory in our file browser. The purpose of doing this is because our Bloodhound result will be saved in that particular directory. So as you can see now, we have our Bloodhound result bh_today.zip file successfully written, and we can download this file by right clicking and selecting download. The task section here could be used to determine whether or not the file was successfully downloaded. Once the file is successfully downloaded, we need to go to a specific path inside of our command and control directory, as you could see from here. So this file right over here contains a lot of JSON text representation, and reading that out would hardly make any sense. So we need Bloodhound to basically render these texts into visual representations so that everyone can understand it. So for that, let me first run a Neo4j instance, which is essentially a database server and is a primary requirement for the Bloodhound. This is where all these JSON text files will be saved and then later retrieved by the Bloodhound for creating a visual representation. So if you follow me, you will see that this is the command that is required to start a Neo4j server. With that, let's now begin our Bloodhound application. So this is how a Bloodhound GUI looks, which basically is blank. So let's import our Bloodhound bh_today file to fill some colors inside it. You can see that the upload is happening in this pop-up box. Allow it to import all the necessary items, which includes user, group policy objects, organizational unit, domain, session, and computers. I would highly advise you to learn more about this tool because it allows you to easily explore vast Active Directory networks by helping you with a proper constructed visual representation of overall relationship within the objects of the Active Directory. Think of Bloodhound as a software that can help you understand Active Directory and how it is built and interact with other objects. As you are aware from my previous explanation about Active Directory concepts, objects includes a user within the domain, the groups in which they are classified, and even network devices such as printers. So each of these objects is related to one another. So Active Directory is nothing but the relation of these objects in a hierarchical representation. And generally, if we look at how Active Directory is managed throughout the enterprise, it is quite a complex thing. And this complexity brings its own set of vulnerabilities. At times, it is critical to assess the entire network or domain and how it is configured, which necessitates a set of automation. And with Bloodhound, we can do a lot of things, a lot of automation, and make sure that we at least travel the majority of the pathways which an attacker could also find and exploit vulnerabilities in. More than that, It assists the blue team in determining the weaknesses within the Active Directory, and obviously this tool also has several offensive applications as well. If we go to the analysis section here, we are provided with pre-built analytic queries. I would go over some of these pretty soon to see how they work and what output they present one by one. But first, let me show you how to make use of Bloodhound to understand the research net from attacker's perspective. So the first thing as an attacker we need to know is what are the domain users that we as an attacker could target. So to find that, we need to search for nodes here and let's type domain users. As you can see, it is a group called domain user and it contains all the users in this researchnet.local domain. There are several other options that are also loaded, but the one that I'm going to show you is this direct member here. If we click on it, these are all the members of this particular domain user group. And mind you, not all these accounts are a user account, and most of them are actually computer accounts, which means that you cannot use these accounts to actually log in. And these are particularly made to help support some of the services that are running inside the Active Directory. For example, we could see that this is a health mailbox 30 something something user. And this is not a user account, rather it is a computer account which has to do something with the mailbox service. And as an attacker, we are not interested in that. Rather, we are trying to hunt for more and more user accounts here. So while searching, as an attacker, we found this particular account ADM1N at the researchnet.local, which surely belongs to some guy inside the domain. After further enumeration, we found Franklin, Kratos, administrator at the researchnet.local, which is actually the domain administrative account. Following that, we also found Kerberos TGT account, which is yet another type of computer account which is used for Kerberos authentication. Then we found an MS SQL user, which is basically a service account, which means that it is actually running a service inside the Active Directory and we might be interested in this user. Then we got information about Bhautiki, Victim and Vigyan user account. In this particular lab, Vigyan does not have an active account, which means that using Vigyan you cannot log in. It is pretty much a deactivated account. So all in all, to summarize our investigation thus far, we got information about the active domain users. We got information about some of the crucial user accounts, including Franklin, administrator, Bhautiki, and MS SQL user, among other domain users. Now that these are all the users in the domain, we can know more about these users by clicking on them. For example, let's click on Bhautiki because we already have compromised its system and it will make sense if we are able to find something interesting about Bhautiki. As you can see, it tells us about the domain to which this user account is a part of, which in this case is researchnet.local. Surprisingly, this user is also a part of an organizational unit called as secret users. There are in total 3 users that are part of this organizational unit, which includes Bhautiki, Franklin, and at last Kratos. Now returning to what we have for Bhautiki, Bloodhound also provides us with information about when the password was last changed, when the logon date was, and if the account is enabled or disabled, along with the email address, which in this case is bhautiki@researchnet.local. If you want to know what are all those groups this particular user is a member of, we can click on this first degree group membership and we could see all those groups Bhautiki is a direct member of. Now since we found that researchnet.local has a secret lab group, so this is of a particular interest to us. Let's go to this researchnet.local's group secret lab and see what all informations we can extract from it. So as you can see, for this group, we have a column right here which says direct members, and if we click on this secret lab, it throws us that it has 3 members, Franklin, Kratos and Bhautiki. Now let's click on a particular user called Kratos and let's see how this user is actually related in this Active Directory. So this is an enabled account, but the last login was never made, which basically means that it is a dead account and we don't need to worry about Kratos. But the other 2 accounts are fully functional, as we could see that Franklin's last login is also present We could extract more information about this user, such as Franklin is a member of secret lab group. It is also a member of domain user. Inside the domain users, it is a member of another OU as depicted here. Now, I hope you understand what this drop down is all about, what information we are provided with, and what are the different users that we have got from secret lab group and a secret users organizational unit. If we go with the technicalities of how we actually acquired these results, so these informations were actually gathered from Bhautiki's system by making some PowerShell queries, and then this information got extracted from Bhautiki's system, written to the attacker's command and control directory, and this Bloodhound basically uses a collector called as Sharphound to basically extract all these information from the active directory, which then Bloodhound used to provide a graphical representation. We could also use Bloodhound to find out what are the domain administrators of this domain. We can do this by clicking on this Find All Domain Administrator link, and as you can see, we are presented with two users, MS SQL user and administrator. But this administrator account, since we know that it is a domain administrator account, it must have a strong password. But this MS SQL user is somewhat we could look before looking at the administrator account. So if you look at this MS SQL user, we are presented with several other informations like what are the reachable high value targets with this particular account. Since this is a domain administrator, compromising this particular account would provide us a direct escalation of our privileges as domain administrator. On further digging, we know that this member is a direct administrator to this DC01. We could get more information about what are the effective GPUs that are allowed, that are applied to this particular specific user, and we could extract information such as MS SQL user being a Kerberos user. And not only that, this particular MS SQL user is linked to a particular SPN depicted over here. And this SPN is basically a location of the service inside an Active Directory. Which means that with this particular user account, there is a service inside the Active Directory which is running on DC01. And if you read the SPN, it says MS SQL, which means that there is an MS SQL server which is running with the privilege of this particular user. Which in simple terms means that this user is in charge of running an MS SQL database within an Active Directory, and if we can compromise this user, we may be able to see some juicy information within the database as well. So up till this point, we are able to extract the majority of the information that would help us in constructing our attack path as an attacker. And just as a recap, let's see what are the important findings of our investigation. So as an attacker, we know that there is a secret lab group which has 3 members, and those are Franklin, Bhautiki, and Kratos. We also know that Kratos is a user account that we are least concerned of because it has never logged in. Apart from that, there is another domain administrative account which is also a part of a Kerberos user and is also responsible for running an SQL server inside the Active Directory. So since MS SQL user is a domain administrator and is also a member of Kerberos organizational unit, it makes it prone to a special type of attack called as Kerberosting. Don't worry about what a Kerberos is or what significance does a Kerberos table user make, because I will explain you everything in the next video, but just for now, know that MS SQL user is Kerberos table. So this is all the information about the Bloodhound. Let's quickly make a note of our findings here and then proceed to the Bloodhound instance where we decide to Kerberos this SPN. So forget about everything. As Bhautiki, who is also a domain user, can we try to check whether Bhautiki has an access to this particular SQL server? Or in simple terms, can we try to look inside that particular database? And the reason for doing that is because if we find something really valuable, such as database user using default passwords, or if Bhautiki is directly allowed to view sensitive database informations, we could save a lot of our time cracking the password or constructing a different attack path for owning this particular Active Directory. So for understanding and exploiting this MS SQL server, I will be using a framework called as PowerUp SQL. As you can see on this GitHub repository, it describes what PowerUp SQL is. It essentially is a PowerShell toolkit for exploiting SQL servers. So rather than explaining what this tool does, let's see it in action. let's copy this powerup.sql.ps1 file and place it within Bhautiki's system using this RDP session. So basically this script would assist hackers in performing a database audit and helps them to check for incorrect permissions, use of default password if there are unnecessary privileges provided to some users. And once an attacker gets sufficient privilege on this particular database server, this script also provides variety of offensive tradecrafts such as dumping database, searching database for specifics, and even assisting hackers in performing lateral movement by forcing MS SQL users to execute command on attackers' behalf. So to use this script, we must first import this module. This could be accomplished by opening PowerShell command prompt and using import module to make all the functions available to use within this PowerShell session. To see if Bhautiki has permissions, let's run a simple query called getSQLInstanceDomain to look for SQL servers that are present inside this particular domain. As you can see, this system was unable to communicate with and connect to DC01 at port 1443. This means that as Bhautiki, we do not have access to this database. And this is pretty astonishing because we are not even able to connect to the database. Such a restriction is only and only provided if there is something extremely valuable inside this particular database. So now that it is clear that Bhautiki has a very limited access to this particular domain, there is a requirement to find out other attack vectors based on all the information that was provided to us by our Bloodhound instance. So in the next video, we are going to see as an attacker what attack path the attacker chose in order to escalate our privileges in this domain. And once we are able to acquire an escalated privilege on this domain, we will return to this script and use that privilege to view what is inside this database, and let's see if we find something really sensitive inside this database. Let's move on to the next video and see what attack path the attacker chose after acquiring this much information about this Active Directory. So before we start smashing everything inside of this Active Directory network, let's discuss what you will see in this demonstration. First, I will give you a background information that is, in my opinion, necessary to comprehend the attack demonstration that will be shown here. Within this background information, we will go through the fundamentals of Active Directory authentication, including the NTLM and Kerberos authentication protocol. We would see how an attacker may use Kerberos authentication flaw to pretend to be another domain user using silver ticketing attack and pass the ticket. Additionally, we would observe how an attacker would look for a specific user within the domain network, make its way to the domain administrator, and perform a hash dump on the domain controller. Finally, we would observe how an attacker would utilize an NTLM authentication feature known as pass the hash using the crackmap exec tool to finally reach to the system where the blueprint could be found. So with that, let's get started straight away. There are two main methods for performing authentication in Active Directory. The first type of authentication is a username and password based NTLM authentication, which is often used whenever a user attempts to access any domain service. If, for instance, a user wants to access SMB share, the user must essentially provide its username and password, and if things go well, he will be granted access to that resource. However, in practice, if a user must authenticate to a domain controller for requesting every service now and then in the Active Directory, the process may become very slow and there may be an excessive burden on the domain computer which is processing those authentication requests. And since these authentication requests are happening with TCP protocol, establishing the three-way handshake will likely take some more time and will add more latency to the authentication process. So in order to have a slightly more practical and scalable protocol, Kerberos was implemented. Kerberos is yet another authentication-based protocol that essentially makes the authentication process scalable with the help of tickets, which works on the fundamental of a session rather than username and password. Kerberos tickets have a specific validity period during which they can be used to ask for the access of the service inside of the domain. There is a key distribution center which makes sure that only the authenticated users are allowed to request for domain services. So in this particular Kerberos realm, I want to talk about two important tickets. The first is the ticket granting ticket, also called as TGT, which is essentially a ticket that is given to a client or a user to verify their identity to any of the domain services. The other is a TGS ticket, which is also called as ticket granting service ticket, that is provided to the user once the key distribution center determines that the user's request for resources are valid, and this TGS ticket can be used by the user to communicate with the requested domain service. You can think of TGT as a credit card which was issued to you by your bank and has your name as an identifier on it. Let's assume that it has by default 2FA through SMS enabled, and it allows you to shop for anything and everything you want as long as you have sufficient privileges, which in financial sense would mean that your card limits are not reached. If you want to buy a laptop, you can use your credit card as a TGT ticket by swiping it against a POS to indicate that you are the one who wants to make a purchase. In this case, the bank that is responsible for checking the privilege is what KDC does in a Kerberos authentication in a nutshell. This payment gateway then verifies the necessary privileges, including whether the card is expired, whether there is an outstanding bill or similar, and once everything is checked, the gateway sends an SMS to you by providing you with the secret password that has a validity of 5 minutes. Consider this password as a TGS ticket that you must provide to the POS in order to gain access to that particular billing service. And this particular secret password or the TGS ticket is necessary in order to finish the transaction and purchase your laptop. So this is how you can think of the role of TGT and TGS. Like several other protocols, Kerberos also has its own set of attacks that are possible within its protocol. And one such attack, which we would also witness in our demonstration, is Kerberosing attack. When it comes to Kerberosing attack, it is important to note that it is essentially a post-exploitation attack that requires at least domain user level access, which in our situation would be the access to Bhautiki's system under the ResearchNet domain. If a service account which has an SPN, also known as service principal name, which basically can be thought of as a URL for services that are hosted inside of the domain. So during a Kerberosing attack, it is possible for the attacker to request a TGS ticket for that service, which will contain the encrypted password of the user who is actually running that service. By executing a Kerberosing attack, the attacker can now pull that ticket offline and then attempt it to brute force it. The Kerberosing is finally considered a success and the attacker will obtain the clear text password of the Kerberos table user. If the cracked user has higher privileges, it may also result in direct privilege escalation. In our demonstration part, we will encounter a similar scenario and things will undoubtedly become clearer. There are numerous post-exploitation frameworks that are open source that could be used in order to dump the TGS ticket from the RAM to an offline system. Therefore, we are going to use Rubius, which is a sort of framework that performs many post-exploitation AD attacks like silver ticketing, golden ticket attack, Kerberosing, user impersonation, pass the hash, etc. But for now, we will simply be using its Kerberosing module, and I'll be injecting these parameters into Rubius module of the Empire command and control instance. In order to instruct Rubius on what to do, we must use Kerberos as the first argument of this command. Next, we will give it domain researchnet.local followed by the user credentials of Bhautiki and its password, which we learned during the phase 1 of the attack. And to make it simple for us to copy and paste the TGS hash that we will get into the password cracking tool, we will be using this NORAP. Okay, so in order to submit it, let's paste this command from our notes section to the command box over here. Let's wait while Bhautiki's system processes this module. The Rubius script automatically detected the Kerberos table SAM account, which is MS SQL user. We are now given with this specific output. Let's copy the result and paste it into the note section so that we can easily observe what is written inside the result. So the action performed by this script is Kerberoasting, and it has discovered one Kerberoastable SAM account, which is MSSQL, and this is its KRBTGS hash. Let's copy this hash over a new file and save this file as krbtgs_mssql. Now let's try to crack this password on the attacker system, and if all goes well, we will be presented with a clear text password of MSSQL user. So let's launch our hashcat instance using hashcat -m command to invoke a 13100 algorithm, which is nothing but a hashing algorithm that is utilized by the Kerberos to hash the TGS tokens, then providing it with the stolen hash and the specific list of password. Along with that, in order to force run the hashcat, we are providing --force. So before we run this command, if we look at the password.txt file, this essentially has a list of all the passwords to brute force in order to successfully discover the correct password. So once we hit enter to this hashcat instance, as we can see, we have now successfully cracked MSSQL user's hash. And the password that we got is password@123. And one might be wondering how this simple password could even be possible in the real world. But there has been instances where the users have not used complex password into a high privileged accounts. So if you have a password such as this, though it appears to be a complex password, but generally the passwords that has a length up to 9 to 10 characters with good computation power can easily be cracked using password cracking softwares. And if the dictionary or the algorithm used by the attacker to brute force the hash of the password, they can simply break this password regardless of whether the password is password@123 or anything else which comes under the vulnerable password length. Well, the password cracking process might take a week or two or maybe a month, but I believe that APTs will push their computation power for password cracking if the reward is high, which in this case seems to be pretty much high. Okay, now that we are aware of the password of the Kerberos-stable user, we can formally claim the title of the domain administrator because MSSQL user is also a domain administrator. While this may be a very good accomplishment for a red team project, since we now have done a highest degree of compromise possible in the Active Directory. Although we have officially hijacked the domain, but for APT, their work is not yet over. And if the APT69 didn't find what they are looking for, the operation would not be regarded as a success because of the nature of this operation, which is espionage. This operation is not about gaining a domain administrator, rather the operation is to extract the blueprint that can be utilized by the Nation X to advance their nuclear research. So first, let me see what MSSQL server instances are accessible to us right now, which I can accomplish by executing this command over here. So the available instance is dc-01.researchnet.local, and we can finally reach this specific MSSQL server instance. With that, let me show you another interesting query which you might find helpful while performing your red team operation, which is to confirm what level of access you have on the MSSQL database server. So to do that, we can create a SQL query which looks something like this. So I am calling up get SQL query threaded to execute a query within the database, and this query will require an available instance, which in our case is dc-01.researchnet.local. And in the query part, you can see that we use select hostname as hostname so that whenever our query gets processed by this MSSQL server, it basically provides us with hostname that is used in order to create session to that MSSQL server, which in this particular case is Bhautiki-RL, which is basically Bhautiki's system inside of this ResearchNet that we have currently access to, followed with an suser_name to provide us with the user with which we are connected to the database, which in this case is ResearchNet administrator, which means that we are accessing this database instance as ResearchNet administrator, and this was made possible by Kerberos protocol attack known as silver ticketing. If you check our real privilege inside this PowerShell session by who am I, we are actually acting as Bhautiki, but whenever we are communicating with the database, due to this silver ticket that we created using Rubius and injected inside our RAM, whatever the request is going to get generated from Bhautiki to this particular MS SQL server instance, it will automatically be wrapped inside the authority of administrator. So as I have previously stated, if PowerUp SQL has appropriate permissions, which in this case it has, we may import several other post-exploitation modules of PowerUp SQL, such as get SQL command sample data threaded, which allow attacker to extract specific data from the database. So before dumping the full database, this could be a really handy option for the attacker to check whether the database has something sensitive or not. If the attacker found something sensitive inside the database, they could then try to dump the whole database or some portions of the database. So this is the command that we are going to run. As you can see, these are the keywords that will be searched, which according to the attacker might result in exploring something juicy. And once we click on enter, you can see that we are provided with several username and passwords. And if we look closely, we are now getting username and password for the same users that we see on the ResearchNet, and surprisingly, these are the users that are also the part of Secret Lab group. We are also given with the database name, which is Zero Knowledge Pad, which clearly indicates that there is a zero knowledge drive which is getting hosted inside of this Active Directory, and it is only accessible to a certain group of users. And essentially a zero knowledge pad is one in which the server does not have any key to decrypt the data stored within the server. So it means that the data can only be extracted on the client side, and these setups are generally done to secure extremely sensitive informations, which for attackers is a heads up because they now know that they are moving in the right direction, and this zero knowledge pad might become extremely valuable asset to investigate for this operation. So let's go ahead and try to go deeper into this database. As you can see from the output, we have a database with this particular table, zero pad, and we have several column names along with their respective data. So the next action that needs to be performed by the attacker is to actually dump the data that is stored beneath this zero knowledge crypt pad database. To do that, attackers choose to perform a quick dump of the data. So in order to dump the database, I'm going to execute this particular command, which is get SQL query, and supply it with the SQL server instance to run this query on, followed by the query which is to get top 5 rows that are present inside of this table of this database. Once we press enter, we get a list of all the entries in that table. This includes a zero knowledge username, zero knowledge password, then we have the name of the user, then we have zero knowledge pad location, which is basically the location for accessing the encrypted drive. We have the access level of each user along with their device fingerprints that plays a significant role while authenticating a client. So the data from the first row is all about Bhautiki, and we have Bhautiki's username, password, its zero knowledge pad location, access level on that zero knowledge pad along with its device fingerprint. And we can see that Bhautiki does not have a secret level access. It means that all the files that are considered secret inside this particular organization will not be accessible by Bhautiki's crypted drive. Following the output for Franklin, we can see that the zero knowledge pad location is same, but the username, password and the access level is definitely different. Specifically in this particular case, Franklin has a secret level access, which means that Franklin can access secret documents. We will come back to why this particular finding is really important, but for now, let's continue with our observation. And we could see that the last column is about Kratos, but as we have already noticed from our post-enumeration phase, Kratos is a dead account, which is also confirmed from our Bloodhound report, and this is the reason we are least worried about Kratos' zero knowledge pad. So the next step would be to find out all the attacks that could possibly be launched using this level of access. Since these Active Directory networks are quite large in real world and reaching to a specific system that has a blueprint will require further exploration of the AD environment. The first thing that we are going to do is to make sure that we can access the database server, where we can find some most important information inside of this network. The first thing that I'm going to do is create a silver ticket, which in simple terms would be to create a fake ticket in the name of another high privileged user. Because we know that since Bhautiki do not have access to an SQL database, what as an attacker we would do is we can create a fake ticket in the name of domain administrator, which is researchnet.local/administrator, and insert that forged ticket and compel Bhautiki to make every request on behalf of administrator to a particular service, which is MS SQL user in this instance. The MS SQL server, on the other hand, would believe that the request was truly made by a user who was authorized to access the service, where in reality the attacker would communicate with the MS SQL server with this forged ticket. And by performing this silver ticketing attack, we might be able to access the database and check what is exactly stored inside of it. And the reason for using domain administrator's account in order to access domain service is that since the administrator of the domain will most likely have access to most of the services that are running inside of the domain, including the MS SQL database, if we are going to create a fake ticket in the name of administrator, we could easily get around the authorization checks. So to create a forged ticket, the attack that we are going to prepare is a silver ticketing attack, and since I already informed you that Rubius is the framework that will be utilized for the post exploitation within this Active Directory, this is the proper command that we could use, which includes silver as the first argument, which essentially tells Rubius to invoke a silver ticketing attack. And this is the SPN for which we want to make a ticket, which is basically a URL for accessing the MS SQL database server. And then we have the hashed password of MS SQL user along with the SID of the domain. In our previous video, I have already reminded you that just to remember this object ID, we are going to come back here. So this is the time where we are going to extract the domain ID from this particular object ID. So just remove the -1222 from this particular object ID, and this will become the domain SID to make this particular silver ticket. The next parameter that we are going to set is the user we wish to impersonate, which in this case is administrator, because we know that the domain administrator will have access to most of the services, followed by the domain we wish the ticket to be built for, and finally passing the /ptt command, which is used to invoke the pass the ticket module, whose work is to basically inject that ticket into the memory so that each request we make will be directly sent to the MS SQL user as the domain administrator directly from Bhautiki's system. Let's copy this command and open our command and control panel. Then call Rubius and let's paste this command in this particular area. Now let's click submit and wait for this instruction to execute. As you can see from the Rubius output, it states that the silver ticket has been successfully produced on behalf of administrator for accessing this specific SPN. We are also presented with the base64 encoded form of this ticket. And to verify whether this particular ticket has been successfully injected to Bhautiki's system, let's go to our remote desktop instance now and see if this specific ticket is successfully imported or not. To do that, let's call up klist, which is essentially used to list Kerberos ticket present inside of a system. By hitting klist, we are presented with this output, which states that our session is now acting as an administrator at MS SQL server of the researchnet.local, which means that we are now communicating to the database server as an administrator at the researchnet.local domain. We have also got several other informations, including the encryption time, the start and the end time of the specific silver ticket, as well as the fact that the ticket was rightly imported. Let's go back and copy the command we used to retrieve the SQL instance and see if we can now connect to the MS SQL database again. Now as you can see, we have successfully got connected to the database with this command, and it has been established that the administrator has access to this MS SQL instance, which in operational term is a huge success because we can now perform a couple of more things with administrator. We may not be able to execute the code, but we will certainly be able to see what is inside this particular database. Okay, so now that we have the person that has a secret level access, the next thing as an attacker what we may do is Let's try to check out how the zero knowledge pad looks like. Let's open this specific address in Bhautiki's web browser and let's have a look at this zero knowledge pad. So as you can see, this is our crypt drive and it states that in order to log in, we must go to this specific location and authenticate our identity. The database shows that it verifies our username and password, but it also looks for our fingerprint. Let's try to enter Bhautiki's login along with its password that we obtained by dumping the database, and let's see if we are able to access Bhautiki's crypt drive. Once submitted Bhautiki's credential, we could see that we are presented with Bhautiki's drive access. And this drive contains a folder called as nuclear reactor, which again contains another folder with the name reactor model, which indeed has two specific documents inside of it. The first is about the details of the lab member, which we are not concerned with for the time being, but the second is the secret-proj 5211, which appears to be a secret project and might contain a documentation for the nuclear reactor development and is unquestionably of interest to us. However, as you can see, clicking on any of them results in a message stating that we are not authorized to read these documents. So because we know Bhautiki does not have access to the secret level documents, we must rely on Franklin's access instead. So let's try to use Franklin's access and see whether we can access these documents again. So let's log out and re-log in using Franklin's credential. Let's copy Franklin's username and password from this database dump, and if everything goes as planned, we will be able to log in into Franklin's instance. Our access to Franklin's drive is denied, which could be because of our device identification, because we are trying to authenticate with Bhautiki's system, which has a different fingerprint than that of a Franklin. This means that we need to access this particular crypt drive using Franklin's system to match up the fingerprint, or we could decide to go other way around, which is to actually manipulate the database, which could be a dangerous thing to do, and generally speaking it's not recommended to tamper with the database because it could create some alerts and disrupt the user experience, such as for the end user Franklin, the instance of his drive could become inaccessible, and this could also expose APT's ongoing operation. So to be on the safe side, as an APT, we are going to gain access to Franklin's system and then we are going to further access its script drive from his remote desktop access. As you can see, neither Bhautiki or Kratos has access to the reactor model, but Franklin does. So in order to exfiltrate reactor's blueprint, hackers must gain access to Franklin's system. Here is how the attacker designed the attack path to move ahead with this espionage operation. So the attacker has further divided the attack path into 3 steps in order to carry out this espionage operation. The step 1 focuses on gaining access to a domain controller using MS SQL's user to authenticate as domain administrator. The step 2 involves dumping of HTML hashes for administrator and Franklin user of the researchnet.local domain. In the third step, the attacker decides to make use of pass the hash attack to gain access to Franklin's system over RDP. Let's begin with step 1 and see how attacker obtains access to a domain controller. So with that, let me go ahead and let's check what authorities our MS SQL user has. This can be done by typing netuser space MS SQL user / domain to see what this user's authority are. As you can see, the user is both a domain admin and a local administrator, which is true for all domain admins in a given domain. Every domain administrator is also a local group administrator for each system within the domain. So let's leverage this MS SQL user access to acquire access to DC01, and an easy way to do so is with SMB exec module of Empire Command and Control Server. In this module, we are using SMB as a protocol to execute code within the domain controller on behalf of an MS SQL user who is authorized to execute code because he is a local administrator to DC01. So before we run this module, there are a few things that are required we need to provide the computer name, which in this case is DC-01. Then we have the domain to which we provide researchnet.local, and then this module requires NTLM hash for MS SQL user and its username. Let's provide the listener that we are going to use for this module, which in this case is HTTP, and let's allow the stager code to run on DC01 without obfuscation. And just in case we don't get a callback, we will utilize this obfuscation toggle in this module and keep the rest of the things as the same, and we will try to resubmit this module. But for now, let us submit it and see if we can obtain a callback from a domain controller DC01. As evident, this command is successfully executed on this domain controller and we received a new agent callback from DC01. Now proceed to step 2, where we will dump hashes for administrator and a member of secret lab group, Franklin. So let's take a look at this particular agent that we just received for accessing the domain controller. The agent received from DC01 has a username researchnet/system, and this is because SMB exec creates a service that basically executes our stager for our command and control server. And this is the reason our stager is actually running as a system service. With this, we gain access to ResearchNet's system, and because our privileges are high, as evident from here as well, we can now employ advanced attacks that require elevated privileges such as DC sync to identify and retrieve password hashes of domain users including administrator and Franklin. So let's interact with this agent and let's call up a DC sync module of this Empire command and control server, and let me try to first dump domain control administrator's hash, because with this hash we may use this account to access any of the system within this domain. So first let's get ResearchNet administrator's hash, and if we succeed we will try the same for Franklin. So this module is simple to execute. We just have to provide user for which we want to basically dump the password, as well as there is an optional field which asks for the domain. Let's enter the essential ones and let's click on submit. After waiting for a while, we are presented with the NTLM hash for the administrator given over here. Now with that, let's try to get Franklin's hash as well. For this instance as well, let's provide username of the domain user as well as the domain name and the domain controller information. Let's press the submit button and wait for a few seconds for this command to run. Now we are presented with the hash for Franklin as well. We don't need to save these hashes for administrator and Franklin explicitly because Empire has a credential area over here, and as you can see, we have both the hashes saved safely inside of this credential section. This brings up to the step 3, where the attacker requires to locate Franklin's system and attempts to access Franklin's system via RDP. So to locate the Franklin system, let me take help of the naming convention that we observed from Bhautiki's system. So when we got access to Bhautiki's system, the system name was Bhautiki-RL, which means that while configuring the host name, the configuration is as such. The host name will contain the name of the user that is using that system. So it means that we can use Bloodhound's search box and let's try to look for nodes that might be linked to Franklin. So let me go ahead and simply type Franklin here, and as you can see, we are supplied with a system that says Franklin-sl.researchnet.local. Now that we know what system Franklin is using, let's try to resolve this system's specific IP address using a simple utility called nslookup, and as you can see, using the nslookup followed by the host name, we have acquired the real IP address of this particular system. Now that we have hashes for administrator and Franklin, we can use pass the hash to access specific systems rather than passing login and password. We can also use hashes to directly communicate with several other services. To demonstrate code execution using pass the hash attack, the tool that we are going to use is known as crack map exec, and we are going to use its most basic module, which relies on SMB protocol to conduct a pass the hash attack. One thing to note here is that all of the systems inside this domain are not directly reachable to attacker's system, so it is a must that from the attacker's system we only route our traffic through proxy chain. So we will use proxy chain with crackmap exec and the IP address that we just discovered for Franklin's system, which is 192.168.56.190, and use the username and pass the hash with a hyphen h for the administrator's hash, and let's try to execute a command which is dir in this particular case, followed by the hyphen d for supplying the respective domain. So this is how the final command would look like. So let's copy this command and paste it over to the hacker's terminal and see whether we are able to successfully execute from an attacker's perspective using pass the hash attack. Here is an observation about the pass the hash attack. So during my demonstration, I experienced that the pass the hash would only work if the user attempting to authenticate is a member of local administrator group. Since the domain administrator is also a member of local administrator group, using the ResearchNet administrator's credential and its hash should be enough to execute command on any of the system inside of the domain. So with this output, we could see that with the administrator's authority, attacker was successfully able to execute code on Franklin's system, and we are presented with its C drive. Now let us try to connect to the same system as Franklin, and to do so, change the -u to Franklin and provide the hash for Franklin by copying it from the credentials section of the command and control. Let's copy and paste our last command from the notes section in the terminal, and once we press enter to this particular command, we could see that Franklin was unable to execute command on Franklin's system. And this is because Franklin is not a member of local administrator, and therefore the query will not be handled by this SMB protocol unless few prerequisites are met. And with that failure, let's try to attempt if we are able to access the RDP for Franklin or not. Let's call up x3rdp and pass the username and password along with the domain and latch it with proxy chain. And when we hit enter, as you can see that the RDP's access was also denied, and we are unable to even connect to Franklin's RDP session. And there is a possibility that Franklin is not a member of remote desktop users. So in order to execute command on behalf of Franklin and access its RDP session, there are two things that needs to be done. So the first and the foremost thing to do is let us add Franklin to a local administrator group. So let me write the command that we will use to enable Franklin's access to execute command on this particular system over the SMB protocol. So it is obvious from the observation that we must make Franklin a local administrator as well as a member of RDP group. So these are the two commands that can be used to do this. So let's run both of these commands as we run the dir command using the administrator's username and the hash inside the crackmap exec instance. So as you can see, both of these commands have now been successfully completed. Now let's run the previous command to display the dir from Franklin's username and password by passing Franklin's username, hash and -x as dir to list the directory of Franklin's system. And as you can see, we are finally able to list the directory of the C drive within Franklin's system, and that too by using Franklin's password and hash. And this means that the above commands that we executed by using administrator's authority to make Franklin a local administrator as well as a member to a remote desktop user actually worked and helped us to use Franklin's username and hash to conduct the pass the hash attack. Now let's try to call up x3rdp again to access Franklin's system, and that too with Franklin's authority. So yes, we now have successfully established remote desktop access of Franklin's system by passing Franklin's hash over the RDP. And we are now finally prepared to use this system to extract the secret data. But before we do anything further, as an attacker, let's make sure that we also have access of this system on our command and control server. So to do that, let's copy this bhautiki_researchnet_access stager code and then open PowerShell instance on Franklin's system that we just received and paste this command over here like this. And now let's press enter and wait for the callback. 'Callback' And yes, this is how we finally gained access of Franklin's system to our command and control server. So looking at the agents that we have for ResearchNet domain, these are the major systems that we have exploited currently in this domain. We have access to Bautic key system, which we are constantly using as proxy to route our traffic throughout the domain, because the domain is a netted environment and reaching directly to the domain systems are not possible from attacker's workstation. Then we have access to domain controller, which we have utilized to dump Franklin as well as administrators password hashes and then use those hashes to obtain access to Franklin's system by conducting a pass the hash attack over RDP. And at last we have our access to Franklin's system that we just received. And given that Franklin has the secret level access and we have successfully gained an RDP session on Franklin's system, it is now possible that the operation is coming to its near conclusion. So in the third phase, we will see how the attacker proceeds to basically exfiltrate the blueprint and how the attacker performs persistence across all of these compromised systems. And finally, how the attacker actually plans to exit the network by doing some sufficient cleanups. So this was all about phase 2, and I'll meet you in the next attack phase. Hello and welcome to phase 3 of our final demonstration, and we are at the verge of finally ending this course. So in this particular phase, we are going to see how the attackers are going to exfiltrate the blueprint out of ResearchNet domain of Think Tank X. Within phase 1 and phase 2, we have seen that how attacker got into the right network as well as how the attacker identified the right system from where the blueprint can be extracted. So as depicted in this picture here, APT69 now has successfully compromised Franklin's system, and this Franklin system has a confidential document stored in its zero-knowledge, highly secure, encrypted drive. In our phase 2, we have already seen that we have a username and password for accessing this script drive for Franklin. So before we start our phase 3, like we did with other phases, let's divide this attack phase into 2 subsections, wherein you would see how the APT69 is going to perform blueprint exfiltration from Franklin's system and then try to gain persistence on this ResearchNet domain. It is now known to the APT69 that Franklin has secret level access. So it would be great if Franklin's system could directly be poisoned in such a way that this system is going to communicate to APT69's C2 at every predefined timestamp. With our section 1, we are going to see how APT69 is going to persist on Franklin's system, and then we will gradually move to the section 2 of this particular phase, which is actually about how APT69 is going to make sure that their level of administrative access inside the domain does not get compromised. It means that there might be a situation where all the domain user password get reset, including the password of MS SQL user that we compromised in order to gain administrative rights, or the password of any other domain administrator. So to fulfill such requirement, there has to be a way for hackers to regain the same level of administrative access across this domain. And for that, section 2 would explain you how the attacker is going to make use of golden ticket attack. So in this golden ticket attack, attacker would create a forged/fake TGT which can be used to actually become any user inside of this domain. This is possible because Kerberos Key Distribution Center provides each of the user with an identity ticket called as TGT, which can be valid for as long as 10 years. So in this golden ticket attack, the attacker basically will compromise the secret key that is used by KDC to make identity tickets. And once that secret key is compromised, now the attacker could use this secret key to make unlimited identity tickets in the name of any user inside of this domain. And let us start our section 1 first and see how APT69 is going to perform blueprint exfiltration as well as gain persistence to force Franklin's system to communicate back to attacker's infrastructure whenever attacker wants access to Franklin's system. So this is Franklin's script drive that we are going to access right now. So let us provide username and password that we have already acquired from the database dumping in our phase 2. So let me enter those credentials here and let's hit login. We are presented with a drive access that is pretty much the same that we have already saw on Bhautiki script drive access. But the difference here is that since this time we have a secret level access, we might be able to see what is inside those well guarded directories. So let us double click on nuclear reactor share to go inside. So here we have a reactor model folder. So let's quickly open that. And yes, we are now provided with the same two files. As an APT, we are not interested in the lab members because most of these informations could also be curated using open source intelligence, but since the focus of this operation is to actually gather information about the secret project that is going inside the think tank X, which obviously Franklin is a part of, so let's quickly open the secret project that we are interested in. And if attackers are lucky enough, they might finally be able to exfiltrate the blueprint that they were looking for. On opening this document, it is evident that it is indeed pretty much a confidential document, and it also has a strict warning written to it, which says that the information contained in this document is strictly confidential and this information is only for intended recipients and may not be published or redistributed without the prior consent of Think Tank X. Which in simple terms basically mean that if you are not allowed to see this document, you must not have access to this. And since APT69 finally have access to Franklin's system, this is definitely that blueprint APT69 was looking for. So if you look at the whole document that is here, there are models on how they designed the various components that are assembled into this reactor model. So now the attackers have precise location of the lab facility, which is a pretty much important finding. And you can see there are some good imageries explaining what the reactor looks like. Then we have their working model for boiling water reactor and pressure water reactors. Personally, I don't know what it is, but they have their plan going on for scaling this particular model. And we also have lab observations on that as well. So all in all, these are really important information, and it is surely going to help the Nation X to develop or advance their nuclear reactors. So with that, it is assured that this is the document that APT69 was after, and this operation has almost come to its end. But there are still a few things that needs to be done, and one of them is successful data exfiltration. Now the best thing about the Empire stagers is that the protocol that it uses basically mimics the HTTP protocol, but the data that goes inside of it is always encrypted, and it means that if we are going to actually use that tunnel to transfer this particular document, no HIDS, IDS or even any network defenses would be able to see what exactly we are actually extracting. So let's see how APT69 utilize this command and control capability to exactly exfiltrate this particular document. Now talking about the real world threat actors, they are also known to encrypt the data and then perform covert data exfiltration using protocols such as DNS over HTTPS, etc. But the elite APT69 is simply not going to do anything charming as such. So let's first save this document on Franklin's drive by clicking on this file, and let's hit the print section here. It is then providing us with the option to save it as PDF. So let's save this document inside of Franklin's user drive, from where we can pretty much provide it with any file name, which in this case is temp@12322. And during the exfiltration phase, we are not going to specify what the file extension of this file is, because we don't want Franklin to access the VPN and see that the secret document is lying inside of its user directory, because it may raise further alarms. So with that, let's save this now and quickly access our command and control agent section. So let's go to Franklin's access that we have. Now let's open the file browser and let's go to the directory where we have actually written this PDF, which is Franklin's user drive. And there we have our temp@12322 file waiting for getting downloaded. Now let's right click on it, and there is an option that is presented to us which says download. So let's try to download this document by right clicking on this file and hit download. Let's wait for this particular module to execute successfully. This is how basically the attacker is exfiltrating this blueprint by simply clicking on a download button And yes, this is what C2s are used for. They manage everything from the tunnel encryption, exploitation, be it post exploitation, and make complex operational things simpler for execution for the attacker. In order to extract that file, we need to go to the agent folder that is inside Empire's directory to see if the file has been written or not. So let us do that and go to the Empire's directory, then click on the server folder, which will lead us to the agent section under which we are executing the command. So there we have a C folder. Let's go to users, and as you can see, we are finally inside of Franklin's user drive. So this is our PDF that the attacker has now successfully exfiltrated. Now let me try to open it to show you whether it is the same file that we saw in Franklin's system or not. So yes, as you can see, this document pretty much looks the same. And if you ignore the formatting, which is because we have exported it into another format rather than the format it was saved inside of the encrypted drive. So there are some visible changes, but overall the data integrity is same. So yes, with that, we can say that the attacker has now successfully performed the data exfiltration stage, and all that is left in order to complete the section 1 is to actually gain persistence on Franklin's system. So there are several techniques to do that, but which technique an attacker can use to gain persistence onto a system depends on the level of access that the attacker has inside of that system. Some of the persistence mechanism will require elevated privileges. In most of the cases, they are much harder to detect, and then there are several other techniques which pretty much does not require an elevated access and will work well with the limited access, but they are not considered much stealthy. So right now, the access that we have inside Franklin's system is quite limited and does not allow the attacker to use stealthy persistence techniques that require elevated privileges. But there is a way through which the attacker can actually elevate its privilege. Since the ABD69 has the user and the hash of administrator password, what they can do is they can perform a pass the hash attack by executing crackmap exec to launch a reverse shell payload on behalf of domain administrator inside of the Franklin's system. So that way the command and control will have access to Franklin's system but with higher privileges. So for that, we are going to write a reverse shell stager into Franklin's system, and then we are going to use pass the hash to execute that file but with higher privileges. So for that, let me first copy a reverse shell payload and write that particular stager code into Franklin's system. Let us go back to Franklin's RDP access and let me go to the user folder of Franklin. Let's right click and create a new file called rev.ps1 file and let us edit it with Notepad. The copied reverse shell payload has to be pasted here inside of the rev.ps1 file, and which is basically our stager that when ran with a proper authority will give access to Franklin's system, but in this case with higher and elevated privileges. So with that, let's save this file and now move on to the attacker system where we would try to execute the pass the hash attack. So this is the command that we are going to launch, which says proxy chains to route this traffic through a compromised bhautiki-rl system that we have got access in our phase 1, and we are then calling up crackmap exec's SMB module followed by the IP address of Franklin's system to which we want to execute the command. Then we have the username and the hash of that particular domain administrator followed by the command, which is basically running Empire's reverse shell payload by calling up PowerShell. And at last, we are providing the domain to which the interaction is going on. Now let us hit enter, and if everything goes well, the attacker is going to get access to Franklin's system with elevated privileges, which in this case is an administrative level access on our command and control server. And what I mean by if everything goes well is that if the module that we are running, which is rev.ps1, ran without getting detected as a malicious file by the AMSI scanning. Because if AMSI is able to actually refer it as a malicious script, it will definitely not let this script run on this particular system. So with that, let's hit enter and wait for crackmap execute command to successfully run. So we can see that our command has successfully run, and just by hitting a refresh on our agent section of our command and control server, we can see that we have got access to Franklin's system, and that too with an administrative level access. We can also see that this access that we have got is of an elevated process and is running on behalf of researchnet/administrator, which is what the attacker has expected. With that, we are going to call up a decent persistence module, and I would not say it is very tough to actually detect this persistence mechanism. In fact, I believe that it is damn easy and it is widely exploited by the advanced persistent threats during their operations. But the reason for using this particular persistence module is because it would definitely serve up the purpose, which is to show you that even if APT69 got access to this particular system, this access that we right now have is still fragile, and the infrastructure and security hardening will definitely change inside of this organization over time. So there has to be a backdoor that must be implanted into Franklin's system, through which we can compel Franklin's system to actually connect back to the command and control server for maintaining an unrestricted access to this domain. So you can also think of it as a fail-safe model to maintain access inside of this domain. So with that, let us use this module from our command and control server. Here is an interesting thing. As I am typing the persistence in the execute model, you can see that there are several persistence mechanisms that is presented to us. There is an WMI persist, which basically makes use of event subscription to persist inside of the system. Then we have COM hijacking method, which could definitely be a more stealthier alternative than what we are actually going to use. Then we have persist startup, which is not so stealthy, but yes, it really works in the real world. And this module could be used to call any malicious file at system startup. Then there is an auto run resolver and a lot of other methods through which the attacker can persist on the system. But for our demonstration, we are going to use a basic persistence mechanism, which is simple to understand and depends on a scheduled task inside of Windows. To run this script, as the path already says, an elevated privilege is required, and since we have successfully acquired an elevated access due to our previous pass the hash attack for calling the rev.ps1, we are eligible to use this module. Now let me go over the majority of the important fields that must be provided in order to run this particular module successfully on Franklin's system. So there is a task name, and let's provide it with the name updater, which means that the task that the attacker wants to create and schedule will have a name that is deceptive and may help the attacker to hide this malicious activity. You can name it anything that you want of your choice, but remember that the task name must not be malicious or fishy, because it would be easy for anyone to detect. For example, if we provide the task name as a command and control callback, it will be obvious what the task is doing. So from the point of deception, we are providing it with the name updater. And then we have default bypasses that comes with this module. Let's do not change that. We have a switch that would assist attacker in cleaning or removing their persistence on the compromised host. Assume that the attacker has gained access to a system and has used this particular persistence module. But now that the work with this host is over, the attacker wants to precisely remove this backdoor access and does not want to attract some investigation. So for doing the persistence cleanup through Empire command and control server is just a switch away. If we enable this switch, the Empire will remove this persistence mechanism for you automatically. But since we don't want to perform cleanup, let's leave this option empty. Then we have a daily schedule. So let's say if an attacker wants Franklin's system to communicate with the attacker's C2 infrastructure every day at 9 PM for the next 5 days for some reason, though it is definitely not a good idea to operate on such a timeline because it might be easier to detect the anomaly. But for this demonstration, let us use 9 PM as an example. Then there is an option to choose listener. So as usual, we are going to use our HTTP listener. Let us change the obfuscate switch to true and then perform the obfuscate command to mix the PowerShell in such a way that the MC does not detect the persistence payload that will be stored inside the registries of Franklin's system. Then there is an option of on logon switch, and this is the important one because it instructs the task that whenever any user logs in into the Franklin system, the script has to be automatically called. Following that, this is the reg path where the reverse shell payload will be stored and called by the malicious schedule task. As you can see, this is the standard path, and let's not change it for now. And with that, we have all the necessary parameters that are required for this module to run successfully. So let's hit submit and see how well the persistence method worked for us. So as depicted in this terminal, our persistence method has successfully created a scheduled task called updater, and the obfuscated payload that the command and control server has created for us is now successfully stored inside of this specific registry location. And then it also says that the logon trigger is also enabled. So if everything goes well, whenever Franklin or any other user logs in into Franklin's SL system, we are going to get a connect back onto this command and control server. So let's put this theory to test by killing the only agent that we have for Franklin's system, and let's try to regain Franklin's access on this particular C2 server. So in order to invoke this persistence mechanism, we actually need to access Franklin's RDP and perform a login on behalf of Franklin. So I don't think I need to explain this command because we have already used this command a couple of times. So we are again going to reuse this x3 RDP and pass the Franklin's username and Franklin's hash, and let's hit enter to execute this. Now as you can see, we are inside of the system, but there is a catch. You will notice that we have not received any reverse shell. So the reason for that is because the login session that we are accessing was actually logged in as Franklin, and we are just using that session. So there is no fresh login into this system, but for this persistence module to run, there has to be a fresh login that needs to be done to get our persistence module executed. So for that, let us log out the system and let's again try to relog in it this time. Now because the instance has already been killed and the session has been removed, when we actually pass the hash, a new login will be made and our persistence module should be executed. So let us access the RDP once more and attempt to relog into Franklin's system. So let us wait for our scheduled task to get executed on the system. Taking a look at the C2 server, we can see that we now have successfully regained access to Franklin's system, and this establishes that the persistence is working quite well. Let me interact with this agent that we received, and here we have an elevated privilege. So with that, we can say that whenever Franklin logs off and then logs back into the system, will receive a callback on its command and control server automatically. Or even if the Franklin does not logs in into this system, there is also a fallback, that is of getting a callback every day at 9 p.m. So this is how, even if Franklin changes its password, it is definitely not going to affect the access of attackers inside of this Franklin system, and the attackers can easily regain and maintain access to Franklin's system using this updater task as long as the payload inside the registry does not get detected. So as a result, we can say that attackers have finally maintained a hold on Franklin's system. So now the part 1 is complete, and let us perform some cleanup inside Franklin's system. Because in order for the PTS to work, we made Franklin a local administrator for this particular system that Franklin uses, which is an unusual thing and it might easily be detected. And to access the RDP session, we also made Franklin a remote desktop user. Well, these conditions are required until now, but now since APT69 has successfully backdoored Franklin, they can easily reactivate these permissions whenever they want to pass the hash again. So we are going to undo what we did inside of Franklin-SL and remove Franklin's ResourceNet account from local administrator group as well as remote desktop user group. So we will do these things, and then we will try to remove secret document and reverse shell PowerShell script that we created on Franklin's system in an attempt to hide the compromise. There are a lot of other signatures that we have already generated inside the system log and the event log that we have created when we try to use Rubius, Mimikatz and other command and control modules, and erasing all the attack evidences is very difficult and requires APT to start with much stealthier C2 and TTPs. But as I have already told you that, do not consider this demonstration to be a stealth ops, but just see it as a proof of concept of how the operations actually take place. So with that, these are the commands that we have to play with. Simply replace the /add with the /delete and rerun those commands. But before we run those commands, let us delete the two files we have created by selecting both of them and permanently deleting them. These files are now permanently deleted from Franklin's perspective, and Franklin will no longer be able to see them. With that, let us end our RDP session by doing a sign out. Now let's copy these commands that we have just changed and let's try to execute it. Since both of the commands have successfully executed, we now have successfully removed Franklin's domain account from administrator group as well as remote desktop user. And to check whether Franklin's access has been successfully removed, let's try to access the RDP again. So let's rerun this x3 RDP command. So as you can see, there is a transport error, which basically means that the connection to the RDP is not successful this time. So this means that the cleanup was successful and we have finally deleted all those files and patches that we explicitly added. Also, since the persistence on Franklin's system is done, so the attackers don't need to worry about receiving a connect back from Franklin's system, because every time Franklin is going to log in, the attackers are going to receive a callback, or if none of these things happen, the C2 will get a callback at 9 PM each day automatically. So with that, this was the end of section 1 of this phase 3, and now let's quickly jump to the section 2 of this particular attack phase. Until now, we have access to Franklin's system, but because it is a large domain network, there must be other systems that have access to critical data inside of this domain. So we actually need time to explore several nodes within that Active Directory, and gaining domain-wide persistence is a must. The attacker should have a mechanism to actually persist inside the network, and that too with administrative privilege, and should sustain inside the network at any cost, even if all the administrative account changes their passwords. So there could be multiple ways to do that, but there is a widely known way for an attacker to remain inside the network with the highest possible privilege, even if all the domain passwords are reset. And this attack is known as the golden ticket. A golden ticket would allow an attacker to create a fake Kerberos identity ticket for any domain user, including the domain administrator, even if the original administrator changed their account password. The best part about these golden tickets is that they have a validity of 10 years, which is ideal for the attacker in this particular scenario. In the real world scenarios, golden ticket attacks are extremely difficult to detect, and using such attack, the attacker can pose as an administrator or any other domain user whenever they want. So in order to create a forged TGT ticket / the golden ticket, there are a couple of things that are required. We first need to hack into the KDCs, which is Kerberos Key Distribution Center's KRBTGT account hash, and then use that hash within Mimikatz, which is another tool which will help us in creating the TGT ticket and perform the golden ticket attack successfully. So without getting too technical, let's try to dump the KRBTGT hash first. To accomplish this, we would go to the domain controller and launch a DC sync attack and request the hash of this particular KRBTGT account. Let's go to the agent section of our command and control server and interact with the DC01 agent. The steps are similar to what we did to dump the password hash for administrator or Franklin user. Let us use the DC sync module and pass it with the user whose hash needs to be dumped, which in this case is KRBTGT, followed by the domain controller and the respective domain name information. Let's now hit the submit button. And yes, on the right hand side you could see that we have finally extracted the KRBTGT hash, and this hash will now be used by the attacker to create forged TGTs on behalf of the KDC for any users within the domain. So the KDC or the Key Distribution Center is basically the one that is responsible for identifying any user, and for the identity they use this particular hash to create tickets for all the users inside of the domain. So if this hash gets compromised, now the attacker can behave as KDC and can print unlimited golden tickets in the name of any domain users. Coming back to the demonstration, as usual this hash was automatically saved in the credentials section of our Empire command and control server, and we are going to reuse this credential once we are going to perform the golden ticket attack on Bhautiki's system. So let's go back to the active agent section and let's access Bhautiki's system now. In the execute module section, let's write golden. This is the module that will use Mimikatz to create a golden ticket. And as we know, Bhautiki has a very low privilege inside of the domain and does not belong to any administrative group or so. If our golden ticket attack works, we will be able to see a significant difference in the privilege that we will gain inside of the Bhautiki system. So within this module, let me go to the cred ID and select the KRB-TGT hash. Now it asks us for which user the attacker wants to impersonate its privileges. So I'm going to simply provide it with the domain administrator, and now it is asking for the domain. So let's enter researchnet.local. So these are essentially all the fields that are required to create a golden ticket. So let's hit submit and wait for this command to successfully execute on Bhautiki's system. So yes, as you can see, the golden ticket has been successfully submitted to this session, which means that the Mimikatz was able to generate a golden ticket for us impersonating the domain administrator. You can see the lifetime of this golden ticket, which is approximately 10 years from now. So how exactly we are going to know if we successfully created and imported this golden ticket and make sure that this attack really worked? So we know that Bhautiki has a restricted access within the domain. So let's return to his RDP session now. So this is Bhautiki's system inside of the secret lab, and I'm going to use a netuse command to basically mount a file system, specifically the C drive of our domain controller DC01. And since the domain controller requires a higher privilege, and if our golden ticket works as we planned, we will be able to mount the DC01's C drive on Bhautiki's system. So therefore, once we use this proper command, which includes netuse, a command line utility for mapping and mounting network drives to your local system, along with the name of the local drive under which the network drive should be mounted, along with the resource location that we are going to mount, which for this case is C drive of DC01. Since by default, Bhautiki does not have access to the C drive of DC01, if the golden ticket is successfully imported to this session, we must be presented with a mounted C drive of DC01. So let's hit enter and let's see what the result is. We can see that the command ran successfully and the attacker were indeed able to mount the C drive of the domain controller of this domain. So with that access, they can pretty much delete, write or make a new file inside of the C directory of DC01. And this pretty much demonstrates that we have a working golden ticket now. And as we know, the golden ticket does not become invalid even if the administrators change the password. And the attacker will still be a domain administrator till the time the golden ticket is valid. So now that we have full administrative access of the domain controller C drive, let me quickly delete all those files that I have created on its disk during this whole demonstration, and let's perform a basic cleanup. So please allow me to delete all these files over here and let me go to the desktop and see if there are any other files that needs to be deleted. So yes, we have all of them. Let's permanently delete, and you can see since we have an administrative access, we can read write into those file directories. We can also delete any file that we want. And all of this was made possible by the golden ticket that we created using the Mimikatz. So now since we did the basic cleanup, you must be wondering how the attacker could use this particular golden ticket to get an actual code execution on DC01. So for gaining a shell access to domain controller, there are thousands of ways to do that, but let me show you the one that uses Microsoft's own system internal toolkit called psexec. So according to Microsoft's website, psexec is a lightweight telnet replacement that allows you to execute processes on any other system, which means that using the psexec, you can remotely execute any command inside of any system. Anyone can download this tool from Microsoft's website, but since the attacker already has it, we are going to use that psexec, and for that I am going to use invoke download file module to transfer it to Bhautiki's system. I'm directly going to give this particular module the path of attacker's web server where the psexec is hosted. Let's run this module and wait for psexec file to be written on Bhautiki's drive. So now that this psexec tool has been successfully written, we can use it to perform code execution. So let me invoke psexec and pass accept EULA to accept the licensing terms and condition, and then provide the address of the system on which the attacker wishes to execute the command, which in this case is DC01, followed by the command that attacker wished to execute, which in this case is a CMD shell. So since we already have a session as a domain administrator, which means that we are mimicking our actions as domain administrator using the help of golden ticket, and since the domain administrator can access and execute command on DC01, we can see that we are provided with the CMD shell, which might look ordinary to you, but if we pass system info to it, it is clear that the attacker has access to the host name DC01. So by importing the ticket for a privileged account using golden ticket attack, the attacker can gain command access to the domain controller whenever they want. So now that we have successfully created and utilized this golden ticket, we are going to purge this ticket that we have injected into Bhautiki's session. And the reason for doing that is because it would be dangerous if we leave this network while Bhautiki still had access to administrative privileges. And the attackers definitely don't want to do that. So we are going to get rid of this golden ticket, and there are a couple of ways we can do that. The first way is to use klist space purge and use Windows utility called klist to remove the golden ticket from this session. So let's run this proper command, which includes klist space purge into the attacker's shell command section, and once we submit this code, on the background the ticket will be successfully deleted from Bhautiki's system. Now the second way to do the same is to use C2's Rubius module through this execute module over here. Once we provide it with the proper command, the Rubius will now purge the golden ticket that we have injected into Bhautiki's system. Now to confirm that Bhautiki's privileges are no longer those of an administrator and that the ticket has been successfully purged, let's access Bhautiki's RDP session again and use the same netuse command in an attempt to mount the domain controller C drive again. Now as you can see, after running this command, Bhautiki was no longer allowed to mount the C drive, which pretty much was what we expected since Bhautiki's system no longer has golden ticket injected into its session. So this was all about how APT got access to the blueprint, which includes how they identified the right network, how they went to identify the right system, which is Franklin's system, and how they dealt with fingerprint check and got into highly secured crypt drive and exfiltrated that blueprint through their command and control server. We also saw how attacker gained persistence on Franklin's system, the domain controller, and how the basic cleanup was performed on the domain controller as well as Franklin's system. The best thing about the persistence mechanism employed by the APT is that this mechanism is independent of users' credentials such as user password and could even survive policy changes. So, in order to detect this attack, collaborative defense is required, which includes incident response, threat hunting, and correlation of event logs, network activity, and a hell lot of other things. So all in all, we could say that the attacker finally has compromised Think Tank X's ResearchNet lab, and they have successfully exfiltrated the blueprint and completed their end objective of this operation. But how can we end this course without telling you what APT69 did after completing this operation? So here we go. For the time being, APT69 will remain low profile until they receive another assignment from NationX. So yes, this is how this real world cyber operation finally ended. I hope you enjoyed this course, and if you found that this course has added another layer of knowledge to your mindset, follow me on Twitter. I'll definitely try to be more active on this platform. You can also go to this website that we have created for you to check out for our new courses that we will be releasing in the future on both Udemy and our private platform. So thank you all, and I hope to see you at our next course. Until then, stay hard.